Konoha's young sage. Prologue. Suetun, Tepidama. Gamabunta, great leader of the mighty Toad clan, shoot 3 more water cannonballs at the nine-tailed fox demon, Kyubi no Yoko, who was on rampage, attacking Ninja Village. But water attack could do nothing to the currently greatest demon on the earth, and his time on the battlefield was coming to an end too. How much more time do you need, Minato? I'm almost out of chakra, Gamabunta said, looking at the approaching nine-tailed fox. 10 seconds. Man, who's standing on the top of Gamabunta's head, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, laid down Bundle he was holding in his hand before. Bundle was revealed to be a newborn baby with same yellow hair Minato had, wrapped into piece of clothes. Minato ran through hand seals. Shiki Fuin. Almost immediately ghost figure of the death god appeared behind Minato. Even if only he could see Shinigami, everyone in 10-mile radius could feel temperature drop to a 0 degrees, accompanied by great fear, enough to make even the Kyuubi freeze for a second. After several seconds of telepathic conversation between 4th Hokage and the death god, ugly ghost hand ripped its way through Minato's stomach and shoot towards the Kyuubi, catching its soul. Naruto, I hope you'll forgive me, my son, Minato said to the boy lying in front of him on Gamabunta's head. The same moment Shinigami's hand brought Kyuubi's soul to the little boy's body. Hak no Fuin Shiki. Shursho Fuin. Soul of the greatest demon was now sealed inside newborn baby. I hope you'll be seeing as a hero there. Goodbye. In the distance, Kyuubi's Yoki-made body disappeared. Goodbye, Minato Namikaze. It was an honor to fight alongside with you, Gamabunta said as he lowered his head. Looks like I'm done there. Then he disappeared in a giant cloud of white smoke. What the hell? Shouted Gamabunta. He was back at the Mebakuzen mountain, where his clan lived. But he was not alone. Naruto was loudly crying somewhere on his head. You didn't said that we will have a guest, Buntakuen. Small-aged toad in black cloak chuckled, but immediately went back to seriousness. Who is this little boy? His name is Naruto. Minato wished him to be Uzumaki, though I don't understand why, Fukasaku-sama, replied Toad leader. What will we do? I take it that this boy has Kyuubi no Yoko sealed inside him. Gamabunta nodded. I don't think that it would be safe for him to be at Konoha. But Fukasaku-sama, we cannot rise him, Bunta shouted. And why not? Another small ancient toad in black cloak appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Fukasaku is right. It is not safe for him to be in Konoha right now. They might want revenge on the Kyuubi and attack, or, worse, kill this little innocent tadpole. For once I agree with you, woman, Fukasaku whispered, but his wife, Shima, heard him. What did you say, old jerk? For next 10 minutes, before Naruto started crying even more loudly, Gamabunta watched 2 elders of Toad clan fighting. For years later, Shima was sitting on the stone step that led to her and Fukasaku's house, knitting, while watching little Naruto playing. Ma, look what I can do, the blonde shouted, making the aged Toad look at him. When he had her attention, Naruto jumped high into the air and tried to do a backwards flip he saw a senior Toad warrior do during their spars. Of course, young Jinchuriki lacked the skills needed to this, and ended up falling into the big puddle on his back. Shima shook her head and returned to knitting as she watched him get up. I can do that. You'll see, the little blonde exclaimed. Pa, tell her that I can do that. He asked Fukasaku, who walked into the yard Naruto and Shima were in. Tell Ma what? The Toad elder asked back, making the boy let out an angry cry from this unfairness. Anyway, Naruto-chan, I have to ask you something. This got Naruto's attention. Why do you want to ask me, Pa? He asked Fukasaku. Naruto-chan, now you're old enough to start training, so I want to ask you. Do you want me to train you? Toad elder saw interest in blonde's cerulean eyes. I will make you strong, Naruto-chan, I promise. Naruto jumped up and down and nodded eagerly. Of course I want, Pa, he shouted. It won't be easy though, Pa continued. I want to train. I want to be strong, the little blonde yelled. Very well, Fukasaku said. We will start tomorrow. I will tell you some rules now, when we will be training or when we are around other humans. Jiraiya-chan, you should call me Fukasaku-sensei. You're a good boy, Naruto-chan, and good boys should be respectful with their teachers. Naruto nodded, though not as eagerly as he did before. Okay, Fuka, esse ku sensei. The boy said. That will do, Naruto-chan. And the second rule, you shall do as I, or your other teachers, shall you have any, instruct you. The little Jinchuriki nodded again. Then Fukasaku looked at his wife. When we will have lunch. Shima stopped knitting and looked up at her husband. You again lost the count of time, you old toad. Your lunch is on the table, where it was for the last 2 hours. She replied in an annoyed tone. Fukasaku nodded and jumped towards his food into the house. 7 more years later. Good morning, Naruto-chan. Fukasaku greeted his apprentice. Naruto was now 11 years old. Harsh trainings with toads he'd undergone since he was 4 made him well-built for his age. The boy wore dark khaki ninja-style pants, same color jacket. He had bandages on his wrists and several seals for weapons on hands. Good morning, Fukasaku-sensei. What will be today's lesson? I thought that time for you to come to your real home came. Naruto had puzzled expression on his face. He thought that Mebakuzen was his home for his entire life, even if he knew that his parents were Leaf Shinobi. So the following week Gamabunta will teach you everything about Konohagakure no Sato. Hi, Fukasaku-sensei. I'll find him right now. Good. Naruto made step towards Toad Clan leader's place, but Fukasaku spoke again. Naruto, once Bunta finishes, come here. I'll accompany you to your birthplace. 8 more days later. Are you ready, Naruto-chan? Fukasaku asked, checking boy's storage seals with his belongings. As usual, Fukasaku-sensei, replied blonde boy. Let's go. As usual, Naruto was full of energy. Then get ready, we are leaving now. Fukasaku made a few hand seals and Naruto instantly felt like something of incredible power pulled him out of his place. Next second this weird feeling left him and he found himself in a cloud of white smoke. Not knowing exactly where he was, he slipped into his taijutsu battle stance. Konoha's young sage. Chapter 1. Konoha and Chunin Exams. It was early morning in Konohagakure no Sato, peaceful as it was for more than a decade. Yet one man was currently in the fight with every ninja's worst enemy. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen, 3rd Hokage, was doing paperwork. And it looked like aged Hokage was losing in the battle with those damn papers, as piles of them seemed only to grow thicker with every second passed. Suddenly, he felt chakra spike near Village Hall building, the same building he was in right now. I thought that they would arrive later, but on a good side of things, I'll have extra break from this damn paperwork. White smoke from whatever dimensional jutsu Fukasaku used cleared, and Naruto found himself in the center of Big Shinobi Village, standing right in front of Hokage office building. Naruto-chan, are you going to stand there all day? Being brought back to reality, boy ran to catch up with his Toad sensei, and the duo entered the building. It seemed that Hokage was already waiting for them, as they reached Sarutobi's office without any need to wait. After knocking on the door, Fukasaku entered with Naruto, following closely behind him. Good morning, Sachirobi Dano. Good morning, Fukasaku-sama, replied Hokage. I take it that the boy with you is Naruto. Both Toad and boy in question nodded. Yes, he is Naruto Uzumaki. The Toad elder said to Hokage. Good morning to you, Naruto-kun. Hiruzen greeted. After Naruto greeted Hokage, Sarutobi for a minute or so was looking through papers on his desk before he found what he was looking for. These are forms for registration as Konoha citizen. Please, fill them in. Hokage pointed to the table in the corner of his office. Naruto nodded and went there to complete his current task. When boy started filling in those damn papers, Hokage asked the Toad elder, what you can tell me about Naruto, Fukasaku-sama? Please, move you Yanbiyu ninja out for the time we're speaking, and place silencing jutsu. Hokage nodded and did as Fukasaku said. Well, as I wrote in the letter a week ago, this boy is Namikaze Minato's legacy, his son, and jailer of Kyubi no Yoko. Of course, this information for the safety of Naruto should not leave this walls. True, Sarutobi agreed. What about his skills? He was trained by myself and several other toads since he was 4. He was taught basic skills like tree climbing and water walking, our taijutsu style, some toad ninjutsu that human can do. He knows summoning jutsu and signed our contract. Also, Jiraiya-kun spent 2 years with this boy, teaching him the art of sealing. Naruto, given his circumstances, has great amount of chakra. He can summon Gamma Bunta twice already. And for the same reason his chakra control is, let's say, awful. Hokage nodded in understanding. He is barely able to do normal henge and kawarimi, so he was taught a modified versions of these jutsu. Also about bushins. He was never able to do one. Instead, he uses IWA bushins. You tested his elemental affinities? Sarutobi asked. Fukasaku nodded. Yes, he has wind as primary element and earth as secondary. And if he uses that power, he will also have fire and, maybe, lava. Interesting. Has he ever used Kyuubi's power before? Kyuubi's Yoki gives him great regeneration and healing abilities, but I've never felt Demon's powers being used for anything else. This boy has incredible stamina, and I think that this also has something to do with Kyuubi. Sarutobi nodded again, as he agreed with the Toad Elder. 1 year ago we started his sage training. Already, Hokage asked a bit more louder that he should have had. Something wrong? Naruto asked from the corner where he was filling in his forms. No, everything is all right. Sarutobi turned back to Fukasaku. You trained him to be a sage? He is only 11 now. I don't see a problem there. This boy was raised in a close contact with nature. Even so, his sage training isn't complete yet. He was taught how to use only sage taijutsu now. No senpu ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Those will be taught when he is at least 14. Okay, Hokage sighed. What you'll say about his current level? He is strong enough to defeat a strong Jounin in a match of brute force, and he often does unpredictable moves, but he's very straightforward and lacks actual battle experience. Spars are only spars after all, so I'll say that he is on average to high Chunin level now. And does he know about his heritage? Yes, and about his burden too. There was pause. I finished, Hokage-sama. Naruto came back with his forms filled. Good, Naruto-kun. Here you go. Sarutobi gave the boy a pair of keys, some money, and several more papers. For now, you'll live in an apartment complex not far from the academy. You'll be given scholarship till you graduate. It is not very big, but it should be enough. Papers are for the landlord of apartment complex and for the ninja academy. Naruto nodded. Sarutobi paused for a second. Almost forgot. Fukasaku-sama mentioned that you know Toad Taijutsu, but that style isn't very well suited for academy-level spars. Hokage took a scroll from his desk. This is a basic taijutsu style taught at the academy. I don't insist, but it would be better if you learn this one too. Hi, Hokage-sama. Do you need any supplies for academy? Naruto shook his head while touching scroll in his pants pocket. Then, I think, you can join academy today. Third lesson will start in an hour. Hi. May I leave? Hokage nodded. Before you go, one more thing, Naruto-kun. Fukasaku spoke. I know that this will be hard for you, but try not show your real skills. And nothing about your father and Kyuubi. Hi, Fukasaku-sensei. Good. If you'll need Toad's help, summon us. The Toad Elder paused for a second. It'll also be better for you if nobody other than Hokage knows about your summoning contract. Naruto nodded. Then you may go, Naruto-kun. The boy nodded again. Goodbye, Fukasaku-sensei, Hokage-sama. Naruto calmly walked out of Hokage's office and closed the door. 20 seconds later, Sarutobi could hear Naruto running at the breakneck speed. What a boy! On the top of the stone head, third Hokage black-clad shinobi with Leaf Hyde watched everything that happened in the Hokage's office through his spyglass. Well, it looks like this boy is Jinchuriki of Nine-Tailed Demon. Danzo-sama will like this. This boy should become his subordinate. With this, the man disappeared via Shunsen in a swirl of wind and leaves. As Naruto exited Hokage's office and closed the door, he put everything the old man gave him into an empty storage scroll and then ran out of the building. The streets of Konoha were now pretty crowded, so running towards the academy was hard, but remembering his sensei's words, Naruto never jumped to the roofs. 15 minutes later, he arrived to the academy, having just enough time to copy timetable and to fill whatever papers he will need to fill to join. When he finished with signing the papers, break had already started long ago, so he had about 2 more minutes. And still he had to find the classroom of class he was joining. The bell rang about half a minute before he finally found the classroom he needed. He knocked on the door. Several seconds later, a young man in standard Chunin attire came out into the corridor. Man had distinctive horizontal scar on his face. "Yumino Irika, how can I help you?" asked the man. "Good morning, Irika-san. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I was said that I'll be joining your class." Naruto gave the papers from the academy principal to the teacher. Irika looked through them. "So you are that new student Hokage-sama told me about?" Naruto nodded. "Hi, I think." When Irika returned to the classroom, his class was already chatting in a full voice, as if the lesson already finished. Silence. No reaction. Silence. Still no reaction. I said silence. Irika's giant head shouted. This time class was silent in a second. "Okay, class, you remember, I said that we will have new student this week." "Hi, sensei." Class answered in unison. Irika continued. "As your new classmate arrived earlier than Hokage-sama expected, he will join this class today. We are graduation class. Again, why will he join us? Shouldn't he be with kids who just started academy?" asked boy with red triangular marks on his cheeks and little puppy on his head. Said puppy barked as he agreed with the boy. Kiba, Hokage himself, checked his level. The new student is more than capable to study in this class. Irika turned to the door. "You may enter." The door opened, and boy with blonde hair, standing in every possible direction, entered. The boy had bright blue with little tint of green eyes and 3 strange whiskers on each cheek. He was dressed in pretty simple khaki pants and jacket. The boy had 2 scrolls in the pockets of his pants and another one, which looked like it had been used for ages, in his hand along with desk set. "Good morning," the boy said politely. "So, why don't you introduce yourself?" asked Irika. The boy nodded. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My parents were shinobi of Konoha, but both died during Kyuubi's attack, so I was raised and trained by my father's friends outside of the village and came back here just several hours ago. I like fruits, stewed vegetables, and some dish I think you've never heard of. I don't really like meat, but I'm okay with it. I like my sensei, my friends, nature, and its serenity. And I love you, my Natayan. I want to become shinobi so that people could live in peace, and, finally, I hope to make friends with you all." Silence. "Thank you, Naruto." The boy nodded again and went to the back row of the classroom, where he sat on the free stool. Then Naruto opened scroll he had in his hands. It had many small angular signs with occasional drawings in it. Naruto unrolled to where free space started and readied himself. Timetable says that it is history lesson now. It'll be interesting to see another point of view, but only if teacher is as cool as Pa-sensei. But eventually Naruto found Irika-sensei to be boring lecture and decided that he could see what that academic taijutsu was. Hokage said that it would be better if he learned it. Naruto opened the scroll Hokage gave him. This style looks weak by itself. But then again, this is a basic taijutsu style that be adapted for almost anyone. It was everything that Naruto could say. While style was more offensive than toads or sages, it lacked powerful moves or combos and was pretty easy to be overpowered while in defense. Still, I need to learn it, sighed the boy. The rest of the lesson Naruto spent trying to memorize moves of the academic taijutsu style. When bell for lunch break rang, Naruto tried to walk out of the classroom, but was stopped by dark-haired boy in blue t-shirt with Uchiha symbol and white shorts, surrounded by crowd of girls. "Fight me," said boy. Immediately whispers of Sasuke-sama is so cool started. "Why?" Naruto responded. "How dare you speak to Sasuke-sama like that?" screamed 2 biggest fangirls of Uchiha, blonde and pink-haired banshees. "I said fight me, idiot," roared Uchiha boy, now identified as Sasuke. "I'm not interested," stated Naruto and tried to walk away, but before he could make the 4th step, he felt Sasuke's fist approaching his head. Naruto leaned forward and Sasuke's fist missed its target. At the same time, Naruto hit Sasuke's ankle and sidestepped. As a result, Uchiha fell on his hands, while Naruto walked away, trying to ignore enraged fangirls of Sasuke. This new boy, Naruto, is interesting, thought one of the few girls that wasn't completely after Sasuke. The final lesson for that day was physical education, which started with 10 laps around Academy Stadium. After years of training at Mebakuzan, this was easy for Naruto, who completed task with the second best time in history of Academy, right after someone named Rock Lee who graduated the previous year. Other exercises were also easy for Naruto. Second half of the lesson was assigned for spars. Naruto was put against the lazy boy from Nara clan by second teacher, white-haired Chunin Mizuki, which infuriated Sasuke, who wanted revenge on Naruto for his come down. As this was first day Naruto had ever seen academic taijutsu style, he almost lost his spar using it. Actually, he won only because of his stamina and constant dodging. After Naruto's spar was over, Iruka approached him. It looked like he was fighting for the first time. "Naruto, you said that you were trained?" asked scarred Chunin. "You see, Iruka-sensei, I was taught two different taijutsu styles, but Hokage-sama said that they both weren't suited for academy-level spars and gave me scroll with basic style taught here. I received it only this morning, so..." Naruto tried to explain situation. "Oh, I see." After the school day was finished, Naruto ran towards the apartment complex, where Hokage said he will live. It was pretty old, 5-story building with pale yellow walls. His flat was on the 5th floor. It was small, but looked comfy. There was bedroom, kitchen combined with living room, toilet and bathroom. Naruto unsealed his belongings from the scroll and laid them out. When he finished this, Naruto went to the landlord and paid for the first month. Then, with the money he had left, Naruto went to buy food to the nearest shop. When this task was finished, he went to train. Naruto found an empty training ground and went there. He removed his khaki jacket under which there was black t-shirt with orange flame, like looking spiral on the back. Naruto laid his jacket on the grass and concentrated. After 5 seconds, dark red outlining appeared around his eyes. When he opened them, instead of blue, they were amber with horizontal, almost rectangular pupil. Naruto immediately felt 3 people watching him from different spots on this training ground. Shit, they mustn't know about my Sage mode yet. Closing his eyes again, boy let natural energy off his body. Outlining around his eyes disappeared, and his eyes under closed eyelids turned back to normal. I need to improve my Sage Taijutsu, but, obviously, I can't do that now. Ninjutsu are also out of question. All of them I know are not for academy students. Oh, I still need to learn academic taijutsu style. Sasuke watched Naruto learning academic taijutsu from his hiding spot. That boy could defeat him in taijutsu this morning, but during spar at the academy, he looked like he didn't knew any moves, and now he was learning academic taijutsu style. That was interesting. From another spot, white-eyed girl from Hyuga clan was watching Naruto with her Byakugan active. At the beginning, Naruto gathered great amount of energy from outside world, which intrigued Hinata greatly, but then he suddenly released it as if he sensed her and didn't want her to know what that could do. "You are very interesting, Naruto." Lastly, one of Danzu's subordinates was spying on Naruto's training. This boy could sense me or those 2 children from 300 meters with those weird eyes. Impressive. This boy will definitely be good warrior under Danzu-sama's tutelage. With this man shunshined away. The second day held nothing interesting for Naruto. There were only 4 lectures, so the blonde boy continued reading the scroll about academic taijutsu. When torturing lectures finished, Naruto went to his home, grabbed lunch, and ran to distant training ground. He returned to his apartment only after sunset, and after quick shower and dinner, he went to sleep. The next day started interesting. People in the streets looked at him with suspicions, sometimes nodding or shaking their heads. Naruto sent some chakra to his ears for enchanted hearing. Well, he didn't like the results he got. "I heard that this boy is demon." That guy from the bar said that he is QB reincarnated. He looks suspicious with those whisker marks, like he is a fox disguised. Well, Naruto decided that he will tell Hokage-sama about it after the school is finished. The first lesson was range practice with Iruka-sensei, who seemed to be oblivious to the rumors. Naruto had 4th score with shurikens and 6th with kunais in the class. Not brilliant, but he really didn't need more. The second lesson was ninjutsu with that white-haired Chunin Mizuki, and it was review test on Bushin Jutsu. Sasuke Uchiha. Mizuki called. Sasuke, cheered by his fangirls, created 5 clones without any problems. Earning more of Sasuke-sama is so cool. Squeaks. Okay. Chunin waited a bit. And Finally, Uzumaki Naruto. Ano, sensei, I can't use this jutsu. Can I use another type of Bushin? Naruto asked. I heard that this boy is QB reincarnated. Definitely, such monster as him must die. But he can be useful for me until that. Mizuki thought. No, you failed. Whole class. Well, except for sleeping Shikamaru and stoic Aburame Shino, laughed. Idiot, yelled pink-haired Banshee. Sasuke-sama is the best, you loser. The next 2 lessons again were lectures with Irika-sensei. But they were about first aid, something that Naruto didn't know very well, because, when Jiraiya was away, he was the only human at Mebakuzen, and Toads hadn't have much information about humans' medicine. After the lessons for today finished, Naruto immediately ran towards the Hokage Tower. It seemed that in past few hours citizens' attitude towards him became worse, as he was forced to dodge stones, bottles, or cans thrown at him several times. And almost everyone was speaking about him being QB reborn. Deciding not to risk encounter with Chunins at the reception downstairs, Naruto just ran past them, then upstairs, until he was in front of the doors of Old Man's office. Boy knocked on the door and waited for any response. After 10 or so seconds it came. Come in. Naruto entered the Hokage's office and bowed slightly. Good afternoon, Hokage-sama. I take it that you have something important to tell me, Naruto-kun. After watching the boy for several seconds, aged Hokage stated. There is rumor spread in the village about me being QB no Yoko. I was already attacked by some villagers. Naruto reported. Well, 3 of civilian councilmen already came to me this morning demand for the execution for you. Public one, no less. Blonde boy felt like he was going to die right there. Let's say that they got less than nothing. Hokage continued. Don't be afraid. I can handle them, and I know that those rumors were anything but truth. But many villagers are stupid enough to honestly believe in this lie. Naruto sighed. What shall I do then? That will definitely be very hard, but you should ignore them, or they may just gain proof. Naruto nodded. But I'll have 2 EMBU units watching over you, just in case. Hi, Hokage-sama. And one more thing. What is it, Naruto? One of my instructors at Academy, Mizuki, acts suspiciously, like he is planning something bad. I don't know. Naruto tried to explain situation with Mizuki, but felt like he failed. He was completely loyal to Konoha before, and I have doubts that he may be planning something against village. But if he continues acting strangely, you are free to report to me, Naruto-kun. The boy once again nodded. Hi. Next 34 weeks, almost eventless. Well, Naruto needed to evade villagers' attacks for finishing Yandame's work on a daily basis, and assigned EMBU weren't too much help there. At the academy, Naruto was somewhere near the bottom. He was pretty good at target practice, but with his still awful academic-style taijutsu, non-existent jinjutsu casting abilities, that was of no help. And while he had his stone clones and modified henge and kawarimi, Mizuki never let him pass any test. At the theoretical part of studies things weren't much better, but mainly because Naruto never pushed himself there too hard. Irika-sensei was cold with him for the first month, but then it changed for the better, even if the scarred Chunin was often infuriated by Naruto, who wasn't listening to him. During these weeks, Hokage had a lot of to do to protect Naruto from either civilian, and even some shinobi councilmen who tried to execute Boy just for the fact that he was alive, or from Danzo, who tried to take Boy under his wing and create a powerful war machine for himself only. It was hard, but Sarutobi every time said to those fools that Naruto will live, and he will live like a normal ninja. So, both Irika-sensei and Hokage became something like family figures for the blonde. Although on public, he still used respectful suffixes with their names, in private. Yeah, they were Irika and Isan and Hokage-jiji. Also, there were 2 people from Ichiraku Ramen whom Naruto too considered as his family. Tuchi and his daughter Ayam were almost the only people who were always nice with him and never overcharged him. Yeah, they also were a part of his surrogate family. Irika made himself a cup of tea when he heard somebody knocking on his door. Sighing, Chunin went there, leaving his cup standing on the table. When Irika left kitchen, Single Shadow slipped through vent light into his apartment, poured some medical powder into the cup, and went away through same vent light. He entered before scarred Chunin returned back to kitchen. Okay, Everyone, Irika-san is unwell today, so me and Becca-san will be your examiners. Mizuki said. First part of your exam is written test. Get ready. Naruto was the last one who got his test papers, and he found out that his questions were ridiculously hard. Some required Chunin or even Jounin level of knowledge. Others were just impossible to know for ordinary shinobi or academy student. But then Naruto noticed that there was small breeze over his paper. Looks like they are trying to fail me with Jinjutsu. Even if he wasn't able to cast any illusions or was awful with detection without his Natayan's help, Naruto could dispel them quite efficiently. Kai. Naruto sent a pulse of chakra, and true to his theory about Jinjutsu, his paper changed and questions there become normal. Not that he knew everything, or even needed to know everything asked in this test, but Naruto did pretty much decently. The next part of your exam will be physical training. Everybody out, Mizuki announced. Naruto and other potential genins went outside to the academy stadium. The first thing they needed to do was to run 20 laps. This was an easy task for Naruto. Every day he ran 2 or 3 laps around the whole village. After that there were tests for dodging and balancing abilities, also quite easy for Naruto, even if both Chunins obviously tried to fail him. And then there was target practice. Of course, Sasuke was the best there. The only thing where Uchiha Boy was second to keeping low-profile Naruto was stamina. Well, he was best there until Naruto's turn. Okay, shurikens first. Naruto was given 8 metal stars for 8 targets, 4 at 30 meters and 4 at 50. Naruto threw his first shuriken at distant target. 2 points. Mizuki announced, even if it was clear that Naruto hit bullseye. Now, Mizuki, let's see, what will you say now? Naruto sent some wind chakra into his second shuriken and threw it beside any targets. At first, half a second later projectile began to change its direction. Shuriken hit the first target, made fist-sized hole in its bullseye, and flew further. The second target also gained hole in it, giving Naruto 9 more points, before Shuriken finally stopped. In the wall behind targets. Now even Mizuki could deny Naruto's points from this test. With the kunai-throwing blonde boy also used same strategy with wind chakra. After the lunch, there was taijutsu part of exam. All that was needed to hold your ground against either of Chunins for 1 minute. There Naruto decided to go with defensive moves of Toad style. While Beku was stronger and more experienced, Naruto's defense was a tough thing for him even with first gates opened. Mizuki had stopwatch and tried to fail Naruto by giving other Chunin more time. But after 3 minutes, it was obvious that 1 minute time limit passed, and the white-haired Chunin was forced to pass Naruto there. Next were Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu parts of exam. It was simple. First you needed to detect and dispel Jinjutsu. Then you needed to demonstrate 3 basic ninjutsu: Hinge, Kawarimi, and Clone. Those who passed this part of exam were given their Hideatesh and declared passed. After 2 or so hours, it was finally Naruto's turn. So, Naruto, Jinjutsu first. Try to find and dispel it. Mizuki said, let's see how you deal with this one, demon. Naruto turned around and tried to see any sign of illusion in the room. He found none with his eyes. You have 30 seconds left. Shit. Naruto closed his eyes and reached for his Sage mode, not activating it. Now he could feel chakra cover placed over whole room, but mostly over the clock. Got it. The boy opened eyes. Kai. But instead of illusion disappearing from the clock, the whole room disappeared, and Naruto found himself in the middle of the hell, standing right in front of giant red-furred fox with 9 tails. The fox opened its mouth and tried to swallow the blonde boy in front of it. So that was 2-layer Jinjutsu. Kai. Naruto created chakra pulse strong enough not only to destroy illusion, but also to knock both Chunins off their feet. Okay, Mizuki said reluctantly. Now show us Hinge. Change into me. Naruto did no hand seals. He just transformed into the white-haired Chunin. But his transformation wasn't Hinge Mizuki knew. Instead of clouds of white smoke, it looked like fast-moving blue ring of chakra, reshaping boy. What was that? It wasn't Hinge. The white-haired Chunin almost yelled. Why? This is Hinge, just modified version, which requires more chakra to create. Naruto answered. Never heard of anything like this. Where did you learn that? Beku asked. My sensei created it for me. And who was your sensei? Mizuki asked. Naruto remained quiet. Okay, Kawarimi next. Change with that chair. The Chunin pointed to the chair across the room. Naruto again did no hand seals, but performed jutsu flawlessly. If you don't count that, it again looked not completely like normal Kawarimi. And now back. Naruto again performed jutsu without any problems. And, finally, create as many clones as you can. Naruto began his hand seals for stone clone jutsu, but Mizuki stopped him. I need only simple clones. Nothing else. Sorry, but I can't do that jutsu. Naruto said. What a pity. If you could, you would pass. But as you can't, you fail. Naruto lowered his head and walked out of room. What do you think about Naruto? The Hokage asked 9 jounins in his office that were watching the exam through the crystal ball. He failed like duh. One of the jounins started, but caught Sarutobi's look that promised him a lot of pain if he finished that sentence. Naruto is much stronger than he lets on. Not looking away from his precious orange book, said silver-haired jounin known as Hitaki Kakashi. This boy has a lot of potential. I think that you should pass him, Hokage-sama. But why? Another jounin asked. He couldn't even do clone. It's E-rank jutsu. How someone that weak could become shinobi of Konoha. Naruto has incredible amount of chakra. That is the reason he can't do simple jutsus. But if you saw, he was about to do B-ranked Earth-style cloning jutsu when he was stopped. The Hokage said, physical clones made of stone are much better than simple illusions. Naruto was sitting on the branch of tree near the academy building. He knew that Mizuki would do anything to fail him. True, this wasn't the reason for his current bad mood. Those fangirls of Uchiha, that was the reason. Now Naruto needed to do something to become genin. Hey Naruto. Boy looked down and saw Mizuki. I know that you are angry with me for failing you. But in rules it is said that you must perform clone jutsu and nothing else. Naruto thought that this could be his chance. But there is still one thing you can do to pass this exam. Yes. What is it? What I must do? Blonde boy asked. It is simple. You need to steal the forbidden scroll from the Hokage Tower. This is the test for your steal's abilities and on-spot thinking. Are you in? The white-haired Chunin said. So you've decided to make your move, Mizuki? Naruto thought yes. Good. Then meet me in 4 hours in the forest near 5th Training Ground. Hi. Naruto leaped off the tree and ran towards the Hokage Tower. Now all I have to do is to wait for the scroll and then kill you, demon. Mizuki disappeared via Shunshin. Naruto entered the Hokage Tower and went straight to Sarutobi's office. He heard voices from that side of the door, but his business was very important and needed to be done right now. Naruto knocked. Second later, bearded jounin opened the door. What do you need, kid? Asked man. I need to speak with Hokage-sama, Naruto said, and then added, now. Hey, Pa, this is Naruto boy, and he wishes to speak with you right now. The jounin shouted. Asuma, how many times have I said you not to call me Pa during jounin meetings? Asuma visibly shrank under Hokage's and father's furious glare. What is it, Naruto? Old man asked, now standing right in front of the blonde boy. Can we speak in private? Sarutobi nodded. They went into the corridor and entered a supply room. Hokage performed hand seals for the silencing jutsu. This is about Mizuki. He made his move. Naruto said. Oh, and what was it? The Hokage asked. After he failed me in the exam, he said that I still can pass if I take the forbidden scroll from this tower and give it to him. I suppose that he will flee from this village with the scroll. But he wants me to steal it, so I will be guilty one there. Naruto tried to explain. I see. When you came here, Fukasaka-sama said that you can defeat average Chunin. Hope you still can do that. The boy nodded. Good. So, here is the plan. You'll take that scroll. I'll make false search party, so there will be no suspicions. When you meet with Mizuki, you'll have to protect the scroll and defeat him. There will be a platoon of A and BU just in case you need help. Naruto nodded again. This will be B-rank mission, and if you complete it, you'll get your Heidi 8 and note in your personal record. Hi. So, Naruto, the scroll you are looking for is in the... Old man explained how to get forbidden scroll without being caught. And remember, I give you 15 minutes to take it and flee from the tower. Naruto nodded. The Hokage paused for a second to release the silencing jutsu. Mission start. Irika was making himself a cup of coffee. He just woke up. Suddenly, he heard somebody knocking on his door. Sighing, scarred Chunin went to the door and faced Mizuki, who was obviously in a great hurry. Something happened, Mizuki? Irika asked. Naruto stole the forbidden scroll and is trying to flee the village. We must catch him as fast as we can. The white-haired Chunin almost yelled. Shit. Irika ran into his room, took his gear, and joined search party, forgetting about his coffee. News he just received were enough to wake him up completely. 3 hours later, he entered forest near one of the training grounds. And to his surprise, he found Naruto in the first clearing. Blonde boy looked like he was training for at least several hours straight. That was strange. Found you. Irika-sensei, are you all right? We were said that you were unwell today. Naruto said. What the hell are you doing? You stole the forbidden scroll, Naruto. They can execute you for this. The scarred Chunin yelled. Shit. Nobody thought that there would be anybody beside me, Mizuki and Anbu. What must I do? Tell him about my mission from Hokage? Or just say that I did it to pass Mizuki's test? Naruto thought. The second one, I think. Mizuki mustn't know that I know what he is planning. Oi, sensei, I failed my exam today, but Mizuki-sensei said that I still can pass if I give him this scroll. What? Then it hit Irika. Mizuki wanted this scroll for himself and just made Naruto do all the dirty work. But before he could think about any way around, Mizuki appeared in the clearing. You found him before me. What a pity. Oh, Irika, don't be so sad. You'll be buried as a hero who tried to prevent the demon from fleeing the village with the valuable scroll. Mizuki laughed. Naruto, you brat. You know why everybody hates you. You are demon. You are the Kyuubi. Now die, demon brat. The white-haired Chunin took Fuma Shuriken from his back and launched it at Naruto, but jumped in front of the blonde boy and blocked the projectile with his kunai. What are you doing? Why are you protecting him? He killed your family. The white-haired Chunin yelled. No, Naruto is not the Kyuubi. I also heard those rumors, but I didn't take that on trust, so I watched him. Naruto may be loud and not the best student. Hell, he may be infuriating sometimes, but he is nothing like demon. He has no hatred. He is just orphan child with a great burden to carry. Irika replied. And as a teacher, I must protect my students with everything I have. So much the worse for you. Mizuki threw the second big shuriken, and Irika couldn't block it. He waited for pain to come, but the only thing he felt was how he hit the ground with his right side. Scarred Chunin looked up and saw Naruto where he himself was a moment ago, with Fuma Shuriken in the middle of his chest. There were dark red outlining around boy's eyes. Thank you, Irika-sensei. Naruto opened his eyes, yellow with the rectangular horizontal pupil, like the toads have. He took Shuriken out of his body and dropped it on the ground. Mizuki team, you tried to kill my precious person. You'll pay for that. Like idiot like you can do anything to me, demon scum. Mizuki reached for his pouch, took out a kunai, and prepared for the attack. Naruto didn't charge into the combat right away. Instead, he hit the ground, creating a small earthquake that sent the white-haired Chunin flying. In the air, Mizuki couldn't dodge Naruto's punch, and his attempt to block it failed as both his arm broke from the tremendous force behind that punch. Mizuki flew through 4 thick trees before stopping in the rock. Naruto appeared in front of the traitorous Chunin with Forbidden Scroll in his hands. 1. Never underestimate your opponent. And 2. Never betray Konoha. Take him. 7 AMBU units dropped in front of the blonde from the trees, grabbed Mizuki, and disappeared with him via Shunshin. Second later, the Hokage himself appeared in a whirl of wind and leaves. Good work, Naruto. Mission success. The old man said. You're wounded. Shouldn't you visit hospital? Naruto shook his head. Nah, I'll be as good as new the next morning. And, you know, I hate hospitals. The Hokage nodded, and then he looked at Irika. All that you saw about Naruto's abilities is an S-rank secret for now. The scarred Chunin audibly gulped and nodded. Good, here you go, Naruto. Sarutobi took new leaf Hydiate from his robe's pocket and gave it to Naruto. Thank you, old man. The blonde boy said while tying Hydiate around his head. Naruto, show some respect to the Hokage. Irika almost yelled at the blonde boy. Oh, it's okay, Irika-san. Old man replied. Now, Naruto, come with me. Naruto took Hokage's hand, and they both disappeared in a swirl of wind and leaves. Second later, they appeared in the Hokage's office. "Oh, Hokage Gigi, hope you won't be very angry that I learned a move from this scroll. Shadow clone to be exact. I just had nothing to do while I was waiting for Mizuki to appear," Naruto said quietly. "You learned A-rank ninjutsu in 3 hours?" Hokage shouted. Naruto immediately stepped back. Sarutobi saw that and calmed down. "Sorry, Naruto, just a bit shocked. I think that this may be an extra reward for your mission, and I have another mission for you." "What is it?" the blonde asked. "It will be long-term mission. You'll be put as a third team member on Sasuke Uchiha's team. Your objectives will be restraining said boy's ego. If it will continues to grow, I'm afraid he will explode." Both men chuckled. "And second, you'll watch over him. I'm afraid he may betray village for the power. Sasuke has unhealthy obsession with his revenge, and his mental health is questionable. But council closes their eyes on that as he is the last oh-so-precious Uchiha in the village." "Even if I don't like him, I agree," Naruto said. "Konoha doesn't need one more traitor, especially Uchiha." "Good." Hokage lighted his pipe. "It was a long day for you, and tomorrow you have your team placement. Get some rest." "Hi," Naruto replied while exiting Old Man's office. Chapter 2, Team 7. First thing Naruto did in the morning, after 2 laps around the village, shower and breakfast, he went to Market District and, with many difficulties, like people who didn't want to sell him anything, bought new clothes. He decided that he was to change his style a bit since he was Genin of Konohagakure now. After that, he went to Hokage Tower to make photo for his ninja registration. As it was still a bit early in the morning, there was no one except photographer. With his photo made, Naruto went to Hokage to give it to him. Again, there were no visitors, so he had no need to wait. Naruto gave his registration form, now completed with photo, when someone else ran into the office. "Get ready, old man. I'll defeat you today." Naruto saw 8-9-year-old dark-haired boy. Most conspicuous detail about this boy was very long green scarf he wore around his neck. Boy tried to attack Hokage, but tripped over his own scarf and fell on the floor face first. Naruto snatched him by his collar and lifted him into the air. "You? Put me down. You know who I am," boy shouted. "I don't care who you are. You tried to attack Hokage," Naruto stated. "I'm Hokage's grandson. Put me down." Naruto looked at Sarutobi. Aged man nodded. "Yeah, Naruto, meet my grandson, Konohamaru." Blonde shinobi nodded and put Konohamaru boy down. "So, Naruto, your mission starts in a few hours. Are you ready?" "Mission?" Konohamaru asked. Boy looked at his grandfather's table and saw Naruto's papers. "He is just giving you ninja registration form." "True, but he already completed B-rank mission. Naruto is much stronger than everybody thinks," Hokage said. "Here you are, honorable grandson. You again tried to attack Hokage-sama." Panting Jounin in dark glasses entered office. Man shot glare of hatred towards Naruto, who decided that this was his time to disappear. Naruto was walking towards Academy, and somebody was following him using awful camouflage, parallelepipedal stone made from old cardboard. Deciding that he had enough, Naruto stopped, and in a single movement of his foot sent stone flying, leaving camouflageless Konohamaru on the ground. "What do you want from me?" he asked younger boy. "Grandpa said you are strong. Teach me something cool," Konohamaru asked. "Well, why do you want to defeat old man and take his place?" Naruto asked in response. "Everybody sees me as honorable grandson, but I want them to see me for who I am, not who I'm related to," younger boy almost shouted. That is a good reason. But are you ready to be Hokage?" Konohamaru looked at Naruto, not understanding what older boy meant. "I mean, Hokage must be strong, cause he needs this strength to protect everyone in the village. He is responsible for everyone, and if he makes mistake, people may be hurt or killed, and Hokage would be the reason. If you aren't ready to be responsible for everyone there, you shouldn't be Hokage." Konohamaru thought about tea and became a bit sad. "But as I said, your reason for power is good enough, so I'll teach you something." Younger boy's face lit up. They turned from the street and entered park and found secluded clearing. "Here we are. I'll teach you modified hinge." It doesn't create smoke clouds and is a bit more stable than usual, but requires more chakra. This will be D-rank jutsu, not E, like normal. In this version you can make minor changes without doing jutsu over. Naruto did hand signs slowly enough, and blue ring rose from his feet, changing him into perfect replica of Hokage. When you do this jutsu, you need to have clear picture of whom or what you want to transform into, just like it is normal henge. Konohamaru nodded and did hand signs Naruto showed him. First attempt, of course, could be counted as a failure. Hokage's grandson looked like something, only distantly resembling human. Hour and 15 minutes later, Konohamaru was finally able to do modified henge normally. Naruto looked at Son and suddenly remembered something. Sorry, but need to hurry. I have team placement in 10 minutes. Naruto ran from the park. When he entered village streets, he immediately jumped to the roof and ran there to reach academy faster. Naruto entered academy when he had only 2 minutes left. He entered classroom and took his usual place when he was greeted by Sakura. Why you came here, idiot? Only those who passed exams can be here. Pink-haired Banshee yelled. Naruto checked if he was deaf now. When he was sure he wasn't, he answered. If you stop bitching and take better look at me, you'll find the reason, Naruto said, pointing to Hyde on his head. Where did you, loser, steal that? Blonde boy put his hands on his EAS, so Sakura's screams weren't hurting them. You should go to its owner now and give it back. Silence, Irika yelled, saving Naruto from further torture. Thank you. We are here today for you team placement. But what is Naruto doing here? He stole somebody's Hyde. There's no stopping for Sakura. Sakura, Hokage personally passed Naruto, so if you question his decision, ask him. If there are no more questions, let's start. Irika-sensei read list of teams along with their future sensei. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha. Silent HN was heard from Sasuke. Haruno Sakura. Pink-haired girl yelled yes. Take that, Ino pig. Naruto had to use all his will not to yell no. Sakura, be quiet. Last member of Team 7 will be Uzumaki Naruto. This time Sakura yelled no. Your sensei will be Hitaki Kakashi. Team 8. Naruto wasn't listening to Irika-sensei anymore. He took his scroll with jutsu and began reading. 2.5 hours later, only Team 7 was there in the classroom. All other teams already met their senseis. Sasuke was, as usual, brooding about his revenge. Naruto was reading his scroll and Sakura was dying from boredom. Then door opened and silver-haired Jounin in standard attire with mask on lower part of his face and headband over his left eye looked in. You are late, Sakura yelled. Jounin ignored here. First impression, one of you is loud, others are boring. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. Jounin disappeared in a poof of smoke before anybody could say him anything. 3 young Jinins walked to the roof, where they found same silver-haired Jounin sitting on the railing with orange book in his hands. When Jinin sat on the rungs, he closed his book and hid it in the pouch. Well, hello. Let's introduce ourselves. I mean your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and plans for the future. Why don't you tell us about yourself first? Sakura asked. Okay. Jounin smiled with his only visible eye. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. My likes and dislikes. He paused. Well, I have many hobbies and I really don't have plans for the future. All 3 Jinins thought along the line, hell, the only thing we learned is his name. You're next, Pinky. My name is Haruno Sakura. My likes are. She looked at Sasuke and squeaked. My dislikes are Ino pig, this idiot. She pointed at Naruto. And unpunctual people. My hobbies. Sakura looked at Sasuke and squeaked again. My plans for the future. Looked at Sasuke, squeaked, and blushed crimson. Uchiha boy shivered. Fangirl. Kakashi thought. Blonde, you are next. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My likes are nature and its serenity, my senseis, my friend and precious people. I like training and tasty food. And love you. Neitain, my dislikes are traitors, those who hate others without knowing them or a good reason to do so. My plans for the future. I don't really know yet, but I want peace for everyone. Or at least for as many people as possible. Kakashi nodded. And brooding boy. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I have few likes and many dislikes. I don't have hobbies. My plans for the future. No, ambition, is to kill certain man and revive my clan. Uchiha Boy ignored Sasuke-sama is so cool from Sakura. Avenger, his fangirl and pacifist. I have interesting team this year. Okay, for today you are free, but tomorrow at 6 o'clock at 3rd training ground you'll have your real Jinin test. What? We are Jinins already. Sakura yelled. No. Academy test is only to see if you're capable to be Jinin of Konohagakure. Your sensei, me, will decide if you'll become active duty Jinin. Remember, there is 66% of failure in this test. And a piece of advice for you. Don't have breakfast if you don't want to puke. But Kakashi disappeared in a whirl of wind and leaves. Naruto was the last one, save for Kakashi, of course, to arrive at training ground number 3. He was greeted by tummy rumblings from Sakura and Sasuke. It was 5:57 in the morning, and they waited for Kakashi. Sasuke was brooding. Sakura was thinking about the ways to go on a date with Sasuke. Naruto was reading his scroll. Yo, Kakashi, who had big backpack, greeted. You are late. Naruto and Sakura shouted. Well, it was almost 9 now. Sorry, Black Cat crossed my road, so I had to walk long way to avoid bad luck. Silver-haired Jounin smiled with his visible eye. Liar, Sakura yelled. Kakashi ignored her. Anyway, he took big alarm clock from his backpack and set them for 10:30. Then he took 2 bells and tied them to his belt. Your test will be to get one of these bells. Those who won't do that till time goes off will go back to academy. But there are only 2 bells. Sakura began. This means one of you will definitely go back to academy. Oh, almost forgot. He took 2 bentos from his backpack. After the test is finished, one of you, the worst from this team, will be tied to a tree, while other 2 will eat lunch in front of him. You can use any jutsu or tools, and remember, come at me with intent to kill or you won't get bell. You have 90 minutes. Start. Sasuke and Sakura disappeared from the clearing, but Naruto remained there. Aren't you going to hide? If we must attack you, then why run and hide from you? Answered Naruto. Then he reached for his pouch and took smoke bomb from it. Next second, there was big smoke hiding Naruto from Kakashi. Interesting move. Then 2 dozens of shurikens, glowing with chakra, flew from the smoke, most with Kakashi's belt as a target. If they connect with me, he can draw first blood there. Jounin leaned right, avoiding shurikens, when wind chakra from them created elongations for the blades. And one of these chakra blades cut wires with the bells. Got them. Naruto burst from his smoke screen, trying to catch falling bells. Shit, I underestimated him. Kakashi did first thing that came to his mind to save bells from advancing Jinin. He kawaramied with them. Naruto, who already thought he had his bell, tripped over Kakashi. Silver-haired Jounin caught bells and spun around, his hands doing false hand signs, finishing with Tiger Seal. Konoha's secret taijutsu art, Senengoroshi. Jounin's fingers connected with Naruto's ass. Next moment, blonde Jinin turned into stone dust, creating another smoke screen. Stone clone. Shit. Years on battlefield allowed Kakashi to react on time to block attack from the behind. Kakashi moved with the speed that clearly said that he wasn't Jounin for nothing, and his knee connected with Naruto's stomach. This Naruto poofed out of existence as a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone? Naruto is a way too strong for dead last Jinin. Futon Repushu. Wind jutsu in a form of hand hit ground in front of Kakashi, rising clouds of dust. On his reflexes, Kakashi blocked incoming attack and threw Naruto backwards. Jounin charged and delivered punch to Naruto's chest, sending him into the nearest tree. Before Naruto rose back to his feet, Kakashi knocked him unconscious. Then Kakashi tied him to the tree. Okay, one is temporary down. Let's find 2 other. Then silver-haired Jounin disappeared from the clearing via Shunshin. Loser, I can do better, thought Sasuke, who was watching this short fight from his hiding spot. Though that wind jutsu pretty strong. I need to learn it. Uchiha left his spot to find Kakashi and take a bell from him. If that idiot can fight like this, what my Sasuke-sama can do? Thought Sakura, who also saw Naruto fighting Kakashi. Naruto regained conscious from the loud scream that echoed through the forest on the training ground. As he was tied to the tree, he couldn't do anything himself. Without doing any hand signs, Naruto summoned Stone Clone that untied him. before returning back to the ground where it rose from. Now free, blonde Jinin ran towards the place from where scream came from. There he found unconscious Sakura lying in the middle of small clearing. It looked like she was knocked out with some type of genjutsu. Naruto lugged her to the trees and sent small impulse of his chakra to her to disrupt illusion. Sakura opened her eyes, saw Naruto, and screamed again. She hit Blonde with all her might, sending him into the tree on the opposite side of the clearing. "Why did you do that? Why did you kill Sasuke-sama?" she yelled, advancing to Naruto. "What are you talking about?" Naruto could not understand what was going on. "I never saw him since this test started." "Liar." Sakura continued advancing, preparing to turn Naruto into bloody pulp. "Don't lie to me. You killed him so that you'll have his bell." Deciding that the best Sakura was unconscious Sakura, Naruto moved faster than she thought he could and knocked her unconscious. 20 minutes after Naruto found Kakashi again. This time Jounin had his orange book in front of his face. Both bells were still with him. Seeing that Naruto found him, Kakashi put his book into the pouch and got ready for attack. Doton, Doryuden. Naruto, after doing Hadasinks, slammed his hands to the ground and large mud-made dragon head rose. It opened mouth and began shooting mud projectiles to Kakashi, who did everything to avoid being hit, at the same time advancing towards Naruto. This time Blonde was able to block Jounin's punch, but his jutsu was disrupted and he himself flew into the tree. "You know, you are too active. You need some rest." Kakashi threw something, and in the next second Naruto was tied to the tree with metal wire, and lightning that started in Kakashi's free hand made Naruto nervous. "If any of us can't get that damn bell on his own, then we must attack together or what?" Jounin nodded. "Right on, Haharu." Kakashi sent electric current through wire and knocked Naruto unconscious again. Naruto regained conscious only to her alarm clock ringing. Their time was over. He slowly walked towards the clearing they started this test from. He was the last one to enter clearing, so he wasn't killed by Sakura on spot, but still was throwing dark glares at him. Kakashi appeared in front of 3 Genins in a whirl of wind and leaves. "Seeing as none of you could get one of these bells," Jounin pointed to 2 bells on his belt. "You all fail this test." He saw 3 Genins hung their heads. "But I'm in a good mood today, so you'll have another chance, but rules will be tougher. Now you'll 30 minutes to get some rest. Naruto will be tied cause he was tied to the trees twice today." Kakashi smiled with his visible eye. After he tied Naruto to the tree, he gave bentos to Sasuke and Sakura. "You two can eat, but don't give anything to Naruto or don't free him or you won't another chance to get the bell." With this silver-haired Jounin disappeared via Shushin. Sasuke-sama could touch bells. Idiot could cut them from Kakashi's belt. So if they work together, they'll have bells for Sasuke-sama and me. An idiot will go the place where he must be, Academy. Sakura thought. But if Naruto is hungry, he will be useless. If I make those 2 to distract Kakashi, I'll get both bells for myself and will be free from the dead weight. But to do so, those 2 must be in their top form, so replete. Sasuke thought. "Oi, Naruto wants some?" Sakura asked, pointing with chopsticks to her bento. "No, Sakura, use mine." Sasuke moved his bento near Sakura's. "But can't eat on my own. I'm tied to the tree, remember?" Naruto said. "I will not feed you," Sakura yelled. "Then at least untie me," Naruto yelled back. Sakura thought for a second, remembering Jounin's words, but decided that she may be lucky and he won't see her acting. So she took kunai from her pouch and was ready to cut wire, when Kakashi appeared out of nowhere. He luged very angry. At the same time sun disappeared in heavy clouds. "You didn't listen to me and violated my rules. Your last words." "To get those bells one man isn't enough," Sasuke said. "Yes, we must work together," Sakura added. "Is that it?" All 3 Genins nodded. "Then I have only one thing to say, you pass." Clouds disappeared and Kakashi's face returned its usual neutral expression. What? Sakura asked. Objective of this test was to see if you can work together. You aren't split into team of 3 for nothing. Those who violate the rules are trash, that is true. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Remember this. Kakashi smiled. And meet me tomorrow there for you training, Team 7. Then he packed alarm clock to his backpack, freed Naruto, and disappeared from the clearing via Shunshin. Chapter 3. First Meeting in Nami no Kuni. Next day, there was first training of Team 7. It should have started at 8 in the morning, but it was already almost 10 and neither Naruto nor Kakashi had appeared yet, which annoyed Sakura greatly. Sasuke, as usually, was brooding and seemed not to care about anything in the world except for his revenge. Minutes were dragging on too slowly for pink-haired Kunoichi's likes. Finally, Naruto appeared, but he looked different than yesterday. His khaki jacket remained, but other clothes looked like standard Chunin or Jounin attire minus vest. Blonde boy had kunai holster on each leg and pouch on his hip. "You are late," Sakura yelled. "And what is that? Are you trying to look cooler than Sasuke-sama?" "But Kakashi-sensei is always late. He probably won't show himself in next 20 minutes, so don't flare up," Naruto began. "And what's with new looks, idiot Naruto? Don't even try to impress me," pink-haired girl continued yelling. "Just thought that if I'm officially Jinin now, I need new clothes. And why would I try to impress you?" Naruto replied. "What did you say, Deadlast?" They could hear Sasuke's, "When those two will shut up," but Sakura ignored it and tried to punch Naruto, but Blonde dodged it quite easily. Sakura attempted to hit him again, but silver-haired Jounin chose this moment to appear at training ground. "Yo," Kakashi greeted. "Time for some training." For next 2 months, Team 7 was training under Kakashi, in teamwork mostly with some stamina and strength building. Also, they had done around 30 missions, D rank, which were more like damn chores that anybody could do. Well, at least those missions gave money income. Team 7 entered briefing hall at Hokage Tower, as they were going to take another mission. "Hokage-sama," Kakashi spoke. "Team 7 is their request's mission. Let's see what we have for you," Old Man replied, looking through some scrolls. "Oh, here we are. You can catch Tora Cat," Hokage sighed, "for the 5th time, or you can help repairing roofs in the market district or dig the well." "Hokage-sama, but can't we have something more serious?" Naruto asked. "Their missions aren't serious and don't help us to progress." "Naruto, you are just fresh out of Academy Jinin. Those missions are just for you," said Irika, who was also present there. "Irika, I know that you don't want them to do anything risky, but they aren't your students anymore," Sarutobi said. "What will you say, Kakashi? Is your team ready for C-rank mission?" Silver-haired Jounin thought for several seconds. "I think they are ready." Then, "Sasuke, Sakura, do you want to take C-rank mission?" Hokage asked. "I will take it. This will make me one step closer to." Sasuke began. Okay. What about you, Sakura?" Kunoichi of Team 7 herself was very afraid of taking C-rank mission, but her Sasuke-sama was taking it, so she should too. "I'm in," she stated weakly. "So, how about escort mission? Client asks for protection from bandits on his way to the land of waves," Sarutobi asked. "We will take it," Kakashi stated. "Then, send client in," Hokage ordered. Another doors to briefing hall opened and man entered. He was in his 50s and was dressed in cargo pants, pretty old undershirt. His jacket was tied on his waist. Man had sake bottle in his hand and was obviously drunk. "And these brats are going to protect me." Those pink-haired girl who is ready to wet herself at the sight of enemy. Duck-butt-haired boy who tries to look cooler than he is, and blonde punk who looks less intelligent than my bottle. "I paid for shinobi, not these brats," man ranted. After he finished, Kakashi had to restrain Sasuke and Naruto, Sakura from tearing him into shreds. Hokage sighed. "Tazuna-san, it's not recommended to insult those who are going to protect you, you know? And I assure you that they are capable of completing mission you gave them. Also, they have one of strongest Jounins of the village as their sensei." "Fine, whatever." Man, now identified as Tazuna, said. "Remember, brats, you are protecting me, Tazuna, super bridge builder." "Okay, team, meet me and Tazuna-san at Southern Gate in 3 hours. Take everything you'll need for a 2-week-long mission," Kakashi said. 3 hours later, everyone was standing in front of Southern Gates. Even Kakashi was there on time. Sasuke and Sakura, like Kakashi and Tazuna, had big backpacks with them, but Naruto didn't. "Dobe, why haven't you taken anything for the mission?" Uchiha asked. "You know, No one will share anything with you. I have all that I need. Naruto replied. Sasuke countered with HN, whatever. Okay, we'll use rhombus formation. Sasuke, front, Sakura. Right, Naruto. Left, I'll the rear one. Kakashi said. Genins nodded and took their positions. Their first C-rank mission started. First day was completely, other than some arguing between three Genins, eventless. Group moved extremely slowly, by ninja standards, as their client, Tazuna, was civilian and couldn't keep up with them if they started running. The only interesting thing that happened during night camp was the fact that Naruto really had all he needed, sealed in a scroll, which earned raised eyebrow from silver-haired Jounin, show off, from Sakura, and teach me that, from Sasuke, which blonde refused. Next day also started eventless, but around noon Naruto sensed something. They entered area where nature itself seemed to be alerted. Blonde reached for his sage mode and immediately sensed two chakra signature in approximately 50 meters in front of them. But they looked like puddle of water. Ambush. Naruto looked at Kakashi and man nodded. He too saw it. But Sasuke or Sakura seemed oblivious to it. When group passed strange puddle, those two in the ambush decided to strike. Two cloaked figures of Kiri, Chunin, missing Nins, demon brothers, rose from the puddle and attacked. They wrapped the chain, connected to their gauntlets, around Kakashi and tore him into shreds. Naruto sensed his sensei performing Kawarimi one moment before he was killed, so he wasn't afraid as much as Sasuke was. Sakura and Tazuna were in state of pure horror. One down, 4 to go. Chunins went after Naruto and Sasuke. Uchiha dodged gauntlet slash and tore chain from it. He spun and delivered blow to his opponent's stomach at the same time performing hand seals. His blow was parried, but Demon Brother could do nothing to prevent next move of Sasuke. Katon, Gakakyu. Even if Fireball wasn't done at its full power, Kiri Chunin was now out of fight. Naruto on his side blocked enemy's attack with Kunai and delivered kick to Demon Brother's chest. Chunin was unlucky and was thrown into the tree, where he lost consciousness. Good work, Naruto, Sasuke. Kakashi appeared on the road. But, sensei, Sakura still thought that Kakashi was killed in the beginning of this short fight. Silver-haired Jounin answered to her with one word. Kawarimi. Then he looked at Tazuna, who visibly paled. Interesting. Those were after you, it seems. Care to explain? Bridge builder paled even more, but explained situation. Wave Country was very poor because of Gato's monopoly, and Great Bridge Tazuna was building was the only chance to save country, but Gato hired thugs, samurai, and even missing means to stop Tazua from completing the bridge. After self-proclaimed super bridge builder finished his story, Kakashi spoke. This will be B or even A rank mission. We should return and switch teams. But, Kakashi-sensei, if we abandon this mission, it will give us nothing. I say we continue. Sasuke said. Sakura only nodded, looking at her crush. Naruto just shrugged. Are you sure? Silver-haired Jounin asked. All three Genins nodded. Looks like you're lucky, Tazuna. But once we complete this mission and Wave is back on its feet, you are paying us the difference between S and C rank missions. Or we are turning back to Konoha. Bridge builder nodded. You'll be paid. So group continued its way to Wave Country. 2 next days were again eventless. Now it was early evening, and Kakashi decided to set up a camp. Naruto volunteered to bring some water from nearby river. Blonde boy ran between big trees, and when he was almost on the bank, after running around another tree, he spotted blonde girl there, obviously shinobi. Naruto tried to stop, but tripped over one of the roots. At the same time girl turned to him, so they both ended in the river, their lips almost connected. Both teens blushed and jumped apart, falling into their battle stances. Naruto, I can sense Pussycat Nibby there. Came from Kyubi. Naruto studied the girl. She was 16 or so years old and was half head taller than he was. Her frame was tender and her skin was tanned a bit. Girl had long, made into braid, blonde hair. She had hidden cloud Hydeate on her forehead. She wore simple purple t-shirt and pants. Naruto switched his attention to Kumo Kunoichi's eyes. They were brown with some green and had a bit slitted pupil. And there was ocean of pain and loneliness behind them. Those eyes. Naruto dropped his hands. I will not fight the one like me. Girl looked at him with confusion, not lowering her guards. What are you talking about, brat? She hissed. You know what I'm talking about. So which one? Blonde boy asked. Humo Kunoichi still seemed not to understand him. Okay, I have Kyubi Natayan. And she says that you have Nibi. Girl's eyes widened. You are too. Naruto nodded. Even if I hate this word with passion, it describes us better than anything. We are Jinchuriki. Humo Kunoichi forgot that second ago she was ready to kill this boy and came close to him, touching his cheek with her fingers like not believing that he was real. Still, you seem to be a bit different. Maybe. I spent only last year with humans. Maybe. I'm really a bit different. But I have pretty good idea what must you have gone through. I want to be friends with you. Those like us need somebody who can understand. Naruto replied. Girl nodded. Of course. I'm Yujito Ni of the Hidden Cloud. Naruto Uzumaki from the Hidden Leaf. They just stood there for a minute when something hit blonde boy. Sorry, but I need to return to my team. Yujito nodded and leaped away. Goodbye, Naruto, she said before disappearing in the forest. Bye, Naruto replied. Then he ran through 4 hand seals. Futon, Sabaka no Kaze. Hot winds blew all around him, drawing him from his fall into the river. When Jutsu finished its work, Naruto filled mess tin and went back to the camp. There he was greeted by annoyed Sakura. Where have you been, idiot? She yelled. Just met Nymph at the river, Naruto replied, before starting to cook dinner everyone. 3 days later, group found themselves on board of small boat, sailing in the dense fog towards the wave country mainland. On their right, there was colossal structure of the half-built bridge. They were sailing in complete silence, not to alert any of Gado men who could be near. Finally, boat hit the ground. Okay, I will not sail any further, said boat owner and captain. Well, thank you, Tazuna said, leaving boat. Team 7 was already waiting for their client there. Then they took off for the last part of their trip to the village where Tazuna's house was. They were walking along the road for more than 2 hours and were near Small Lake when Naruto again felt that nature was alerted. He heard something moving in the bushes and threw shuriken there. Second later, terrified White Rabbit emerged from the bush. Seeing this, Sakura immediately shouted at Blonde Shinobi. What the hell are you doing? Why did you have to scare that poor animal? What White Rabbit is doing here in summertime? Silver-haired Jounin spoke. It should have been used for replacement. Suddenly Naruto felt something coming from the trees. Everybody down. One moment before Kakashi he shouted. Next second, huge sword flew where heads of group were and implanted itself into the tree, almost cutting it in two. Dark-haired man in blue pants appeared on the sword. Lower part of his face was hidden under bandages, and he wore slashed Kirigakure Hideate. Copycat Kakashi. No wonder Demon Brothers lost. Man spoke. Momochi Zabuza, Demon of the Bloody Mist. Kakashi said. Team, guard client, he is out of your league. Konoha Jounin moved his Hideate up, revealing his left eye. Oh, great, Kakashi remembers who I am, and he will use Sharingan against me? What a honor. Zabuza laughed. Both Sakura and, especially, Sasuke wondered where did their sensei got that eye from. Naruto knew that story from Toads, but decided to keep it to himself. Brats, don't worry. When I deal with your sensei, I'll kill old man and you too. Kiri Missing Means said, unleashing strong killing intent. Kakashi paired him with his own, and Tazuna along with Sasuke, and Sakura found it much harder to breath from fear, though Naruto seemed to be unaffected. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you all with my life if needed. Kakashi assured, laying his hand on Sasuke's shoulder to calm him down. Zabuza only laughed and jumped to the water before performing Kirigakure no Jutsu covering whole area with thick mist. Genins immediately took triangular formation around Tazuna to protect him. 8 choices. It seemed that mist itself was speaking. Naruto stood there completely still, collecting nature's energy for his sage mode. Liver, lungs, spine, clavicle vein, neck vein, brain, kidneys, heart. Which one should I choose? Finally activating sage mode, Naruto felt Zabuza, or at least his clone, judging by chakra amount, between him, Sasuke, and Tazuna, ready to cut all 3 of them in 2. And he would be the first one to be hit by that sword. Zabuza's clone began its attack. Naruto tried to block Sword's swing with his kunai, but failed as Sword cut his weapon and made inch-deep wound on his chest appear. What the hell? Zabuza's clone was shocked. It felt like Blonde's body was made of stone, not flesh, though it couldn't be Iwa Bushin. Naruto was there, and his wound was bleeding. Naruto, using Clone's shock, delivered Sage-powered hit to its abdominal, making it dissipate into the water. Wound on Blonde's chest started healing at inhuman rate. Naruto concentrated hard, sensing everything around. There were 2 more Mizu Bushins of Zabuza ready to attack. Real Zabuza was currently busy fighting with Kakashi-sensei. Naruto also sensed someone hiding in the forest and watching this fight. Futon, Sabaku no Kaze. With Sage powers, Justu was 30 or so times stronger, blowing mist off from whole clearing and lake. Using moment mist disappearance as a distraction, Naruto turned off Sage mode. No one should know about it yet. Now, without their cover, Zabuza clones rushed forward, having 2 male Genins as prime targets. Sasuke saw attack coming and ducked, blade missing by mere centimeters. Zabuza's clone did another swing, and this time Sasuke lost lock from his head. Shit, I need more power to oppose him. Sasuke ducked from another attack, barely seeing it. I need more power. And then something happened. His vision became clearer, and everything around began to move slower. Now he could predict Zabuza's clone's moves. Having no time to congratulate himself on activating his Dijitsu, Sasuke blocked yet another swing on enormous blade, with chakra-enforced kunai, at the same time implanting another blade of his into Clone's gut. Clone smirked and punched Sasuke, sending Teen flying. Even before Uchiha Boy stopped skidding, Zabuza was ready to cut him in two, but was stopped, courtesy of Kakashi's shuriken in the back of its head. Naruto had no easy time too. Without his Sage mode, he was no match even for clone of that Kiri missing mean Zabuza. All that blonde boy could do, dodge wild swings, and try to think of any plan to kill that annoying Mizu Bushins. Finally, Naruto found opening as clone was distracted for a second by its brother's death. Using that opening, Naruto threw 4 wind chakra charged shurikens at clone's neck, destroying it. When Kakashi saved Sasuke, Zabuza hit him, sending him to the nearby lake. Silver-haired Jounin thought about hiding in the water to catch his breath, but understood his mistake as soon as he felt that water was denser than it normally should be. Suru no Jutsu. Ex-Kiri Nin caught Kakashi in the water sphere. This prison may be made of water, but it is harder than steel one, Zabuza told, while creating single Mizu Bushin with one-handed hand seals. Take Tazuna and run, Kakashi said to his students. No, we don't abandon our comrades, Naruto yelled, summoning 4 Iwa Bushins to fight Zabuza's clone. Sasuke, do any fire jutsu on lake. Zabuza is out of range, Uchiha shouted back. Just do it. I have a plan how to save Kakashi-sensei. Blonde replied. Sasuke nodded. Katon, Gakakyu. Fireball hit water, creating wall of steam between Zabuza and Genins. And what is your plan, dope? Kage Bizin. After creating 3 shadow clones, Naruto turned 2 of them into kunais and gave weapons to the third. Doton, Doryuden. Mud Dragon provided enough distraction so that kunai clones could be thrown at real Zabuza without any problem. But at the last second, Kiri missing mean ducked, and both kunai missed him. You missed, dope, Sasuke yelled. No. Both kunai turned back into clones and hit Zabuza on his head, making him break contact with Water Prison, which was holding Kakashi. An epic battle between 2 Jounins began. At first, Sasuke tried to copy water jutsu they were using with his finally activated Sharingan, but soon felt his chakra reserves drained and had to deactivate his Dijitsu. Finally, Kakashi used Grand Waterfall Jutsu and severely wounded Zabuza. But before silver-haired Jounin could kill his opponent, 2 Senbon needles hit Zabuza's neck. Kakashi came close to Swordsman's body and checked pulse and found none. But before he could say anything, Kiri Hunter Nin appeared near body and grabbed it. Thank you, Konoha Ninja, for helping to kill this man. I was pursuing him for several weeks. Now I'll destroy his body. With that mysterious ninja, who sounded to be around 17, disappeared with Zabuza's body via Shunshin. Kakashi, seeing that there was no peril for his team and their client there, allowed himself to pass from chakra exhaustion. Chapter 3. First Meeting in Nami no Kuni. Part 2. When Team 7 and Tazuna finally reached Bridge Builder's house, they were greeted by his daughter, Tsunami. After quick and in-time made dinner, all three Genins almost immediately dropped off to sleep in the rooms they were settled in. Next morning they summoned by Kakashi. Man was still looking pretty bad from his chakra exhaustion, but what he said to them was much worse. I'm afraid Zabuza is still alive. Sakura and Sasuke looked thunderstruck. Naruto was a bit calmer, but only a bit. But how, sensei? He was hit on his neck. No one can survive something like that. Pink-haired Kunoichi finally blurted out. You remember, what was Zabuza hit with? Silver-haired Jounin asked. Sanbon needles. Naruto said. Yes, if aimed correctly, these needles can put one in near-death state. But to recover from that, one will need at least 1 week of time. Kakashi sat on his futon. We have to get stronger in this week. NBU member appeared in Sarutobi's office. Hokage-sama, we were finally able to get a trace of the one who spread rumors about Kyuubi in the village. It was done by one of Danzo's men, operative said. Anything that could be used against Danzo for fomentation of disturbance? Old man asked. Unfortunately, only several eyewitnesses. Too bad. Hokage sighed. Continue investigation, please. As you wish, Hokage-sama. Yinbiyu disappeared from Sarutobi's office via Shunshin. So, what are you going to teach us, sensei? Sakura asked. All three Genins and their sensei were standing in the clearing of the nearby forest, though Kakashi was using crutches, as he was still weak from his battle with Zabuza. I'm going to teach you tree climbing. What kind of training is that? Sakura shouted. Well, listen until the end. In this exercise you will climb a tree without using your hands. Silver-haired Jounin finished. How is that possible? Team 7's Kunoichi asked. Like this, sensei? Naruto asked, while jumping between two trees till he reached thick branch, where he stopped and was now standing head over heels on it. Two other Genins as well as Kakashi were shocked, though because of different reasons. Sakura and Sasuke because they thought this was impossible, while their sensei, because Naruto already had obtained this skill. Oh, Naruto, you already know tree climbing? Why don't you teach it to your teammates then? Kakashi heard Blonde muttering something like lazy sensei under his breath, but ignored. Young Jinchuriki jumped down from the branch and landed near Sakura and Sasuke. I still don't see how this will help us become stronger. Dobe, where do you know how to do this from? Pink-haired Kunoichi and Uchiha Avenger asked almost at the same time. Sakura, this training has 2 points. First, it will allow you to use any solid surface as a pivot. And second, this will increase your chakra control, and better chakra control means less chakra usage for jutsus, while the jutsus may become more effective. Naruto explained. And Sasuke, my sensei taught it to me when I was 6 or so. Seeing as brooding boy wanted to demand something, Blonde Jinchuriki continued. He won't teach you. Your name is nothing for him. And I was trained only because it was my father's last wish. My father and sensei were comrades and good friends. Then Naruto remembered one more thing. He saw Sasuke's activated Dojutsu during that fight with Zabuza. And forget about using your Sharingan eyes. Even if your mind will know what to do, your body won't be able to do that. You need to learn this through hard work. Seeing angered Sasuke, Naruto decided to do one last blow to other boys' pride. I also have a training to do. I'll leave a clone to teach you. But if you destroy it before it explains you how to do tree climbing, you'll have to figure that on your own. Blonde summoned single Kage Bizin and then walked away to another clearing. Kakashi, who watched his subordinates interact, only sighed and shook his head. He will never understand these kids. In the evening, Team 7 was finally able to meet with the last inhabitant of Tazuna's house, Bridge Builder's grandson Inari. That 7-year-old boy ran into dining room when Kakashi and trio of his students, along with Tsunami and Tazuna, were having dinner. Oh, Inari-kun, meet great ninjas who protected me. Old man called. They are going to die, boy stated, looking at 4 shinobi in the room. And why is that? Naruto yelled back. Kakashi was too into reading his precious orange book to answer. Sasuke too remained quiet as he was thinking about his revenge, and Sakura was too shocked by the statement. No one can oppose Gato, was Inari's reply. Yeah, and Sasuke over there can laugh. Tazuna and Kakashi chuckled, while Uchiha Boy decided that Naruto wasn't worthy of his reaction this time. What was that for? Blonde Boy was rubbing bump on his head from Sakura's hit. Don't insult Sasuke-sama. Pink-haired Kunoichi yelled at her blonde teammate. Oh, shut up, Naruto responded. If you want to live, run away, Inari said, before running away from the room. What's with him? Konoha's Jinchuriki asked. Tazuna sighed. Well, it is a long story, and he told about village's hero Kaiza, who became father figure to Inari, and about what Gato did to that man. I'll go talk with him, Naruto stated after Tazuna finished telling the story. Without waiting for others to say anything, he went out of the room and reached for his sage mode. He could sense that boy now. He was on the second floor in one of the small rooms. Naruto turned off sage mode and marched to where Inari was. He opened door to the boy's room and saw him crying. Well, Naruto suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Tazuna-san told us your story, and you know nothing. You, ninjas, know nothing about hardships of life, Inari shouted through his cries, but succeeded only in angering blonde Jinchuriki. Naruto in a blink of an eye was in front of younger boy, pinning him to the wall. So I know nothing? Let me tell you part of my story. Naruto took a deep breath to calm down and let Inari free. Unlike you, I have no real family. Hell, I can count with my fingers those from Konoha, who don't hate me simply for who I am. And this is not all. I spent in Konoha only 1 year, and there were at least 59 assassination attempts. They tried to kill me 59 times, and that are only those attempts that I know about. Inari looked at Naruto, not really believing in older boy's story. And tell you what, I too didn't have harshest life. Naruto paused. Tazuna said you don't believe in heroes anymore. Well, if everyone will sit and cry like you do, there won't be any heroes. One isn't born as a hero. One can only become a hero. But, Inari tried to say something, but Naruto didn't let him. What but? Nothing will happen if won't do something. Think about it. And Naruto left the room. Young Jinchuriki still felt anger boiling in him, so he decided to blow some steam with training, and it didn't matter that it was 9 in the evening already. Next morning, dark-haired boy in girlish pink kimono was walking through the forest, collecting herbs, when he entered clearing that looked like his master trained in Kenjutsu there. Many thicker trees had deep cuts on their trunks, while thinner ones were just cut into two. Earth too had many gashes. Boy spotted herbs he was looking for, dismissing thoughts about what happened here for a while. He collected what he needed and was about to leave. He turned around and saw someone. 12 or so years old blonde boy in dark blue pants and sweater and khaki jacket, sleeping, leaning against one of thicker trees. Ninja of Konohagakure, judging by his height he ate. Hey, dark-haired boy shook sleeping blonde. You shouldn't sleep on the ground. Blonde boy yawned and opened his eyes. Oh, it's morning already. Guess, I trained a little too much yesterday. Blonde yawned again, and then it hit him that he wasn't alone in the clearing. Hey, who are you? I'm just collecting herbs so I can heal my precious person. So, you trained and I can see you're a ninja. But what are you fighting for? Herbalist boy asked. I was raised in close contact with nature and believe that people should live in peace. My goal is to bring peace to everyone, or at least to those close to me, those I care about. So you too have a precious person. Only one who does something to his precious person will do it in the best way. So you will be truly strong only when you fight for those you care about. Yeah, blonde shinobi agreed. By the way, I'm Haku. Naruto Uzumaki. Sorry, but I have to go to prepare medicine, Haku said, going away from Naruto. By the way, aren't you Hunter Nin who took Zabuza's body? Blonde suddenly asked. Haku didn't show fear that struck him with other boys' question, just shock, but he was sweating on the inside. Is he a censor type? Or was it just a blind guess? No, he lied. Good. You just look like that Zabuza's man I and my team saw before. This means our enemy isn't this close to us and no one is in danger right now, Naruto explained. If only you knew. If circumstances were different, I'm sure we could become good friends, Naruto Uzumaki. Bye. And Haku left the clearing. Naruto was bored. Absolutely nothing happened in past 4 days and Zabuza was expected to appear only on the day after tomorrow, So now he was guarding Tazuna and workers on the bridge alone. Sasuke and Sakura had some more training with Kakashi. Naruto was meditating on the border of sage mode so he could feel everything around him. Suddenly, he felt a small creature approaching the bridge. That creature was moving on the water surface, which meant that it was one of Ninja's summons. Creature came closer, and Naruto could finally determine what it was. Lizard. And from what Bunta told him, Hidden Cloud used lizards to deliver messages. And this one clearly had him as its target. Naruto opened his eyes and after several seconds saw a brown lizard with small, for human, scroll on its back. Scroll had for word written in it the way he could see them, from 2 to 9. So, you wanted something from me, Yujito? Naruto asked question to no one. Still he made his Kage Bizan to open the scroll in case it was a trap. But luckily it wasn't. Scroll contained only a message normal girl would send to normal boy. As much as Jinchuriki could be counted as normal. Lizard all the time was watching Naruto. You're waiting for me to compose reply, so you can deliver to Yujito? He asked small reptilian. To his surprise, Lizard nodded. Well, okay. Blonde took brush and ink pot from his pouch and quickly replied to his nymph's message. He rolled the scroll and gave it to the lizard. Deliver this to Yujito ni, and be safe. Lizard nodded and craped away. It was dawn of the day when, how Kakashi thought, Zabuza would strike. Kakashi sat on the chair at the table, yawning, but already reading his orange book. With his visible eye he looked at 3 younger ninjas. Okay, team, Naruto, you'll guard Tazuna's house. Sasuke and Sakura, you'll come with me and protect people on the bridge. All 3 Genins nodded. After the breakfast bridge builder along with Jounin and 2 Genins left, so Naruto was left alone with Tsunami and Inari. And it looked like Kakashi's prediction was right. Attack on Tazuna's house, in the form of 2 samurai, didn't keep them waiting. Naruto defeated those 2 with only a pair of scratches on his arms, which were immediately taken care of, and decided to go to the bridge in case his team needed help. But he left dozen of his shadow clones, so Tazuna's house could be protected. For sure it wasn't Sasuke's day. When they arrived to the bridge, all workers were knocked unconscious and there was thick mist. Then, just as silver-haired Jounin predicted, Zabuza appeared out of that mist. But this time Kiri missing Nin was accompanied by the same Hunter Nin boy who took his body away during their previous battle. Sasuke defeated Zabuza's water clones easily, but that Hunter Nin became a real problem. He was fast, very fast, and even with his Sharingan Sasuke had problems following his opponent's movements. And now last Uchiha of Konohagakure no Sato was lying down inside dome of ice mirrors, turned into pincushion for Senbons. Kakashi was busy fighting Zabuza, so he couldn't help him. And then Sasuke suddenly saw someone approaching. Naruto. When blonde boy was close enough, Sasuke did the only thing he could think of to save his ass. Kawarimi. In a poof of smoke, they exchanged their position, so it was Naruto, who was trapped inside Ice Dome now. Oh, I got new enemy? Hunter Nin asked Noon particular, when Blonde Leaf Ninja appeared in his dome. He reached for more needles and began throwing them at Naruto. And Blonde Jinchuriki in a matter of minutes got hit with Senbons and was paralyzed. You aren't as fast as previous one. I win. Actually, no, Naruto replied, beginning to gather natural energy. Need my help? Voice in his head asked. But be sure, I want my payment for that. Thank you, but I'll be okay on my own this time. Though you want your payment very much. Maybe I could give it to you just for fun. Naruto felt QB nodding eagerly. Later, Natayan, I have a fight right now. Vixen pouted but nodded. You just helped me. With hisses of pain, Blonde Ninja stood up. Now there were dark red outlinings around his now amber eyes. And there was extremely strong aura of power around boy. Hunter Nin threw more Senbons at his opponent, but they just ricocheted like Blonde's skin was turned into stone. What the hell? Hunter Nin asked. Instead of giving him reply, Naruto ran through hand seals. Doton, Duhari. Stone spikes rose from the bridge, crashing most of ice mirrors and breaking the jutsu, so the rest disappeared on their own. Naruto made spikes disappear and then walked up to the Hunter Nin, now lying on the ground with stab wound on his left shoulder. I know, you could end my or my teammates' shinobi careers or even kill us easily. Why just immobilize? Even through mask Naruto saw his shock. I don't like killing. Then why are you with Zabuza? He is my master and the only reason I'm still alive. Hunter Neen answered. He is my precious person. You? Katan, Gakakyu. Naruto was able to jump out of the way of Fireball. Haku wasn't that lucky, and now there was only his smoking corpse. Naruto turned to Sasuke only to see dark-haired boy laughing maniacally. You saw that? You saw that, dear brother? One day I'll do same thing to you. Somewhere else on the bridge, Kakashi was finally able to immobilize Zabuza with the help of Nin dogs. And now, Zabuza, this is your end. Raikiri. Lightning started in Konoha's shinobi left arm. When Jutsu was ready, Kakashi locked himself forward, intent to pierce Kiri missing Nin's heart. Suddenly both of them saw explosion of fire where Sasuke and Haku should be fighting. Kakashi just slowed a bit, while Zabuza, hit by the loss of his weapon, comrade, no, son, jerked and freed his sword and threw it at summoning scroll Kakashi left unguarded. And Raikiri, instead of killing him, just severed his left arm. Dogs that held Zabuza disappeared in the puffs of smoke. Suddenly, they heard applause. Kakashi, Kakashi, I must thank you and your brats for making my work easier. It's short man in glasses in front of army of thugs, who was speaking. Gato, what do you mean? Zabuza asked. You know, you ninja are far too expensive to hire for my likes. So you weren't going to pay us in the end? Of course not. I was going to kill you and collect bounty on your head. And these Konoha ninjas just made first part much easier. Gato answered. Kakashi, looks like we aren't enemies anymore. Silver-haired Jounin nodded, while Zabuza took his sword with his right, and only, hand. I'll die anyway from blood loss. But you, Gato, are going to join me on the way to the hell. Kiri missing Nin launched himself forward, cutting thugs that became live shield in front of Gato into pieces. Thugs could do nothing to stop Demon of the Mist, and soon enough Zabuza, with several swords sticking out of his body, was in front of trembling Gato. You are a real demon, man cried. The one who will torture you forever. And Zabuza brought his sword down, cleaving Gato into two halves. Thugs were so afraid of him now, that cleared his way when he began walking. Demon of the Mist reached Konoha Jounin and fell down, unable to move anymore. The rest is yours, Kakashi. I just wish I could see Haku one more time. Those were his last words. There was silence. Then one of thugs shouted, Gato is dead and Noon will pay us. Let's go to the village and take everything valuable. Loud yell of agreement ran through the mass AF armed men. Kakashi-sensei, can you help me? Asked Naruto, who lied down unconscious Sasuke. He is just knocked out. Blonde ignored Sakura's yell Sasuke-sama and summoned 2 dozens of stone clones. Kakashi helped his student with dozen of shadow clones. But thugs still decided to attack, only to stop when an arrow pierced the leg of one of men. You wanted to rob our village? How about going through us first? One man yelled. Ninjas turned to see half of the village, armed with scythes, hammers, spades, knives, frying pans, and Inari with a crossbow in the front row. Yes, go away and never return to the wave. Naruto ran through hand seals. Doton, Doryuden, large mud dragon rose from the bridge, and thugs began running for their lives. When everyone was safe, Naruto came up to Inari. I see, you stopped crying. Good work, little hero. Week later bridge was finished and Team 7 was leaving. Whole village was seeing them home. When 4 shinobi became dots on the horizon, someone asked, how will we name the bridge? What about Great Bridge of Hope? Another man suggested. Maybe Great Naruto Bridge then? Tazuna suggested jokingly, but reaction of crowd surprised him. Yeah, why not? He gave us hope. He is the hero. People shouted. Then it will be Great Naruto Bridge. Let it bring luck and prosperity to the wave. Chapter 4. Not a Safe Waterfall. 2 figures in dark blue cloaks with hoods were walking through night misty forest. One of the figures had big backpack with him. Both figures stopped when ninja patrol run in about 100 meters from of them. Luckily for figures, they weren't seen, so they continued walking towards their destination. Several minutes later, they stopped at the muddy bank of the river. This place is good, said figure with backpack, moonlight reflected from his round glasses. Stay on guard while I execute the plan. Hi. Second figure nodded, summoning 2 white blades from his sleeves. First figure put his backpack on the ground and opened it, revealing 4 big brown eggs. He did 3 hand seals and mud on the bank moved, creating something like a nest. Good. Man in glasses moved all eggs into newly made nest. Grow strong, weapons of my master. Bring your wrath upon our enemies. Looks like we have guests, said figure with blades. It's not even bad right now. Kill them, leave their bodies there, and catch up with me. Glasses wearing man said. Our little friends with hatch soon. They'll need food. As you wish. Blade wielder readied himself for a short battle with patrol ninjas, as his companion escaped the area via Shunshin. It was whole week since Team 7 returned from their A-ranked mission in the Wave Country. After 3 days of rest, Team began taking missions again. Simple D ranks, as both Jinins and their sensei were afraid to take another C-rank mission right now. Who knows, maybe they will run into another very strong missing nin, who will try to kill them. But things usually don't go the way you want. Kakashi, I'm sorry, but right now we don't have any other teams in the village for this mission. Old Hokage spoke. I need you to deliver message scroll to the hidden waterfall. This will be C-rank mission. Silver-haired Jounin nodded and took scroll Hokage gave him. I understand and will comply to your orders even if I don't like them. Team, get ready for a week-long C-rank mission. We are leaving in 4 hours. Jinins too weren't very happy with this mission, but could do nothing as this was Hokage's order. So, after they were dismissed from briefing, they went to their homes to pack for the mission. Team 7 was already traveling 3 days, and now were close hidden waterfall. It was said that this was the most hidden ninja village. Well, now second after reformed hidden sound, so if there will be no one to guide them, they might spend several extra hours trying to find gates of Takagakura no Sato. Luckily for them, after they took another turn on the road, they saw a single shinobi with Taki Hideate waiting for them. That shinobi was a tomboy-looking girl of around 15-16 years old. She had tan skin, short tealish green hair with red flower in them over her right ear and red eyes. Girl was wearing white top, white arm warmers, short white miniskirt with just a little longer chainmail shorts under it, and dark gray shinobi sandals. Her Hideate was placed just above her right elbow, and she had red backpack with X-forming straps that somehow accentuated her not-so-small breasts. Can you feel him too, Naruto-chan? Blonde shinobi heard his Neitai asking him. Yes, but I can't say which one. Naruto replied with his thoughts. Shichibi no Kaku. He nodded. And there is something else in this area, but I don't understand what is it right now. Okay, I'll be cautious. Waterfall Kunoichi looked at each of Team 7 members, her eyes staying on Kakashi and, especially, on Naruto for much longer time than on Sasuke or Sakura. Finally she spoke. Good afternoon. Taki Jounin bowed a little. I'm Fu, special Jounin of Takagakura no Sato. I assume you have a message from Sandame Hokage-sama. Kakashi nodded. Nice to meet you, Hataki-san, and you students, by the way. 3 Jinins under said silver-haired Jounin bowed their heads to Fu while their team leader introduced them. Follow me. I'll lead you into the village. Hidden Waterfall Village, as its name suggested, was located in the enormous cave behind Waterfall and because of that had good natural defenses. Cave itself had 2 natural entrances. One just behind Waterfall was used as a main entrance to the village, while another was leading somewhere into the forest was more like used only in case of emergency. Of course, there were some more artificially made entrances to the cave, and all were heavily guarded. After passing heavy armored gates, 5 ninjas found themselves in enormous, maybe half of Konoha's territory big, cave. While there were no holes for sunlight to pass into the cave, it still was almost as brightly as outside there, as light was given by big blue crystals that stick out of the cave floor, walls, and ceiling here and there. Surprisingly, there were not only buildings of Hidden Waterfall Village and those crystals there also grew bushes and even pretty big trees. Leaf Shinobi were in awe as they have never seen anything like this before. They walked through well-planned and organized Shinobi Village. Though it seemed that there were more shinobi on duty than was needed when there was no war, towards the complex of buildings surrounded by the ring of walls with the only gates. They walked through those gates and crossed small square before entering biggest building, the one where village leader worked. Guards there were tensed as if they were expecting some kind of attack at any time. And of course, not only Kakashi, but Team 7 Genins too, noticed this. What's going on, Fusan? I never heard anything about attacks on your village. Why so many guards? Silver-haired Jounin asked. Actually, we too are not sure what is going on. 3 days ago, one of our patrol teams didn't return. More, their bodies were never found. Just some of their blood on the grass near the river. And there also was big hole, like attack was from under the ground. Since that time, we lost 5 more men, including 2 civilians inside the village. Attacker was never seen, but whoever it is, he leaves tunnels in the ground, about 90 centimeters in diameter and very, very long. Fu answered, and attacker doesn't feel like human, more like some kind of subterranean beast. But even with the help of Shichibi, I can't find them. Shinobi stopped in front of the village leader's door. Fu told Team 7 to wait and entered office. She emerged from it a minute later and said that only Kakashi can enter in order to deliver message. His genins had to wait. So Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke took a seat on the small sofa, while Fu was leaning on the wall near blonde Jinchuriki. So, Fusan, you too? Finally asked Naruto, breaking almost minute long silence. Girl nodded. Yeah, I'm 7. She responded and looked at blonde silently, asking him about his tenant. 9. Naruto replied. You too, what are you talking about? Sakura asked, as she could not understand their conversation. About something we have in common. Blonde Jinchuriki answered. Don't make me laugh, Baka. You can have nothing in common with her. Sakura reached behind Sasuke's head and hit Naruto. She is already special Jounin. She is very strong, something you'll never be. Naruto ignored his teammate, like Fu did it. Yeah, Fu, forget about that loser. You need someone from Elite. Like Uchiha. Sasuke didn't notice hurt expression Sakura's face and was about to continue when alarm went on. Kasama. Not again. Fu almost yelled and sprinted towards the exit. Naruto jumped from the sofa and ran after her. What's going on? Is the village under attack? He asked, at the same time using small mirror to look back. The rest of his team, Kakashi included, were running after them, along with unknown man of about 50 years old in spruce brown clothes. Takagakura no Sato leader, Naruto presumed. Yeah, another one of those attacks from under the ground. Fu answered. For minutes later, 6 shinobi were standing in the center of small park near broken bench. There was some fresh blood and, of course, big hole in the ground. Fu pressed both her hands to the ground and sent chakra wave. Judging by the change of her emotions, she didn't find what she was looking for. Again, too late. Attacker is outside my range. She said. Let me try. Maybe I'll be able to sense them. Naruto said. Baka, she is Jounin. You can't be better than she is even in your dreams. Sakura yelled, but was ignored by Fu. How far you can sense? Special Jounin of Hidden Waterfall asked. About 1.5 kilometers. Blonde Jinin answered. Fu nodded and Naruto sat in meditative pose. After 5 seconds, red outlining appeared around his closed eyes. Naruto entered his sage mode and began searching for anything suspicious other than a wide network of underground tunnels. Then he found it, almost out of his range. It was creature, relatively short and thick worm-like, something that was moving at a good speed through one of tunnels. And Naruto didn't like this creature. He turned off his sage mode and opened his eyes. Found something? Fu asked. Blonde Jinchuriki nodded. It's worm-like creature, about 7 meters long and almost meter thick. It can move very fast under the ground. I'd say it can win a sprint against most genins. He paused. I was lucky. It went out of my range a second later. I sensed it. And there is a network of tunnels under and around the village, created by that monster. Anything else? Village leader asked. That monster was moving in the direction of the swamp 4 kilometers from here. I'd say that it might have some kind of nest there. Plus, I'd say, judging by the number of tunnels, there is more than one monster. Naruto answered. Not good, not good. Takagakura no Sato leader sighed. Thank you, Naruto-san. He turned to Kakashi. I'd like to borrow your student, Hataki-san. He is much better at sensing than any of my ninja, and he will provide great help in redeeming the village. It's A rank, bordering S rank mission, and will be paid accordingly. You and your other students may stay at the hotel or join the hunt. If he is willing to help us, of course. I, I will help them, Naruto finally said. Kakashi nodded. Sasuke, Sakura, what do you want? Stay in the village or join the hunt? Silver-haired Jounin asked. I'll join. There is no way that the Dobe is somewhere better than I am. If he can do that, I can too. Uchiha Boy told his sensei, who just sighed at this. I don't want to be near those monsters. I'll stay at the hotel. Kunoichi of Team 7 said. Okay. So Fu, Kakashi-san and 2 of his students will form 4-man cell that will try to find and, if possible, kill those beasts. Village leader said. You can start the hunt immediately? He asked. All 4 ninja nodded. Then I'll summon other teams to provide your backup. Go. And the hunt started. For Shinobi arrived to the small field near the swamp where, as Naruto though, worms may have their nest. Blonde Jinchuriki sat on the ground and called forth his sage mode. His guess was correct, and those monsters were there. 3 were almost under them, 70 meters under the ground, and 1 more was an almost kilometer from their position in the forest. 3 things there. 1 in about kilometer at 4 o'clock. Naruto reported. Is there someone with Earth affinity? He asked then. I have it. What? Fu answered. Kakashi and Sasuke remained silent. Good. Fu, you'll help me. I will need you to create hardest stone possible as the walls and the floor for the pit I'm about to create. Naruto explained. Kakashi-sensei, try Katan or right-un attacks on monsters when you see them. Sasuke team, use you fire techniques. I'll try my Futon and Doton Jutsu arsenal against them. Why will I do as you say, Do? Sasuke said irately, his Sharingan activated, while Kakashi nodded, thinking about Naruto's plan. Good plan, Naruto. I approve. Sasuke, you will do what he says. It's an order. Okay. Naruto sensed worms approaching them. They are coming. Ready? He put both his hands on the ground, and Fu mirrored his actions. Doton Kisi, they yelled in unison. 20 meters deep and 100 meters wide pit with stone walls appeared with 3 dirty brown creatures on the bottom. Worms which immediately tried to run from this pit, but weren't very successful with penetrating its walls. Attack! Naruto yelled. Katan, Gakakyu. Both Kakashi and Sasuke sent fireballs at Beast. Fireballs successfully hit their targets, but when fire died down, worms were almost unharmed and already broke through stone walls, even enforced by Fu's chakra. Ninjas saw only their tails. Shit! Taki Special Jounin hissed. These creatures have no eyes, means they use other senses to move around and attack. Hearing or smelling most probably, or they can sense heat. Silver-haired Jounin noted. Also, they have very hard beak, and their muscles are very strong. If that thing catches you, it won't be pretty. Jump! Naruto yelled. They are attacking. All 4 ninja jumped into the air. They saw worms appear where they stood second ago. One of the beasts opened its mouth, which apparently had 3 jaws with teeth-like spikes, and send 3 thick snake-like tongues after Kakashi. Naruto used this to send 2 kunai into its mouth, one with explosive tag, other with unfamiliar seal. Creatures' tongues surprisingly had their own mouths and tried to bite Kakashi's leg, but Jounin cut them with Chidori, spraying yellowish-orange stinky liquid before they could harm him. No one saw a smile on Sasuke's face as he copied the jutsu. Worm howled from pain, but before it could hide under the ground, Naruto activated seals. Monster trashed in agony as his internals were ripped by vacuum seal, and then was torn into pieces by explosive tag, covering the ground with its blood and flesh. Naruto felt his sage powers leave him, but even his normal sense range, 300 meters, would be enough for now. 1 down, 3 to go. Good work, Naruto. Fu congratulated, landing on the ground. But next moment her face changed into the one of pure fear. She flashed through hand seals. Doton Tetsukawa. Her skin turned rusty gray and became very hard. Luckily, she finished her jutsu just in time as next moment, Worm tried to swallow her, but she managed to keep its mouth from closing. Help me. Raikiri. Lightning started in Kakashi's hand. Silver-haired Jounin used his jutsu to cut 1 jaw and free Fu. Doton Kisi. Naruto created several sharp spikes that pierced surprisingly thick skin of monster, but it managed to run under the ground, even if wounded. Shit, those things run underground. And fourth is coming there. Looks like Kakashi-sensei was right. They rely on hearing very much. For more waterfall shinobi, Jounin and 3 Chunin jumped into the battlefield. Fu report. Jounin commanded. 1 monster killed, 1 wounded, 2 remain unharmed. 4 in total in this area. Girl answered. They are coming back. Jump, Naruto yelled. But new arrivals couldn't react in time, and one of them, Chunin, was swallowed. Jounin wasn't lucky too. Worm bit off his lower body, and man would die from blood loss in less than 1 minute. Blonde Jinchuriki sent wind chakra sickle-shaped blade at beasts, but it left only inch-deep wounds on them. Creatures again hid under the ground. Suddenly Jawless, Worm, tried to attack Sasuke, but with the help of his Sharingan, Uchiha Boy could react in time. Katon, Hausenka, group of small fireballs hit monster's mouth and gullet, while Sasuke tried to sidestep. He, actually, partially succeeded, and trashing from Pain Beast only broke his arm before burrowing again. Sasuke, you are wounded, leave, Kakashi said. Seeing that said boy didn't want to do so, silver-haired Jounin used his power of team leader and ordered him to leave. Sasuke was forced to comply. Jump, Naruto yelled again. All 6 ninjas that were alive jumped from the ground when Jawless Monster appeared again. Taki Chunin weren't ready to defend themselves from Beast's tongues and were caught. Suddenly 2 other worms jumped from under the ground and swallowed poor Chunins. None of the attacks that other 4 shinobi used didn't help freeing caught ninjas. The best that they could do now, send as much explosive tags as possible into the mouth of Jawless Worm. Beast burrowed under the ground, and then there was an explosion. 2 down, 2 to go, and we already lost 4 men in this battle. Fu said sadly. Looks like these monsters can attack in groups. We must be twice as cautious then. Kakashi noted. Where are they? He asked then. 2 that are alive are regrouping and will attack soon. Blonde Jinchuriki answered. 3 shinobi left used this small pause to find any ideas how to deal with these monsters. So far none of the attacks that hit them from outside wasn't effective. These worms were real monsters. They are coming, Naruto warned. They jumped away from their position as 2 beasts attacked. Doton Kisi, both Naruto and Fu yelled, catching one of worms in the stone prison. Raikiri, Kakashi plunged lightning blade through creature's skin. Then he took off his hand and pushed ball of explosive tags into the wound. After jumping back, silver-haired Jounin activated tags, and Beast exploded, covering everything around with its disgusting blood and flesh. Shit, Fu yelled as she sensed attack that Naruto couldn't dodge. Last worm jumped from under the ground and swallowed blonde Jinchuriki. But before it could burrow completely, its body spasmed and then was cut into 2. But no one saw what cut it, only Naruto sealing something on his left wrist. Futon Repushu, Blonde yelled, sending attack into Beast's belly and killing it. He looked awful. His clothes were torn into shreds. There were many bite marks on his body, and he was covered in thick, stinky, yellowish blown blood of the monster. I'd give anything for a long hot shower right now. He sighed. 3 kilometers from the battlefield, man in dark blue cloak with hood was sitting on the tree, watching battle through his binoculars. When the battle ended, he sighed and adjusted his round glasses. Our little friends were killed. What a pity. My lord won't be happy with this. After all, they were his favorite experiment in biology. He jumped on the ground. Well, anyway, I have to report him the results. 3 days later, Team 7 was leaving once again peaceful hidden waterfall. Those 4 beasts were the only ones. Sasuke's arm was healed, but Sakura still acted like he was disabled, which irritated Uchiha Boy greatly. Village leader and several Taki shinobi, including Fu, were seeing Team 7 home. Kakashi received S-rank mission payment for his and his team's help in saving the village. Leaf ninjas bid farewell and headed home. Suddenly Fu ran after them and hugged Naruto from behind and whispered in his ear. Be safe, Blondie. I'd like to work with you again. And she kissed him on the cheek, which made Kakashi giggle perversely and Sakura irately groaned. Sasuke showed no reaction. Chapter 5, Chunin Exams, Writing Test. So, Naruto-kun, how is Sasuke doing so far? Asked Sandaime Hokage. He finally managed to find some time to ask Naruto about how his long-term mission was going on. Blonde Jinchuriki thought for several seconds before answering. He seems to be too obsessed with fighting strong opponents, humans or not, till they are either dead or admit his superiority. During mission to the Wave Country, he killed Haku, though the boy was no danger to him or anybody else anymore. Naruto paused for a second. During our fight with those monsters that attacked Takagakura, he almost went against Kakashi's order and continued fighting, despite being wounded. It's not very good, Sarutobi said. How about his teamwork? I know that Kakashi-sen stresses on it greatly. From what I observed, Sasuke will help his teammates only if it is somehow beneficial for him. Otherwise, his teamwork is equal to zero. I see, Hokage sighed. I hope that placing him on a team will help him to grow into what true shinobi must be, but looks like we may have second Orochimaru coming. I don't think that we should act now. Maybe there is still a chance that he will turn out to be a good boy, but we'll need to observe him closer from now on. You will continue your mission without any changes for now, Naruto-kun. And thank you for your work. Hi, Hokage Gigi. I shall do what is in my powers to protect what my father gave his life for. Naruto replied. It's nice to hear that, Hiruzen said. By the way, I was given some information about who blew your cover and made your connection with QB wide known. Looks like old war hawk Danzo have a hand in this. He, I think, wants to turn you into his personal weapon. Don't worry though, I will do whatever is in my power to protect you from this fate. Right now I don't have enough information to have a solid proof that Danzo exposed you, but my and you are looking for more right now. Thank you, Hokage Gigi. Blonde Jinchuriki said. I assume that this will be all. Hokage nodded. Yes, you can go now. Dismissed. Naruto nodded and left old man's office. Sarutobi looked at Twilight Konoha through the window and sighed, lighting his pipe. I'm too old for all this. Next morning, 3 Genins of Team 7 were waiting for their sensei to appear. Sasuke was brooding under a tree about how he will kill Itachi. Sakura was thinking about some new ways to make last Uchiha go on a date with her. And Naruto was sitting, using Bridge's handrail as a backrest, and he was writing something on a rectangular pieces of paper. Sasuke lifted his gaze and hoped that Kakashi will appear. No such luck. But instead he saw what his blonde teammate was doing and it interested him. When he saw what exactly Naruto was drawing, Uchiha boy was a bit shocked. You know how to do explosive tags, Dobe? Who taught you this? Answer me. Naruto looked up at Sasuke. Why should I? He immediately regretted saying this. How dare you? Sasuke-sama asked you a question and you must answer. Pink-haired, Banshee yelled. Deciding that he won't survive another yell today, Blonde Genin finally answered Sasuke's question. Okay. Naruto sighed. Jiraiya-sensei gave me several scroll about Fuinjutsu when I was younger. And when he had time, he showed me several seals. Jiraiya? That Jiraiya? Jiraiya of the Sannin? Asked Sasuke, a bit surprised. Naruto only nodded. This made brooding Uchiha explode. Why would one of the Sannin spend his time with the Dobe like you? He must have been training someone formally. Me. Naruto saw Sannin in question approach the bridge where Team 7 was and decided to play a prank on Sasuke. He inserted his index finger in his ear like he had something in it that was hampering his hearing. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat? I said why would Jiraiya teach such a lowly excuse of? Sasuke felt a heavy hand being placed on his shoulder. Ninja when there is someone from elite. Like me. So, you think that my godson is a lowly excuse of ninja? Said a deep voice. Looking up, Sasuke saw Toad Sage Jiraiya. And Sannin didn't look pleased. Hermit picked explosive tag that Naruto just drew and examined it. Looks like you are already mastered intensified explosive seal. You are truly going to be master of seals. Teach me, Sasuke shouted. Jiraiya took thinking pose. You have a drive to learn, that's good, but you offended not only to my godson, but also to my student. Let's make a deal. If you can land a solid hit on me, the one that I can't block or dodge, in 5 minutes, I'll think about teaching you jutsu or 2. Jiraiya saw a shocked expression on Naruto's face and winked him, showing that he won't allow Sasuke to become his student. Prepare to teach me. Uchiha boy tried to hit Jiraiya, but older shinobi easily avoided being hit and jumped back. putting some distance between them. Sasuke ran towards the Sannin, unleashing barrage of hits and punches, but Jiraiya easily dodged all of them. Sasuke jumped back and produced windmill shuriken from his pouch. He threw the weapon at the Sannin. Kage shuriken? Impressive. Jiraiya's hair moved, seemingly, on their own, forming something like a spiked wall in front of him, effectively blocking both shurikens from. But it won't work against my Hari Jaizu, Sannin said as his hair returned to their normal shape. Sasuke roared and flashed through hand seals. Katan, Gakakyu. He launched big fireball at Jiraiya, who lazily unrolled small scroll that somehow appeared in his hands. Scroll already contained pretty complex seal drawn. Fukahouen. Toad Hermit sent his chakra to activate the seal. Ghosty vapor appeared from the seal and after encompassing the fire of Sasuke's jutsu, returned back. Without waiting, Jiraiya flashed through 4 hand seals. Fukahouen, Kai. Sealed fireball shot back at Sasuke from the scroll. Suetun, Suryuden. Last Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf summoned small water dragon from the nearby river, the one that was running under their meeting spot bridge. Water dragon looked weak and was barely 7 meters long, yet it was enough to stop fireball. Why I can't do this jutsu like Kakashi or Zabuza? Why mine is so small and weak? Yelled frustrated Sasuke. Maybe you just don't have water affinity? Said Jiraiya. Look, each ninja has 1, 2, rarely 3 affinities, elements that best suited for them. Some jutsus won't work if you don't have needed affinity, others will be much weaker. Kakashi-san is unique case. He has weak affinities for every element. But he can't use any elemental jutsu to its fullest power. Not even his prized Raikiri. Sannin paused. By the way, you have 1 minute left. Sasuke roared and once again ran towards older shinobi, intent to land a hit on him using every taijutsu combo he knew. But, of course, it didn't work, as Toad Hermit dodged all hits and punches without any problems. Sasuke was about to try to hit Sannin again, but Jiraiya simply dropped from his sight, even with his 2-tomoed Sharingan activated, only to reappear behind a moment later and place something on his back. Time's up, older ninja said and activated weak shock seal he just placed on Sasuke's back. You were toying with me. I demand rematch, and you will fight seriously this time, shouted Uchiha. Don't overestimate yourself, Jiraiya replied. If I fought seriously with you, you'd be dead 3 seconds into the fight. Sannin walked towards Naruto and produced small scrolls seemingly out of nowhere. And seeing that you failed to land a hit on me, I won't teach you anything. Naruto, this is scroll with advanced seals you asked me to give you. Naruto nodded. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto pocketed the scroll. Okay, good. Sorry, but I have to go now. My research is waiting. And Toad Sage Jiraiya shunshined away. The Kurenai-led Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, under the name of Yuhi Kurenai, I nominate them to take Chunin Selection Exam, said red-eyed female Jounin. Sandaime Hokage nodded. Okay, anybody else want to nominate Jin and team to take the exam? He asked. Oh, by the way, is Kakashi-san late again? Sorry, I got on the road of life. Am I late? Said familiar voice of silver-haired Jounin. No, you're just on time. Asuma said sarcastically. Kakashi seemed to ignore man's voice's tone. Good. The Kakashi-led Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, under the name of Hatake Kakashi, I nominate them to take Chunin Selection Exam. Sarutobi nodded. I take that this is all. Everybody nodded and Hokage proceeded to fill the Chunin exam application forms for Team 7 with Jinin's names. When this was finished, his assistants gave filled application forms to Jinin's Jounin senseis. Good. Everyone dismissed. Sandaime said, when every last one of Jounins that nominated their team received application forms for their students. Naruto finished 3 more explosive tags before Kakashi decided to grace his team with his presence. Yo, said masked Jounin, appearing in a swirl of wind and leaves. You are late, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura yelled. Lost on the road of life? Asked Naruto, eyeing his sensei. Actually, silver-haired Jounin produced 3 papers from his pouch. I nominated you 3 to take Chunin Selection Exam. These are application forms. I want to take part in the exam. Fill the form and bring it to the academy, room 301 on next Monday before 9 in the morning. Kakashi gave application forms to his students. Okay, this is all for today. Bye-bye. And he disappeared via Shunshin. Naruto looked at his application form. What do you think, Naruto? Should I take this exam? I know that I'm fairly strong, but who knows what can happen during the exam. But still, I want to be promoted. I don't want to do this stupid D-rank chores. He thought. I think that you should try. Kyubi responded from her part of boy's subconscious. Her Jinchuriki nodded. Naruto was aimlessly walking through the street of Konoha. He already filled his Chunin exam application in, and with no mission or team training, he hadn't many things to do. Of course, he always could go train on his own, but right now blonde Jinchuriki didn't feel like doing so. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He walked towards the nearest park and found secluded area. He fished out an empty message scroll for his pouch and quickly wrote a message to Yujito, saying that he will take Chunin exams. When Naruto finished writing, he bit his thumb and flashed through hand seals. Kuchios. In a cloud of white smoke, small orange Toad appeared. Hi, Kichi. Toad nodded. Hello, Naruto-kun. What do you want? Gamakichi asked. Well, I have a work for you. Toad jumped on Naruto's head. Do you have something for me? Blonde Jinchuriki searched his pockets for something. When his hand returned from its trip through Blonde's pockets, it had plenty of toffees in it. Moment later, every last candy was in Gamakichi's mouth. Okay, who must I do? Naruto gave message scroll to the Toad. I want you to deliver this message to Kumo Jounin ni Yujito. She is my friend. Blonde boy quickly described the Toad what Nibi Jinchuriki looked like. Will you do this? No problems. And Toad leaped away. Naruto shook his head and walked out of the park, and ran straight into Konohamaru and to his friend, Moegi and Udon. Oh, hi, boss. Hokage's grandson shouted. Can you teach us some awesome jutsus? Please. Naruto sighed. Well, at least this will give him something to do for the next hour or two. Finally, 3 kids got tired and Naruto, who still had nothing to do, decided to walk them home. Naruto was walking slowly behind children and for a moment lost them from his sight when self-proclaimed Konohamaru Core disappeared behind the corner of a building. Let me down, Konohamaru cried. Naruto quickly ran there and saw a boy of about 14-15 years old in a black clothes with something in bandages on his back and a makeup. War paint on his face, seizing Hokage's grandson by the scruff of the neck. Oh, and the black-clad boy had Suna Hideate. Listen here, brat. You bumped into me. I shall teach you a lesson. Suna Ninja said. His teammate, as Naruto assumed, blonde girl with a battle fan strapped to her back, while obviously disapproving his actions, did nothing to stop him. I suggest that you put this boy down. While our villages are allies, if you harm Hokage's grandson, it can start unnecessary conflict. Naruto said, reading himself to rescue Konohamaru, if needed. But this brat, black-clad Suna Ninja started. He bumped into me. He needs a lesson. Even if it was like that, the problem could be solved with just word. Naruto replied. Someone of the 9 is near. Kyubi said to her container though mental link. Ichibi no Shikaku, that crazy Tanuki. Moment later, red-haired boy with a kanji for love on his forehead and big gourd on his back appeared in swirl of the sand. Naruto looked at him. The boy had lifeless teal eyes with dark circles around them. Looks like his seal isn't working properly. This boy has chronic insomnia. This is the reason for those circles around his eyes. Most probably he can't sleep because if his conscience weakens, so does the seal, and Shikaku starts destroying his host's soul. This boy's seal was either done by someone with poor knowledge on the subject, or it was done this way on purpose. Why would someone do this on purpose? Naruto asked, shocked by what his Naruto said. This boy doesn't sleep. This makes his psyche very unstable, turning him into a war machine that knows no mercy. Kyubi replied. Kankuro, you are disgrace to Suna Shinobi. Shikaku host said. Kankuro immediately let Konohamaru go, and Hokage's grandson immediately ran and hid behind Naruto. I left you for only 5 minutes, and you already picked a fight. You already forgot why we came here. J-era. They started it. Boy, now known as Kankuro, said in a shaky voice. I don't care. Next time I'll kill you. Gaara said in a tone like he was talking about the weather. Kankuro paled. Why yes. Ichibi Jinchuriki turned to Naruto. I'm sorry for any trouble my brainless teammate caused. Blonde Konoha Jinin nodded. I assume that you are here to take a part in Chunin Exams. Gaara nodded. Mother tells me that you are pretty strong. What is your name? I wish to fight you. Naruto heard Kankuro whispering to his fan-armed teammate something like, this boy is dead, but ignored it. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Sabaku no Gaara. Gaara turned around and began walking away. Temari, Kankuro, let's go. And Naruto, I will crush you in this exam. And then all three Suna Genins disappeared. Naruto sighed. This Gaara was really dangerous. Boss, you are the best. Oh, yes, these three little brats were still there. Naruto was walking towards Academy, for the 100th time rereading the message he got yesterday from Yujito. 2 simple words. Good luck. Finally, he saw the building where Academy resided. It was only 5 minutes past 8, yet both Sasuke and Sakura were there, along with many other Genins from various hidden villages. Let's go, Naruto said to his teammates, replacing Yujito's message in his hands with Chunin exam application. They entered the building and went upstairs. On the second floor there were a lot of people trying to enter room 301, which was guarded by 2 leaf ninja. Naruto shrugged and went up the stairs. Naruto Baka, where are you going? Sakura asked. Isn't room 301 there? Blonde Jinchuriki leaned forward and whispered so that only Sakura could hear him. This is the second floor. How in the hell room 301 can be there? It always was on the 3rd floor. Pink-haired Kunoichi looked at the sign and saw small ripples on it, indicating that Jinjutsu was placed there. On the second thought, you are right. But Sasuke-sama is still the best. You should remove this illusion. I'm going to the 3rd floor. Sasuke shouted. Naruto slapped his forehead. Idiot. So you noticed it? One of Guardians asked. Sasuke only smirked in response. Immediately, another team from the Hidden Leaf, male Hyuga, girl with 2 buns, and Green Clan boy with bushy brows, surrounded Sasuke. What's your name? Hyuga boy asked. When you want to learn someone's name, shouldn't you give yours first? Last Uchiha of Konoha replied. While those two argued, Hyuga's green-clad teammate appeared in front of Sakura in the good guy pose. Let's go out together. I'll protect you, youthful beauty, till I die, YSH. Boy shouted. Sakura sweat dropped. No way. You are lame. Green-clad Genin run away in tears. Naruto coughed. Sakura, Sasuke, let's go. We don't have all day, you know. They agreed. Several minutes later, when Team 7 was crossing Big Hall, green-clad Genin that they met before jumped in front of them. He pointed at Sasuke. I am youthful noble green beast Rock Lee. And I want to fight you, Uchiha Sasuke. I want to fight someone from Genius Clan and test my youthful abilities, YSH. Rock Lee shouted. If you are not interested in me, let me pass then, Naruto said, walking towards the door on the other side of the hall. Rock Lee nodded, showing that he won't stop him. Sakura wanted to follow Naruto, just to as far from this strange boy as she could, but decided to stay and see what her Sasuke-sama can do against him. It's about the time for you two to show up, Kakashi said, while, of course, reading his precious Ika Ika book. Naruto, quiet bored, stood by his side, silver-haired Jounin at his students. Sakura had a big bump on her head. Sasuke had both his chin and his ego bruised. Now you 3 can properly take the exam. Before Sakura could interrupt him, Jounin continued. This exam can only be taken by teams of 3. I made it look like you can choose whether you want to take it or not, so that you will pressurize each other into taking the exam. You must have came here by your own free will. And seeing that you 3 are here, I can only do thing. Kakashi paused for a second. Wish you a good luck. Thank you, sensei. Naruto said. Let's go. And they opened the door into room 301. They were greeted by many shinobi from almost every known shinobi village. Naruto stood leaning on the wall while the rest of Rookie 9 were talking to each other. No, of course, Naruto had several friends among them, but he just didn't feel like talking right now. It continued until one of older generation Genins, Kabuto Yakushi, said that they need to be quiet. He, by unknown reason, decided to help and gave some information about exam participants. Naruto listened carefully about Gaara of the desert. Even if he didn't seem to be that tough from the profile, you can never be too cautious around Jinchuriki, unstable one especially. Then, because Kabuto called Hidden Sound Minor Village, Jinins from said village attacked him. And while Kabuto dodged the attack, he somehow still got hurt. Not a moment later than this happened. "Quiet down, you worthless bastards." Someone roared from the big cloud of smoke that appeared in front of the blackboard. When the smoke cleared, there stood Big Man in a black cloak and black bandana. He had terrible scars on his face. Around him stood 2 dozens of Chunins in gray outfits. "Thanks for waiting. I'm Marino Ibiki, the examiner for the Chunin Selection Exams first test." Ibiki pointed at Hidden Sound team. "Hidden Sound guys, stop doing as you please before the exam. Do you want to fail already?" 3 Jinins apologizes, saying that they were a bit carried away. "Okay, it's a good opportunity to say this. There will be no fighting without the permission of the examiner. And even if permission is granted, killing your opponent won't be tolerated. Those pigs that will disobey me will be failed immediately. Do I make myself clear?" Ibiki roared, sending small wave of killing intent through the auditory. All Jinins quickly nodded. "Good. We will now start the first test in the Chunin exam. Instead of your current seating arrangements." Ibiki showed small piece of paper with a number to Jinins. "You will pick one of these tabs and sit in the seat assigned to you. If it somehow happens that you pick a seat near your teammate, you will have to try again. When this is done, we will hand out the exams." Naruto happened to be the unluckiest one. He was assigned to sit right in front of where Ibiki stood. When everyone sat on their assigned seats, Chunins gave them exam papers. "Okay, everyone have an exam paper?" one of Chunins asked. When everyone said or otherwise gave positive answer, he nodded to Ibiki. "There are many important rules to this test. I'll write it on the board while I explain, but questions will not be allowed, so listen carefully." Marino Ibiki began writing on the blackboard. "The first rule. You guys will all start with 10 points. The is made up of 10 questions, and each one is worth a point, but the test uses a subtraction system. Basically, if you can answer all 10 questions correctly, you keep your 10 points. But if, let's say, you answer only 7 correctly, you will lose 3 points and will have 7. He paused. "The second rule. This is a team test. Whether you pass or not will be determined by the combined score of your teammates. So, each team will compete to see how many points they can hold on to from initial team total of 30. At this point, Sakura tried to ask a question about why this is a team test, but was quickly shut up, never receiving the answer she wanted. The third rule is that during the exam, anyone caught by the testing officers doing sneaky activities, namely cheating, will have 2 points subtracted for every offense. So there will be some who will lose all their points and ask to leave. We have our eyes on you guys," one of Chunin examiners said. "Realize that the pathetic ones that get caught cheating will be destroying themselves. As shinobi trying to achieve the level of Chunin, be proud ninjas." Ibiki paused again. "And the final rule. Those that lose all their initial points during the test, and those that don't answer any questions correctly will be failed, along with their 2 teammates. We are doomed." Almost every Genin at the auditory had this thought. "Exam will last exactly 1 hour. Begin." Ibiki roared. Naruto looked at his paper. Questions there were very hard. Hell, not every Jounin could answer all 9 of them correctly. Then blonde Jinchuriki thought about the rules. Something doesn't add up here. Reaching for his Sage mode, but not activating it, Naruto counted Jinins in auditory. 155. The number isn't aliquot to 3. There are 2 extra men. They are either to watch over us, or they are the ones that have all answers, and the purpose of the test is to cheat without being caught. It's like information gathering mission. Okay, judging from the rules, I think second guess is right. They want us to cheat. This means I only need to find the guy who has at least 1 answer correctly. Tough luck, brat. Ibiki asked right into Naruto's ear, snapping him out of his thoughts. Want to quit right now? Kyubi Jinchuriki shook his head, saying no. However, Ibiki unintentionally helped Naruto. While the blonde was shaking his head, he noticed that the guy on his right had already 2 questions done. Too fast to think that he didn't know answers beforehand. Using his sensor abilities, Naruto memorized what that guy wrote for the 3rd question and then wrote the summary as his own answer. After doing the same for 3 more questions, Naruto thought that this was enough. 20 more minutes passed. During this time, at least 14 teams were failed. Naruto's guess about the real purpose of this test was confirmed when he saw Bun Girl from before using well-hidden mirrors to copy answer from one of AIM participants. There were 15 minutes left. This meant Ibiki laughed in an evil manner. We've gotten rid of the trash, so we'll now start the 10th question. Now, before we get to it, I'd like to go over the added rules for this question. Almost every genin in the auditory groaned. When Suna Ninja, Kankuro returned from the toilet, Ibiki remarked about his good timing and his dull playing. Then he returned to the business. These are the rules of desperation. Some genins visibly paled. First, for this 10th question, you must decide whether you will take it or not. Choose. What happens if we decide not to answer? Suna Girl with 4 ponytails, Temari, asked. If you choose not to, your points will be reduced to 0 and you, along with your teammates, fail. Many shouted that they will take this question. And now, the other rule. If you choose to take it and answer incorrectly, not only you fail this test, but you will lose the right to ever take Chunin selection exam again. Kiba shouted that this is impossible as some people had taken Chunin exams before. Ibiki smirked. Consider yourself unlucky. This year it's my rules. But I'm giving you a way out. Those that aren't confident enough can choose not to take this question and try again later. Ibiki paused for a second. Now let's begin. Those that do not wish to take the 10th question, raise your hand. Once your number is confirmed, leave. 11 more teams in total left the exam. Ibiki waited for a good minute. 78 left. This year we have a lot of participants with iron will. Now to everyone still remaining. He decided to add pause there. Just torture these kids a little bit more. I congratulate you on passing the first test. He roared. For the next 10 minutes Ibiki was answering various questions about the test. Suddenly something, convolute banner with someone inside, broke through the window. 4 kunais were thrown, anchoring the banner. Meet sexy, single and deadly me, the proctor for the second test, Anko Mitarashi. Purple-haired woman, dressed in a brown trench coat, chainmail bodysuit, brown miniskirt, and nothing more. There is no time to be celebrating. Now let's go? Follow me. Every genin in auditory groaned, but complied. Chapter 6. Chunin Exams, Ruins. 79 shinobi, 26 genin teams, and 1 Anko Mitarashi stopped in front of rather big gates with all imaginable signs saying that area behind those gates was dangerous. They could see metallic fence going far in both directions with more similar gates. Behind that fence one could see young, but still intimidatingly big, forest and old ramshackle buildings, or their ruins. About 3 dozens of Chunin proctors, part of them from the first test, appeared by Anko's side. Well, kiddies, welcome to the ANBU training ground number 47, also known as Ruins. Though it's not my lovely forest of death, this place is very dangerous, containing both human-made traps and many dangerous animals and plant. Anko said, before we start, let me tell you some history. As you all know, 12.5 years ago mighty demon, Kyubi no Yoko, attacked Konoha. It destroyed more than half of the village. After the demon as killed by Yandame Hokage-sama, Sandame Hokage-sama, who retook the seat, and council decided to turn some of devastated regions of the Konoha into the training ground. This training ground is special, though no one knows why, but plants grow there much faster and predators in the area are much stronger than anywhere. One of the Chunins coughed. Anko-san, I think that we should begin the test soon. Okay, enough history. Your second test task is this. Anko produced metallic container, cylinder of about 30 centimeters long and 10 in diameter, and 2 scrolls that could fit into the container. There are 52 containers hidden in this area. Not bad enough to provide challenge, but also not good enough to make you destroy entire area to find them. Each container will be guarded by D to C rank traps. Nothing impossible to deal with. There are 26 empty containers. 13 will contain Heaven Scroll. Anko showed Blue Scroll to everyone. And 13 will contain Earth Scroll. This time she showed Brown Scroll. To pass this part of the exam, you will need to find both Heaven and Earth Scrolls and bring them to the old hospital building in the center of this area. All your teammates must be alive and able to fight. You must not open the scrolls, and you have time limit of 120 hours to complete this test. 5 days. What will we eat? Choji cried. There is plenty of food there. You just need skills to take it. Enko paused, and not become food in process. The proctor of the second test then took a pack of papers from one of the many Chunin and Beacon Choji to take them. Pass these out, she told to the Akimichi boy. Everyone, Enko called. You must sign these agreement forms. There will be deaths in this test, and if I don't have you sign these, it will all be my responsibility. She smiled a creepy smile. So, I take it that killing is allowed? Gara of the desert asked in his usual monotone voice. Several more Genins had bloodthirsty smiles on their faces. Enko nodded. Yes, in this part of the test, anything goes. She paused, and then quickly added. But, only after it starts. Any more questions? There are 13 pairs of the scrolls. It means only 13 teams will pass this test? Asked Sakura. Enko again had creepy smile. At most 13. Enko corrected. It may happen that no one will pass. The Chunin collected the signed forms. Okay, the second test will start in about half an hour, so now go and choose the gate you will start from. They are all the same, don't worry. Oh, and one more thing. There is no quitting in the middle. Spend 5 days in the forest or die. Now go, go, go. Genins nodded and started walking along the fence, each team accompanied by single Chunin. Team 7 stopped in front of gate number 24. Grass team, that picked gate number 23, was more than interested in them, Sasuke Uchiha in particular. Everyone waited. Finally, there was a buzzing sound. Well, you can start now, Chunin said to the Team 7, opening their gates. 3 Genins immediately ran into the forest. They stopped when they were in about 200 meters from the gates and entered old building. Okay, there are 2 possible courses of action for us. 1, we can try and find needed scrolls first. 2, we can find that hospital building first, and then try to take scrolls from other teams. Sasuke said. Actually, I think first one won't be that hard, Naruto said. And why is that, Baka? Sakura asked. These scrolls contain high-level seals. B, maybe A-ranked ones. I can sense the energy from those seals from a short distance. So we can avoid empty containers and go only after those with scrolls. But, unfortunately, seals are the same, so I can't distinguish Heaven Scroll from Earth one. Blonde Jinchuriki replied. I think that we will stick to the first plan then, Sasuke said. But in case we get separated, we need some king of password so that we can easily differentiate enemy spies from each other. Naruto and Sakura nodded. I will tell the password only once, and assume everyone to be enemy, no matter what they look like until they say this password correctly. Sasuke cleared his throat. A large amount of loud enemies is a friend of the shinobi. Hide and remain silent. A shinobi must understand the proper time, when the enemy is tired and ill-prepared. Both Naruto and Sakura nodded again. Suddenly, there was a loud scream echoing through the training area. Let battle for the survival begin, Blonde Shinobi remarked. Team 7 was about to exit their temporary hideout, but large, rhino-sized, tiger was standing in their way. Naruto was the first one to react. Futon, de Tapa, he called, blowing Predator into the tree with a strong gust of wind. 3 ninja were jumping from one tree to another. 2 of them had Kusa Hideatesh. Last one had none. I will go after Sasuke-kun, said female-like looking one, with Kasa on his head. Jirobo, I want you to fight against Uzumaki Kid while I'll be entertaining with Uchiha. Don't kill that boy though. Make him unable to fight for 2-3 days, nothing more. We need Sasuke-kun's team to pass after all, he said to a ninja with poorly done wooden mask on his face. And don't activate second level. We don't want any A and B you interfere, do we? As you wish, Orochimaru-sama, Jirobo replied. Good. And you, Karen, will look out for anyone who can put a crimp into my plans. Orochimaru said to the other shinobi, girl of about 15 with red hair and no hideate. Hi, Orochimaru-sama. They were already 4 hours in this terrible place, but Naruto was yet to sense any hidden scrolls. In these 4 hours, they already had to fight different predators ranging from tigers to meat-eating plants and giant centipedes 10 times. Currently, they were approaching yet another ruin, half-destroyed 2-story building. There is one scroll, Naruto suddenly said. Then he summoned Shadow Clone to delouse any traps inside. 12 seconds later, he got memories of being stabbed by many kunai. Cautiously, Team 7 entered ruins. First room was clear. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke peeked into the next room. There were many kunai jabbed into the floor and walls. In the far end of the room, there was cherished container with the scroll. Naruto summoned another shadow clone to retrieve the container. Clone approached metallic cylinder and took it into its hands, only to hear hissing sound of activated explosive tag. Clone threw the container into Sasuke's hands before explosion ended its existence. Heaven Scroll, the Uchiha boy said after he opened the container. This means we only need to find Earth 1 now. Sasuke pocketed the scroll and team exited this ruins, only to have Naruto blown away by the futon. Daitapa Jutsu, only several times more powerful than the one blonde Genin used on that poor tiger. Sasuke spun around and saw attacker, female-like looking grass ninja with big kusa on his head, emerge from the root of particularly big tree. Kukuku, how are you doing, Sasuke-kun? Grass ninja asked, bringing his right hand's index finger to his left eye, showing amber iris with slitted pupils and unleashing killing intent that only Jounin should be able to unleash. Naruto regained conscious. His head and his back were aching, and he was lying under the tree with decent human-shaped dent on its trunk. You were pretty tough. Only 1 minute unconscious from such a blow. Looks like I'll finally be able to play with someone for long enough. Someone said. Blonde Jinchuriki immediately jumped back and prepared himself to fight. His opponent was a large man, partly bald, with 3 big locks of orange hair on his head. He was holding pretty thick and hard wooden facial mask in his hand. Then he broke the mask with one hand without visibly straining himself at all. Who are you? Naruto asked. You don't have to know my name. Jirobo answered, before charging at Naruto. Despite his size, he was fast. Still, Naruto managed to dodge Jirobo's hit, only to stare with shock at large dent in the trunk of the tree that appeared under man's fist. Without his Sage Mode, Naruto had to avoid being hit by this man. Doton Doryu Dango. Jirobo tore up a big stone from the ground and threw it at Naruto. Doton Doryu Katsu. Naruto touched the giant boulder with one finger, sending tons of his chakra into it, and split in 2 with him in the middle, unharmed. So you are Taijutsu and Earth-style ninjutsu user? Blonde asked. This should have been an interesting fight, but unfortunately, I have no time to fight you. Naruto flashed through hand seals. Futon Atsugai. Doton Doryu Heki. Jirobo raised a mud wall to protect himself from wind-based ninjutsu his opponent used. 30 seconds later, when winds finally died down, wall was almost destroyed, but there was no one behind it. Naruto immediately jumped back, barely avoiding being hit on his face. He blocked a punch man threw at him, but power behind it was big enough to send him flying into the tree. You're good. I haven't any decent opponents for a long time. Maybe I'll play with you a little more. How about we go to the next level? Black, jagged triangular pattern appeared on man's visible skin. Are you working for Orochimaru? Naruto asked. I only heard about Cursed Seal. It's really an interesting thing. Jirobo roared and charged at him at least 3 times faster than before. The blonde Jinchuriki was still able to block the punch that was thrown at him, but it cost him a broken right arm and being sent into the next tree in line. I need Sage Mode to match this power. Cursed Seal is really powerful. Naruto sent a single kunai with powerful explosive tag at Jirobo, intent to win 5 or so needed seconds for himself. Why you? A bit burnt, but otherwise unharmed, Jirobo charged at his opponent once again, not really noticing that Naruto's appearance changed to that of his Sage Mode. Jirobo tried to hit Naruto, but to his surprise, Blonde caught his fist with one hand. His right arm was still healing. Naruto lifted man into the air and threw him into the half of the destroyed boulder. Why are you so strong suddenly? Jirobo asked when he could breathe again. Not telling. Blonde Jinchuriki answered before flashing through hand seals. Futon Repushu, giant fist made of compressed air was launched at Jirobo. But before it hit its target, man disappeared in swirl of dust. Naruto sighed. He checked his right arm. Bones weren't completely reinstated, but at least he could use this arm again. Blonde Genin promised himself to give a big thank you to his Natan for healing him, before running towards location where he sensed Sasuke fighting someone very powerful. Sasuke and Sakura were hiding the wall of the destroyed building. Both were very afraid that that strange ninja will find them. As Sasuke-sama, Snake, suddenly shouted pink-haired Kunoichi. Uchiha spun around only to find unnaturally big brown Snake looking at him. Sasuke jumped back and threw kunai with explosive tag into Snake's maw. Not waiting to see what his attack accomplished, he took Sakura and leaped up into the trees. After several seconds of peace, Sasuke saw Snake returning. Some scales on its head were missing and right eye was completely destroyed, but Predator was still hunting. Katan, Hozenka. He launched several shuriken, hidden in small fireballs. This attack proved to be more effective as the snake was killed. But as soon as Sasuke was sure that this snake was dead, the scales behind its head broke and the saliva-covered fake grass ninja emerged. Kukuku, you can't relax even for a second. Prey must always run and fight for the life, especially when a predator is near. Ninja tried to freeze Genin with his killing intent, but this time it worked not that good. Shit, Sasuke cursed. Run, Sakura. I'll give him our scroll. He shouted. Please, take our scroll and let us go. Very clever. The only way to escape from the predator, give him something else. Mysterious Shinobi said. Unfortunately, I don't want your scroll. I'm here after you, my Sasuke-kun. Let's see what you are capable of, Sasuke-kun. I must live. I need to kill him. I can't lose now. Sasuke's Sharingan activated. Let's. Uchiha produced handful of shuriken from his pouch along with some ninja wire. He threw weapons at his opponent, but fake grass ninja dodged them with little difficulty. Sasuke produced kunai with more ninja wire from his pouch and threw it too, at the same time using attached wire to control the shuriken. Before his opponent could do anything, he was tied to the tree. Katan, Ryuka. Sasuke roared, sending fire along his ninja wire, trying to burn that strange shinobi to death. Unfortunately, that ninja appeared to be fireproof. Only his skin, or mask, was destroyed. He used his eyes to predict every possible way to dodge weapons and attack from blind spot, tying me to that tree and that wonderful fire jutsu. You must be mine, Sasuke-kun. Kukuku. So young and already so good with his Sharingan. Yes, this is definitely Uchiha blood. There can't be any mistake. I need you, Sasuke-kun. I like this game, but looks like it came to the end. Suddenly, the man jumped sideways, dodging a futon jutsu. That came from panting Naruto. So, you defeated my henchman? Interesting. Yes, Orochimaru. He ran away. Not wanted to use second level, I think. Naruto said. Shit. Even with Sage Mode, I used more than 40% of chakra to fight that guy. And against Orochimaru in person, I have no chances. I have to attack and distract him, while 3 of us will run. At least he hadn't killed Sasuke team or Sakura yet. I will punish him for being useless later. But now I have business with Sasuke-kun. Kukuku, mysterious ninja, now identified as Orochimaru, replied. I won't let you. Naruto threw single kunai with explosive tag at Orochimaru, before flashing through hand seals. Futon Atsugai. There was an explosion, followed by big dome of fire, powered by wind jutsu. Blonde Jinchuriki appeared by Sasuke's side, while his shadow cloned by Sakura's. We need to run. Now. Sorry, but I won't let you. Orochimaru, a bit burnt, but still in good condition, appeared in front of real Naruto. You are strong too, but unfortunately, I'm not sure how you'll react to my gift, should I give it to you. So I'll do this. Gogyu Fuin. Orochimaru's right hand with purple flames around each finger connected with Naruto's stomach. Blonde Jinchuriki screamed in pain before his world went black. Naruto's shadow clone disappeared. Kukuku. Back to our business, Sasuke-kun. Where was I? Oh, yes, I loved our little game. You are really his brother. I can see power to crush Itachi in your eyes. Who are you? Sasuke asked in shock and fear. As Naruto-kun said, I'm Orochimaru, and if you want to see me again, Sasuke-kun, you'll need to survive and complete this exam. Oh, and defeat my Genin team from Oto. Snake Sannin said. What the hell? Why would I want to see you again? Uchiha boy shouted. I can give you power, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru ran through hand seals. With 6 sound his neck elongated, and before Sasuke could do anything, Sannin bit his neck. Juin Jutsu. Orochimaru's neck reverted to its normal length. Sasuke-kun will look for me. He will look for power. At the same moment, 3 commas appeared on Sasuke's shoulder near his neck, and he started screaming in pain, before collapsing on the tree branch unconscious. You can keep you scroll. You'll need it. Bye-bye. Orochimaru melted into the tree. Sakura started crying in despair. Anko Mitarashi was seating under the tree, eating her favorite dango. Suddenly, bolt of pain shot through her left shoulder. Cursed seal? Why? Woman, though. Before she could continue, 5 Chunins appeared in front of her in swirls of wind and leaves. Anko-san, half an hour ago 3 men were found dead. The Chunin team from Kasagakure. Their faces were stolen, and they were definitely killed before the first test. One of Chunin said. Yes, that's why. Orochimaru is here. That bastard. But why? Why now? What does he want to accomplish? I need to find it out. And kill him, if I can. Call the A and BU. S rank missing mean Orochimaru is here. I will go after him now. Anko yelled. The Chunin saluted and disappeared via Shunshin. Anko herself threw her stick with Dango away and ran into the training ground. She had a missing mean to kill. Somewhere in the training area, Team 8 came across dispirited sight. 3 bodies of aimed Chunin, crushed. There were several hundreds of Sunbon needles lying on the ground, for empty umbrellas and several other weapons, as well as lots of blood on surrounding trees and ruins. Several small predators were already using them as their food. What happened to there? Hinata asked. Someone literally crushed these Chunin. Shino said in his usual emotionless tone. We must be much more careful if we don't want to end like them. Kiba's dog, Akamaru, whimpered in agreement. Let's pray we won't run into whoever did this. Inazuka boy said. 4 kilometers from this location, Suna trio entered Old Hospital. Naruto woke up. He was lying on the pile of old leaves in dark room in one of old buildings scattered through the training area. His head was aching terribly, as was his stomach, and his Kyubi tan was suspiciously quiet. Blonde tried to ask her something, but failed. Then somebody moaned in pain on his left. Looking there, he saw Sasuke. Uchiha's body was shivering as if he had high temperature, and wet shreds of clothing on his forehead only confirmed this theory. And then Naruto remembered. They fought Orochimaru. This means Naruto removed top part of his clothing and tried to summon some chakra. It was much harder than usually. First, his father's seal appeared on his stomach. Then another seal appeared around first one. As I thought, Gogyu Fuin. Naruto stopped summoning his chakra, and both seals faded. Just in time, so that Sakura, who brought some food, didn't see anything. You woke up, Baka? She asked. For how long was I unconscious? Blonde Jinchuriki asked. 16 hours, you Baka. This means it's about noon of the second day. Good. We still have some time. Naruto paused for a second. I need you help, he stated. And why is that? Was pink-haired Kunoichi's reply. We are team, first. But, you see, that freak we fought, Orochimaru, used Gogyu Fuin on me, and right now I'm weaker than academy student. You won't be able to protect us both. We don't know when Sasuke will wake up, find scrolls, and bring us to that hospital building to finish this test. Sakura sighed. And how can I help you? As an answer, blonde Jinchuriki produced the scroll Jiraiya gave him week ago from his pouch and opened it on the big and pretty complex seal. This is Gogyu Kaien. Naruto then fished ink well and brush out of his pouch. You will draw this seal on my stomach and activate it. This will remove Orochimaru's seal, and I'll be able to protect us until Sasuke wakes up. Sakura nodded. Just don't do any mistakes, or results can be unpredictable. And, by the way, if you memorize the seal, one day you may impress Sasuke, and he will go on a date with you. This was stimulus good enough for pink-haired Kunoichi to work very hard on drawing the seal. Half an hour later, she finished. How do I activate this thing? She asked. You must send your chakra into it. About quarter of your usual amount, if I'm not mistaken. But don't worry, as soon as Orochimaru's seal is gone, I'll refill your chakra reserves. I have more than enough chakra on my own. Naruto replied. Well, at least while I slept, my reserves were refilled almost completely. His teammate nodded and concentrated, building enough chakra to activate the seal. As soon as Sakura activated the seal, Naruto screamed in pain, but tried not to trash around. Minute later, he was back to normal, only covered in sweat and breathing heavily. Finally, by the way, you owe me a lot for healing your arm, Naruto-chan. Kyubi said. Yeah, yeah, I remember. But maybe later? I'm still in the middle of the exam. Naruto replied to his Neitain. She pouted, but agreed. Thank you. He collected his scroll, brush, and inkwell and put them back into his pouch. Now let's see what Oro team did to our Sasuke. Naruto put his clothes back on. That ninja. Orochimaru bit Sasuke-sama's neck before he disappeared. Sakura said. Naruto mumbled, looking at pulsing mark on Uchiha's shoulder. This is definitely Juinjutsu, also known as Cursed Seal. But this modification is unknown to me. Plus, I don't know how it will react if I try to suppress it right now, so we have to wait. Luckily for us, Sasuke will survive. His body at least. His mind. I'm not sure whether he will be the same Sasuke we knew or not. Sakura sighed. Now, sit down. I'll refill your chakra reserves. Okay. Pink-haired Kunoichi sat on the ground. Naruto sat behind her and put his hands on her temples. Say, when you will have your chakra at your normal maximum. Sakura nodded. Then she felt something cool, like breeze, enter her body where Naruto's hands were. Jirobo, why you fled? Orochimaru was angry. Very angry. I had to deal with Uzumaki brat myself. Orochimaru-sama. He was too strong. Without going to second level, I couldn't match his power. Man replied, nursing his hurt elbow. And Konoha Ninja could sense it if I activated second level. Please, Orochimaru-sama, don't punish me. Jirobo begged. Snake Sannin sighed. Okay, I agree. Activating your Curse Seal's second level could call unneeded attention to you. But tell me, what he is capable of, that Naruto-kun. Orochimaru said. He can do high-level Doton and Futon Ninjutsu. He heals very fast. And he has raw strength to stop my punches with one hand or to throw me into the air. I'd say that he is at least on low Jounin level. Orochimaru sighed again. Well, looks like Kabuto needs to spy better. I was said that Naruto is barely Chunin level in strength. Now I'll have to readjust my plans. Sun was setting down, and it's surprisingly peaceful in the area, or it seemed that it was. We have guests. Naruto, who was meditating on the border of entering sage mode, said. 3 human. Jin and team, I suppose. Activating his sage mode, blonde Jinchuriki went out of his team's hideout. Sakura still tried her best to cure whatever Cursed Seal was doing with Sasuke. And it took only 30 seconds for guests to appear. And they were the team from the Hidden Sound. So here you are? Go away, and we will spare your life. We only need to kill Sasuke Uchiha. Boy with spiky dark blue hair said. Zaku, Orochimaru said that we can kill the others. Why spare? The only female, girl with extremely long black hair, replied to her teammate. Yeah, Kin, you are right. Why spare their lives? First boy, Zaku, stretched his hands out. Zenkaha. There was a large gust of wind from vents on Zaku's palms. Naruto dodged it, but only barely. This attack was damn fast. Blonde summoned 4 Kage Bushins and sent them to attack 2 other Sound Nins. Dosu. Understood. Musical arm. Dosu, strange, always shriveled, boy with no visible hair, activated device on his right hand, creating sound wave. All shadow clones immediately disappeared while real Naruto fell on the ground, holding his ears. Now, Zenkyo Kukua, Zaku yelled, sending much more powerful and faster attack at blonde Jinchuriki. Futon, Daitapa. 2 jutsus canceled each other. Both Naruto and Sound Jinin were thinking what to do next when there was an explosion of purple chakra where Sasuke should have been. He is awake. True to Blonde's words, Uchiha appeared in the battlefield. He was surrounded by purple evil aura. His eyes held bloodlust in them, and his body was covered with flame-like black patterns. Sasuke Uchiha, I'll kill you for Orochimaru-sama. Zaku yelled. Zenkyo Kukua. Naruto and Sasuke jumped out of the jutsu's way. Sasuke turned his gaze to his teammate. You wait. They will die first. And he disappeared, reappearing in front of Zaku. Sound Jinin reacted immediately, firing Zenkaha from point blank. Sasuke somehow dodged this attack, jumping back and right. Katan, Guryuka. Uchiha exhaled dragon-shaped fireball at Dosu. Zaku destroyed it using his Zenkyo Kukua, only to be attacked by Katan, Hozenka Jutsu. Zenkaha. Zaku blew away fire, only to find that there were shurikens hidden in small fireballs. Sound Jinin dodged them all, but Sasuke again appeared in front of him with kunai in his hand. Sasuke inserted this kunai into Zaku's right shoulder's joint, making him scream in pain as he turned his kunai. "You are proud of your hands, aren't you?" Sasuke asked. He got no reply from Sound Jinin other than screams of pain. "Say goodbye to them." Placing his right foot on Zaku's stomach, Sasuke ripped Boy's right arm, spraying blood on the ground. Before Uchiha could do anything else, Dosu attacked him with sound waves, making Konoha Jinin do several steps back and fall on one knee. Nothing more. This made Dosa think about saving his ass. "We'll give you our scroll. Just spare our lives," he asked, showing everyone Earth Scroll. "Please, don't kill us." "Okay, give me your scroll. I'll neutralize Sasuke," Naruto said. Dosa nodded and threw the scroll, all the time dodging Sasuke's fireballs and shurikens while carrying Zaku and Boy's arm. Blonde Jinchuriki summoned Shadow Clone, which caught the scroll, while real Naruto flashed through hand seals. Doton, Yomi Numa. Naruto created mud-filled swamp, making Sasuke unable to move. As soon as this happened, Dosu put his teammate down and tried to attack real Blonde, but received Futon, Repashu from point blank. "Go away. You have no chances against us." He is right. Against these two I'm almost useless. Zaku is unable to fight, and you are wounded, Kin said. Dosa had to agree. 3 Soundnines left the clearing. Naruto came up to Sasuke, who was struggling to free himself from the swamp. Seeing that Cursed Seal was in complete control over Boy's mind, Naruto hit the base of his neck, rendering Sasuke unconscious. Black pattern, created by Cursed Seal, turned red and returned into the mark. Blonde Jinchuriki sighed. "Orochimaru, you are psycho." He dragged unconscious Sasuke onto the grass before canceling the swamp. Then Naruto carried his teammate back to the hideout. Inside, he found unconscious Sakura. He placed Sasuke on the pile of leaves and tried to wake pink-haired girl up. "Oh, what happened? What's with Sasuke-sama?" she asked weakly. "I remember evil aura and fear." Naruto placed hand on her shoulder. "That was Sasuke under the control of Cursed Seal. I had to render him unconscious before he killed me." He sighed. "But on the good side, we got Earth Scroll. Now I'll seal Sasuke's mark, and as soon as he wakes up normal, we will complete this test." Blonde Jinchuriki came up to Sasuke and removed his t-shirt. "Too bad. I don't know any strong seals to keep Juinjutsu at bay, but at least I can protect his mind from Orochimaru's seal's effects." Naruto produced Jiraiya's scroll about seals, inkwell, and brush from his pouch. Then he cut his finger with kunai and let several drops of his blood fall into the ink. After that, he started drawing very complex array of signs around Sasuke's mark, from time to time checking his work with the scroll. It took him more than 1 hour to finish the seal. Naruto set the brush aside and started molding needed amount of chakra to activate his seals. Kayaraka Maru Fuin. He sent all that chakra into his seal. All those symbols he drew started shrinking, moving until they formed 2 circles of tiny runes around Cursed Seal. "At least this will keep his head clear until we reach that hospital building," Naruto said before lying down by Sasuke's side. He was damn tired. "Sakura, guard us. I need to rest." Pink-haired girl nodded. Sasuke woke up just before the dawn. He groaned, feeling his head and left shoulder aching. "What happened?" he asked Naruto, who was currently meditating, being on guard. Sakura was sleeping not far from him. "You were attacked by S-rank missing Nin Orochimaru. He placed Cursed Seal on you and fled. You were unconscious for about 22 hours. Then you woke up with Seal controlling your mind. You almost killed Sound Genins and threatened to kill me. Sound Team gave us their Earth Scroll and ran away, while I neutralized, albeit temporary, your seal." Blonde Jinchuriki answered. "Glad you are back. So we have both scrolls now. Wake Sakura up." Sasuke nodded at his pink-haired teammate. "We need to complete this test." After Sakura was woken up, Team 7 headed straight to the old hospital building. Soon forest with rare ramshackle buildings and ruins was replaced with desolated streets of Dead City. 3 Genins were walking through one of those streets when Naruto suddenly stopped them. "What's up, dope?" Sasuke asked. "Ambush," Naruto replied, fishing tag with strange seal out of his pouch. Seal looked like combination of storage and explosive ones with delaying seal. Blonde attached this tag to one of his kunais and activated it. He threw kunai with the tag into the window of building on their right. 5 seconds later, there were cries of pain coming from that window. What was that? Uchiha asked. My special seal. 7 seconds after activation, it fires 100 spikes with paralytic poison in every direction. Naruto explained. And how did you know that there was ambush? Sakura asked. I'm sensor, remember, was the answer she got. Anyway, they are no threat for next several hours. Let's go. Finally, at noon of the third day, Team 7 reached Old Hospital, located roughly in the center of training area number 47. And Naruto again stopped his teammates before they could enter the building. Why again? Sakura asked irritably. Naruto pointed at very thin wire forced inch above the floor inside. Iwa Bushin. Blonde Jinchuriki whispered, while 3 stone clones rose from the ground. Then he casted henge over clones, making them look like they were real Team 7, and sent them in. Clones, of course, activated the trap and were hit by barrage of kunais and 3 Kusagakura Genins second later. But before that trio could understand that they were fooled, Naruto and Sasuke knocked them out. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura went through second doors and found themselves in big room with no visible exits and big mosaic on the wall. What shall we do now? Sakura asked. I think that it's the time we open the scrolls. Naruto replied. Baka, they said that we must not open them. Pink-haired girl yelled at her teammate. But we already completed second test, and not every team has sensor-type ninjas, like the dope. Means there must be other way to continue. And the only idea how. These scrolls, Uchiha boy said. Blonde Jinchuriki nodded. I agree. Let's open them. Naruto and Sasuke produced Earth and Heaven scrolls from their pouches and opened them. There was explosion of smoke, and one Yumino Irika appeared in the room. Long time no see, guys. Academy teacher said. Congratulations, you are the 4th team to complete this test by now. Irika gestured Team 7 to follow him. I'll show you living quarters. He opened hidden door and walked trough, closing it when Team 7 entered. Follow me. Irika-sensei, Naruto said. I and Sasuke need to see Kakashi-sensei. It's of grave importance. Scarred Chunin nodded. Okay, I'll tell him to visit you as soon as I see him. Team 7 was given one of hospital rooms as their living quarters until second test is finished. The room itself wasn't very big and looked like it had no renovations since Kyuubi's attack. There were 3 hard beds with night tables, separated from each other by paper screens. While neither of 3 Genins liked their room, it was still better than sleeping outside. Naruto and Sasuke waited 3 hours for their sensei to appear. Yo, silver-haired Jounin said, appearing in a swirl of wind and leaves. Irika-san said that you had some important news. Blonde Jinchuriki nodded. We ran into Orochimaru during the test. Kakashi turned the page of his orange book. Anko-san ran into him too. She also said something about someone being marked. Yes, Sasuke was marked with cursed seal. Naruto said, I sealed it with Kairaka Maru Fuyun, but it's only temporary solution for the problem. For 1-2 weeks at best. Sasuke's cursed seal is very powerful. I see. Lazy Jounin said, Sasuke, you'll come with me. We need to reseal you, Mark. The Uchiha boy was about to raise an objection, but silver-haired man continued. Don't worry, you will resume this exam as soon as I'm done with you, cursed seal. Sasuke nodded. Kakashi placed his hand on boy's shoulder, and they both left the room via Shunshin. Chapter 7. Chunin Exams. Preliminaries. It was murky afternoon in Konohagakure no Sato. 24 Genins stood in 8 lines in the big, turned-into arena for the fights, yard of old hospital building. In front of them, on the rampant stood Sandaime Hokage in his red and white robes, Ibiki, Anko, about 3 dozens of Chunins who organized this exam, and 8 Jounin sensei of 8 teams that passed second test. Saratobi was explaining the real purpose of this exams as a replacement of the war between allies. Finally, his speech was over. Jounin in standard uniform and dark blue bandana on his head with Sunban needle in his mouth shunshined in front of Genins. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shirinui Genma, and I'll be presiding preliminary matches of the 3rd exam. Before we start, I'd like to say something. If you are not feeling well, or you just feel like quitting after previous tests, please, come forward. I'd like to quit, Kabuto said, making one step forward. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Even standing 4 lines from Kabuto, blonde Jinchuriki could easily say that gray-haired Jinin would breeze through this round. He must be hiding something. We are going to quit too. 2 Jinins from AIM also came forward. Gama looked through files in his hands. Yakushi Kabuto from Hidden Leaf, Kaguri and Mubi from Hidden Rain, you may leave now. Senbin chewing Jounin paused. Does anyone else want to retire? Oh, almost forgot to tell you that from now on it will be individual fighting. No one else wanted to quit. Okay, now I'll explain the rules of preliminary matches. You are allowed to use any weapons and jutsu you want, though killing your opponent isn't welcomed. Fight continues until one of you dies, knocked out, or until I stop the match. Winner will advance into the finals. Also, as we have 21 participants now, one of you will have to fight twice. He or she will have to win at least 1 match to advance. Part of the wall behind Rampart moved, and all Jinins could see big screen. This lucky ninja is. Screen flashed through the list of Jinins and stopped on one name. Uzumaki Naruto. His fight will be the first one. His opponent will be. Second name appeared on the screen. Aburame Shino, both from Konohagakure no Sato. Will everyone else move to the upper level? Gama said, pointing at 2 smaller ramparts on the sides of the yard. 19 Jinins moved there, leaving only Naruto and Shino on the arena. Are you ready? Both Jinins nodded. Then you may start. With this, Senbin chewing Jounin jumped away to the border of the arena. Shino was looking at Naruto for several seconds. Naruto-san, I propose strict taijutsu fight as no matter who wins this match, Konoha will have its representative in the finals. And we both need to conceal our true strength. Blonde Jinchuriki, who wasn't sure if he could win this match, Shino went all out, while not wanting to use too much about his abilities, nodded. I agree, Shino-san, said Naruto, getting into Toad Taijutsu stance. Both opponents looked at each other for a second before charging at each other. Naruto went on offensive and tried to palm Shino in the chest, but Bug User blocked his attack at the same time, trying to hit Blonde's head. Young Jinchuriki ducked under Aburame's fist and tried to kick his opponent, but Shino sidestepped this hit. You are rather good, Naruto-san, Bug User said as he jumped back, creating some distance between him and Naruto. You too, Blonde Boy replied, sending some chakra to his limbs to increase speed and strength. Apparently, Shino was doing the same. 2 again charged at each other, this time ending in the stalemate, blocking each other's attack. After several seconds of struggling, they jumped back. Naruto changed his stance into the one for Sage Taijutsu before attacking Shino. Aburame was taken aback a bit by the change of his opponent's stance and was almost too late to block Blonde's palm strike. But even if he did block the attack, power behind it pushed him back a bit. Naruto sent strike after strike at Shino, not giving him any chance to counterattack and slowly pushing him into the corner of the arena. Bug User understood Naruto's plan and bent backwards, dodging Blonde's strike instead of blocking it, kicked Naruto's knee, and then implanted his fist into young Jinchuriki's gut. Naruto fell on the ground, but was ready to continue fighting before Shino could deliver finishing blow and rolled away from Aburame's kick. Naruto spun on his hands, hitting Shino's knees from behind and making him fall on the ground. Blonde Jinchuriki reached for his kunai and slightly pressed the blade to Shino's neck. Proctor, I forfeit, Aburame said almost emotionlessly. Very well, as Aburame Shino forfeited, winner of the first match is Uzumaki Naruto, Gama announced. You fought well, Shino-san, Naruto said to Shino, helping him to stand up. Bug User nodded. Thank you, Naruto-san, it was a good fight. After the 2 left the arena, second match was announced, Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. Girls fought like academy students, with weak and sloppy taijutsu and almost no jutsu. Sakura used simple bushin in the beginning, while later on Ino used shintenshin, but failed to take over pink-haired girls as she was kicked out of Sakura's head by girls in herself. Fight ended with girls knocking each other out. The second match ended in a draw as neither of opponents are able to continue fighting. Neither of them advance into the finals. Gama said. Then screen showed who will fight in the next round. Will Sabaka no Temari from Sunagakure no Sato and Akato Yoroi from Kanahegakure no Sato come down to the arena? When two opponents were facing each other, standing in the middle of the arena, Gunma asked them, "Are you ready?" Both ninjas nodded. "Begin." And Sinbin chewing Jounin jumped to the border of arena. Temari too jumped back, putting some distance between herself and Yoroi. This means that you're a long-range fighter. Too bad for you," her opponent said, while strange blue aura appeared around his right hand. Then he charged at her, aiming for her head with his right hand. But when he was mere 2 meters from San Kunoichi, she drew her fan from her back and rammed it into Yoroi's stomach. "Yes, you were right. I'm long-ranged fighter, but that doesn't mean that I'm weak when it comes to fighting in a short-range combat," Temari told to her opponent, who was just lifting up his head after that ramming attack. "Bitch," Yoroi cursed. Temari jumped into the air and opened her fan. Futon Kemaitashi. Suna Kunoichi launched concussive winds at her opponent, and when these winds hit Yoroi, small tornado appeared, lifting unfortunate Jinin into the air and cutting him. When winds died down, unconscious and cut in all possible ways, Yoroi fell on the ground. Gamma came up to him and checked his vitals. As Akato Yoroi is unable to continue fighting, winner of the third match by knockout is Sabaku no Temari. Temari walked back to her team, onto the rampart, while her opponents was carried away by medical ninjas. Screen showed next two opponents. Okay, the fourth match of the preliminaries will be Tintin versus Uzumaki Naruto, both from Kanahegakure no Sato. Tintin, girl in dark pink Chinese-style blouse and dark green pants with her hair made into 2 buns, walked down to the arena, while Naruto used simple Doton Jutsu to melt into the wall behind him and raise from the ground 3 meters from Tintin on the arena. After both opponents confirmed that they were ready, Proctor started the fight and moved to his spot on the border of the arena. "Unlike Shino, I will go all out on you. Hope you don't mind, Naruto?" Tintin asked. Blonde Jinchuriki just shrugged. "No problems there," he replied, shifting into Toad Taijutsu's stance, while Kunoichi, he had to fight, jumped back to put some distance between them. As soon as her legs touched the ground, Tintin produced 4 Senbon needles from her pouch and threw them at Naruto. Blonde Jinin tried to dodge projectiles, but failed as 2 of them drove in his forearm and the crook of his neck, making him fell on the ground. Tintin walked to him with kunai in both her hands. "Forfeit," she ordered. "I never give up," was Naruto's reply. "Too bad for you," Kunoichi said, stabbing his stomach. But instead of blood, there was only dust. Blonde Jinin's body itself turned into cracked stone for several seconds before falling apart. Tintin looked around for the real Naruto, but couldn't find him. Suddenly, she heard silent steps from behind and spun around, just in time to block Blonde's kunai with her own. "So you use stone clone?" Girl asked. "Well, you said that you'll go all out on me. I just thought that I too can show some power," Naruto replied with a grin, before jumping back and throwing the kunai at Tintin. Kunoichi dodged it and threw her own kunai at young Jinchuriki. Blonde dodged first one, but second left a small cut on his neck. Second later, Naruto burst into the cloud of white smoke. 7 kunai flew from this smoke at Tintin, but she dodged or blocked all of them. "Was that shadow clone?" Girl asked in surprise. Real clones weren't simple, and to know 2 different types for a Jinin was unheard of. "Yep," Naruto replied, sending 2 more kunai at Tintin, but she again dodged them. Tintin produced scroll from her pouch and threw it into the air, where it unrolled, showing many containment seals. Girl jumped into the air after her scroll and began hitting seals, each time producing edged weapon and throwing it at her opponent. At first, Naruto was able to either dodge or deflect them, but soon he was overwhelmed by the amount of weapons thrown at him and was hit, only to turn into cracked stone. Tintin landed on the ground and looked around, once again searching for her opponent. Not finding any visible Naruto, she asked, irritated, "Hey, do you exist at all? If I didn't exist, how would you end up fighting me?" said Naruto's voice from above. Looking up, Tintin saw her opponent sitting just above hospital's 4th floor's window, using chakra to stick to the wall. "So, you are weapon mistress," Blonde Jinchuriki stated. "That's good. I finally can test my sensei's gift against someone who uses weapon." With that, he jumped down to the arena. In the air, Naruto hit the seal on his left wrist, unsealing strange weapon. On the first look, it looked like rather short. Blade was only half a meter long. Sword with lightning-shaped and slightly curved blade, and its handle being inside metallic ring, covered with some seals. But if one was to look closer, he could see that the blade was actually triple and the weapon itself was a folded shuriken. And then, there was something else, just a metallic cylinder with seals. Interesting weapon you have there. Very interesting, Tintin said as two stiletto appeared in her hands. Then she ran towards Naruto, and when she was close enough, she tried to wound him with her stiletto, but both her current weapons were blocked by folded shuriken in Naruto's hands. Tintin immediately jumped back. Blonde Jinchuriki clicked his shuriken open and threw it at his opponent. Kunoichi dodged it, but she was proven wrong when shuriken changed its direction and came at her again. Tintin deflected the shuriken, but it again changed its direction, once again attacking her. Kunoichi looked closer and saw a very thin blue string of chakra between shuriken and metallic cylinder in Naruto's left hand. Are you puppeteer? No, Blonde Genin replied. Normally, I have two bad chakra control to create chakra strings needed to control puppets. But this weapon, Naruto returned the shuriken to his hands. This shuriken is special. My sensei created seals that allow me to control it. That is why I said that this is a gift from my sensei. Blonde paused. But we have a fight, so let's continue. Using chakra to increase his speed, Naruto zigzagged towards Tintin. He swung his shuriken, once again folded, but his attack was blocked by Girl's stiletto. Suddenly, young Jinchuriki turned his weapon around, so the sharp edge of folded shuriken was facing away from Tintin. Feeling that something was about to happen, Kunoichi moved right. At the same time, Naruto clicked his shuriken open. You almost got me there, Tintin commented. And what about now? Said Naruto's voice from beneath, and Girl felt a grip on both of her legs. Naruto with shuriken appeared in front of her, pointing the tip of one of the shuriken's blades to her throat. Do you want to win this match? He asked. Tintin looked dumbfounded. I already passed preliminaries. I don't have to win this match too, Naruto explained. No, Kunoichi replied. I clearly lost, so I don't have the right to advance. Proctor, I forfeit, she called. As Tintin forfeited, winner of the fourth match is Uzumaki Naruto. Gunma announced, and blonde Jinchuriki's clone disappeared in a poof of smoke. Naruto, can I see your shuriken, please? Tintin asked with puppy eyes. Naruto looked at her, then at his shuriken and back at the girl. Finally, he sighed. Okay. And two left the arena, chatting about Naruto's shuriken and all sharp, edgy, and pointy objects in the world. Somewhere on the rampart, one Sasuke Uchiha was raging. Naruto fought 2 matches, yet he hadn't shown any jutsu worth copying. Though that shuriken was good, maybe he will be able to make the dobe give it to him. The 5th match was Sabaka no Gaara of Suna versus Rock Lee. While green-clad Genin went all out and beyond to win this match. He even opened 5 inner gates and used Lotus technique twice. But this wasn't enough to defeat Ichibi Jinchuriki and his Sanjutsu. The Lee became first person ever to wound Gaara. In the end, only interference of Lee's sensei Mato Guy, also green-clad and with bushy eyebrows, saved Lee from being turned into bloody sand. Gaara, of course, was angry that his prey was taken from him, but could do nothing about it right now as Konoha Jounins that were here could end his existence for real. After Rock Lee was carried away by medical ninja, 6th match was called. Will Akimichi Choji from Konohagakure no Sato and Sabaka no Kankuro from Sunagakure no Sato come down to the arena? Gama asked. After, Big Bone Boy of the Leaf Village and Gaara's teammate in black clothes with bundle on his back came down and confirmed that they were ready to fight. Senbin Chewing Jounin told them to start and jumped to his spot at the border of the arena. Baiken no Jutsu. Nakuden Sunsha. Choji immediately called, his body becoming almost spherical, his limbs and going into, thus making the boy turn into big heavy ball. Kankuro put bandaged, something on the ground and produced 2 kunai. Choji rolled towards his opponent, intent to win his match with the first attack. And Sunanin couldn't stop his advancing mass and was sent flying into the wall. But he stopped in the midair, something falling down from his body. Everybody looked at the arena, and saw that the real Kankuro was there, while what Choji hit was just a puppet. Karasu attack. Suna puppeteer said, making his puppet shoot small ball that turned into violet smoke when it hit the ground. And Choji was in that smoke. Leaf Jinin rolled out of the smoke, but then there was poof of smoke and he fell on the ground unconscious, reverted to his normal size and shape. What was that? Gunma asked, appearing by Choji's side and checking boy's vitals. Neuroparalytic poison, Kankuro replied. Then he produced small package from his pouch. This is the antidote. If you don't give it to him, he may die. Though we're our opponents on this exam, our countries are still allies and it won't be good if kill your ninja. Gunma nodded. As Akimichi Choji is unable to continue fighting, winner of the 6th match is Sabaku no Kankuro. After the fight between Choji and Kankuro, 7th match was announced, Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Niji. Both cousins displayed good skills in Jukin, Hyuga family taijutsu style, but Niji was better and seriously injured Hinata. But despite that, in speeches about her misery from Niji, Hinata stood up and continued fighting. She got another serious injury soon, but again stood up and continued fighting. This made Niji very angry, and he hit his cousin's heart. Then he tried to kill her, but he was stopped by Genma, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai. Niji ranted about unfair everyone was towards Hyuga branch family members. Well, he ranted until Naruto appeared in front of him and slapped him. I know about Hyuga clan. You have all rights in the world to hate them, but you have no rights to hate Hinata. I know her for a bit more than a year, but it was enough for me. Hinata will never do, nor she ever did anything bad to you. But you still tried to kill her. For this I shall make you pay. Naruto yelled. You don't understand a thing. Niji yelled back. You two stop this now. Gunma said in a tone that made both Jinins freeze. You can solve this after, but right now we do have an exam. Go back to your places. Jinins nodded and walked away. I will make you pay for what you did to Hinata, Naruto said before they parted for different sections of the rampart. Like you can do that, loser. Niji hissed back before regaining his stoic and aristocratic self. Ahem. Gunma looked at the screen. Okay, the 8th match will be between Tsurugi Misumo from Konohagakure no Sato and Kinyuta Dosu from Otogakure no Sato. Will both participants come down to the arena? When two Jinins were standing in front of each other, Senbin Chewing Jounin asked them, like he asked every pair of opponents before, Are you ready? Both nodded. Begin. This will be easy, Dosu yelled as he charged towards Misumo. Sound Jinin tried to hit his opponent with his musical arm and render him unconscious, but Misumo wasn't that weak and caught Dosu's arm. Faster than Sound Nin could process it, his opponent rapped him. What the fuck? In order to gather information, my body has been altered to be able to fit in any place. But this also allows me to deal with weaklings like you without breaking a sweat. Give up or I'll kill you. Misumo started to squeeze the hell out of Dosu, but Sound Jinin wasn't going to lose this match. Eat this. He finally reached for the device on his right arm and activated it, creating very strong ultrasound waves. Misumo's glasses broke and he himself was disoriented. This allowed Dosu to escape from his opponent's grip and kick Misumo in the neck, knocking him off. Gunma appeared by Misumo's side and checked boy's vitals. He was still alive, but with that kick chances that he will be able to continue being ninja were slim. As Tsurugi Misumo is unconscious and unable to continue fighting, winner of the 8th match is Kinyuta Dosu. Proctor announced. Medic Neens carried Misumo away and screen again showed two names. This time these names were Inuzuka Kiba and Abomi Zaku. Opponents came down to the arena, Kiba accompanied by his partner Akamaru. As soon as Gunma let them start the match, Zaku stretched his left hand out and pointed it at Kiba. Zenkaha. He sent a strong gust of wind at Inuzuka boy, but both Kiba and Akamaru, who was up to now sitting on Kiba's head, dodged the attack. Zaku sent another Zenkaha at his opponents, but they again dodged it. Sound Jinin hissed in frustration. Hey partner, eat this. Feral boy said as he threw small pill into Akamaru's mouth. When dog swallowed the pill, its fur turned brown and its fangs and claws elongated a bit. Shikyaku no Jutsu. Inuzuka boy became even more feral and started another jutsu. Jujin Bushin. Kiba called as he performed several hand seals. In a poof of smoke, Akamaru changed into the second Kiba. Listen here, sound boy. Give up now, or we will beat you into a bloody pulp. Both Kibas roared, though Zaku seemed unfazed by this. You? Beat me? Don't make me laugh. He stretched his hand towards his opponenza once again. Zenkaha, but his attack was easily evaded. I warned you. Kiba roared. Gutsuga. He and Akamaru started spinning and turned into two gray tornadoes, quickly advancing towards Zaku. Sound Jinin stretched now both his arms. Zenkyo Kukua. Yet, his strongest attack wasn't able to do anything to Kiba Ana Akamaru, only changing their direction. But Feral Duo quickly turned around, once again aiming at Zaku. In his crazy idea, Sound Jinin used Zenkaha on the dusty arena, creating smoke screen around himself. Second later, two gray tornadoes entered the smoke screen and almost hit Zaku. He was able to dodge attack, though his right shoulder was now dislocated and bleeding. He turned to two Kibas, who were looking at him. You two aren't using your eyes or ears to find me. This means that you are aiming using your noses. You aren't as in Vink Dash. Gutsuga. Zaku was unable to finish his sentence due to being attacked once again. But after missing him for the first time, two gray tornadoes separated. One was attacking him frontally while the other one was moving somewhere on periphery. Got ya, Zaku yelled, throwing smoke bomb with strong smell under on the ground. As soon as the attacking tornado entered Stinky Zone, Jutsu was cancelled and Akamaru was revealed. Zenkaha, Zaku yelled, sending poor dog into the wall. But doing this, Sound Jinin failed to notice Kiba, who came from behind, using sleeve of his coat to cover his nose. With one strong hit to the neck, Inuzuka Boy rendered his opponent unconscious. Then he came up to his partner dog while Gunma announced him as a winner of the 9th match. Akamaru, I'm so sorry that I made you do this, but hey, we won the match. In response, dog howled weakly. The 10th match will be between Tsuchi Kin from Otogekure no Sato and Uchiha Sasuke from Konohagakure no Sato. Will the opponents come down to the arena? Senbin Chewing Jounin announced. When two confirmed that they were ready to fight, Gama told them to start and jumped to his spot on the border of the arena. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and looked at the girl in front of him. Bow to me. Bow to the power of the Uchiha, and I may spare you, he said, glaring at his opponent. Never, Kin spit back. I'll make you pay for what you did to Zaku. With that, she threw several Senbon needles at Sasuke. He caught two needles while dodging other. Naive, he said darkly, crashing small bells that were tied to these two Senbon. My eyes can see through you, petty jutsu. Now you will pay for opposing me, the great Uchiha. Sasuke flashed through hand seals. Katon, Gakakyu. He launched giant fireball at Kin, and she wasn't fast enough to avoid the jutsu and was hit by fireball. When fires died down, clothes on her back were burned away and there were 2nd and 3rd degree burns, but she still tried to stand up, but failed as her arms gave off and she fell on the ground, losing her conscious from extreme pain. Sasuke saw her raising and started flashing through hand seals for another fire jutsu, but Gunma appeared in front of him and stopped him from performing the jutsu. You already won. You don't have to kill her, Gunma said to Sasuke coldly. Uchiha hissed, but knew it better not to oppose Jounin, or several Jounins. Winner of the 10th match is Uchiha Sasuke, Proctor announced. Your seal isn't as good as you said it is. Cursed seal is corrupting his mind, Naruto said to Kakashi as they watched Sasuke returning to the rampart. Silver-haired Jounin sighed. Yeah, looks like. Maybe I did a big mistake when I removed your seal. He paused. Maybe you can place it once again? Copycat Ninja asked. I don't think that Sasuke will allow this. And if we put it without his permission, it may make things worse than they are now. He may start fighting against our seals. Blonde Jinchuriki replied. That would be the worst case. Kakashi agreed. I think that it would be better if you try to make him change himself by his own will, though it will be a very hard task, Naruto suggested, and masked Jounin nodded. Oh, and I hope you won't mind if I'll be gone from the village until finals? Old man Hokage is okay with it. Kakashi again nodded. Hey, what are you talking about? Sasuke asked them demandingly. Two ninja looked at each other and then replied in unison. Nothing interesting. Okay, and now we will have the last match. Will Oboro from Amigakure no Sato and Nara Shikamaru come to the arena? Gama announced. As soon as the match started, Oboro created about 30 Haze clones, who tried to wear Shikamaru out. Troublesome, lazy Jinin muttered. Kaguya made no jutsu. His shadow became alive and went after Oboro's, splitting into more than 30 flows, each trying to capture different target. And in the swarm of clones, Shikamaru managed to catch the real one. As soon as this happened, all clones disappeared on their own accord. You are really troublesome, Nara Air muttered, breathing heavily. Then just give up and go home, you lazy ass, Oboro shouted. If I do so, Mom will be reprimanding me. That is even more troublesome than fighting you. Shikamaru replied and started running diagonally towards the wall, Oboro copying his moves. What the fuck is this? This is shadow imitation technique, Nara Boy replied, releasing his jutsu just before Oboro hit the wall. Surprised, Aim Ninja couldn't stop himself in time and hit the wall hard, knocking himself off. Gama appeared by his side. As Oboro is unable to continue fighting, winner of the 11th and final match of preliminaries is Nara Shikamaru. He announced, "Now, will Uzumaki Naruto, Sabaka no Temari, Sabaka no Gaara, Sabaka no Kankuro, Hyuga-Niji, Inazuka Kiba, and Uchiha Sasuke come down to the arena. You will be told about finals." When all 9 Genins were there, Ibiki brought a box. "This is sortition for the finals. Please, take one paper from the box," Proctor of the first exam said. He walked from Genin to Genin, allowing them to draw a paper. "Now, when you all have your papers, please, tell me the number on your paper." Kankuro was the first one to reply. 1. 5. Gaara said emotionlessly. 3. Temari's voice said. 8. Naruto told his number to Ibiki. 2. Kiba said with Akamaru barking on his head. 7. Dosu said quietly. 4. Was Niji's reply. 6. Sasuke said indifferently. This means that the lazy bum got number 9. Ibiki concluded, looking at already sleeping Genin. So fights in the finals will be. The first one will be between Kankuro and Kiba, second one between Temari and Niji, third one between Gaara and Sasuke, fourth one between Dosu and Naruto, and Shikamaru will fight the winner of the first match. Changes are unlikely, but not impossible. Thank you, Ibiki, Sandaime Hokage said. Now, finals will be in 30 days at Kanehagakure no Sato main stadium. This means that you have 1 month to hone your skills and learn new. Use this time wisely and remember, you will be representing your village in the finals, so try to do your all. You may go now. With this, Genins started walking away from the arena. Chapter 8, Chunin Exams, Finals. Gyaku Kuchios. Fukasaku hit the ground with his paw, and in a poof of smoke, one Uzumaki Naruto appeared in the small clearing, located in the jungles not far from Toad Village at Mebukuzan Mountain. For a moment, Blonde was disoriented from the space jump. "Thank you, Sensei," young Jinchuriki said to Elder Sage Toad. "What'll my training be for this time?" "Oh, straight to business, are we? Let's at least find more comfortable place for that." Naruto nodded. The two walked through the jungles towards Sage Training Ground and Toad Oil Fountain. When they finally were there, Fukasaku leaped on the rock there to be on one level with his ward and student. "Naruto-kun, we both know that you are rather strong for your age and that you are the youngest sage in the history of Maboku, but we both know that you still need to improve." "That's true, Sensei," Naruto said as he nodded in agreement with Fukasaku. "And in these 25 days, we will mostly improve your body. Your normal body. I personally think that you rely on your sage mode too much, and while it is not necessarily a bad thing, you need time to activate it. And during this time, you are more vulnerable than a civilian." Toad said, "During your month break, we will train your body so that you won't need sage powers that much. But this will also give you another edge. The stronger your original body is, the stronger your sage body will be. But of course, we won't completely forget about your sage training, Naruto-kun." "I understand, Sensei," young Jinchuriki said. Even if he didn't exactly like what his sensei proposed, he knew that Toad Elder Sage was right. "Good. While it is still morning, today we won't have training. You need some time to get used to climate there once again, so you can relax today. Your room is still there, so don't worry about where you will live during your training. You may go now, Naruto-kun," Fukasaku said, "but no slacking off tomorrow." He added then, "Hi. Naruto replied. It was 20th day of 1 month break before Chunin Exams finals. Kanahagakure no Sato was basking in the warm evening. One Tsuchi Kin of the Hidden Sound Village was retuning to her room in the hotel when she heard two men speaking behind the door. One of the two was her master, Orochimaru-sama. Normally Kin would just pass by, but she heard her master saying name of one of her teammates, and this piqued girl's interest. She argued at her hearing to its limit and listened. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, Dosu Kinyuta is dead. He was foolish enough to challenge our trump card a fight and lost. The other man, her master's right hand, said. That's a bad news to me. One of my precious sacrifices is now dead and useless. Orochimaru replied. But I still have two more. They should be enough for my plan to work. Konoha will fall no matter what. Kin didn't listen further. Her gut feeling was telling her that she knew who were the other two sacrifices. And being shinobi of the hidden sound, she didn't value her team that much, especially with the way they treat her. So she just walked silently back to the ladder, and then she ran away. Outside the hotel, crazy idea entered her mind. The very same village that her master, ex-master, she quickly corrected herself, wanted to destroy may protect her. Of course, that meant that she would be betraying Hidden Sound, but right now she valued her own life more. So she headed for the Hokage Tower. While running, she drew kunai from her holster and slashed a scratch across musical note sign on her hideate. Kin entered the Hokage Tower, surprised that it is still open even this late in the evening. But as soon as she stepped through the doors, two Yenbyu warriors appeared by her side and blocked her way. Please, let me see Hokage-sama. I have very important information. Girl almost cried. Business hours of Hokage-sama are over. Please come back tomorrow to make an appointment. One of the masked warriors said emotionlessly. Plus, you are not Kanahagakure shinobi. You'll need to pass through special procedures before you can see Hokage-sama. But this is very important. Kin cried. Yenbyu turned her around and pushed out of the doors. Business hours are over. Come back tomorrow. Lion, tiger, let her in. Someone who ran from Orochimaru may really have something important to tell. I'll listen to what Tsuchi Kin have to say. Aged Hokage said as he appeared in the lobby of the Hokage Tower. Hokage-sama. Both A and BU said in unison, surprised by Sarutobi's wish. But I suppose you'll have to be there too, just in case. Sandame added then. Yes, Hokage-sama. Lion A and BU replied to his leader. Then he turned to Kin. You may enter then. Please, give us all the weapons you carry. X-Sound Kunoichi complied. So, what is the information you wanted to tell us? Aged Hokage asked, again sitting behind his table in his office. Across the table there was Kin, sitting in the guest chair. Two Yenbyu warriors from before were standing right behind her back. Orochimaru sa. Orochimaru is planning something awful. He wants Konoha to fall. Girl replied. Well, this exactly is not a new information for us. Sarutobi began. But this involves sacrificing humans' lives. And it will happen soon. Kin cried. Then it hit her, what she did right now in front of the leader of the strongest ninja village in Elemental countries. Please, forgive me my rudeness, Hokage-sama. Old man nodded. I understand your emotions. May I ask, do you know any details about what exactly Orochimaru is planning? Hokage asked then. I was just Jinin under Orochimaru and had no access to this kind of information. The only other thing I know, I am one of the sacrifices. Those two Jinins that were my team are two other. And Orochimaru plans to act during finals. Kin replied. Sarutobi sighed, but nodded. While it doesn't provide us with a lot of information, this is still useful. Hokage looked at Kin and at her scratched forehead protector. Unfortunately, I can't completely be sure that this is not a kind of trap set by Orochimaru or that you are telling us the truth. You'll have to see Ibiki-san tomorrow. Konoha's professor saw how poor girl paled when he mentioned interrogation specialist. Don't worry though. He will treat you as a potential ally, not as a captured enemy. Kin allowed herself to let out a sigh of relief. I understand, Hokage-sama. I'm sorry, but this will be the only place for you to stay this night. Kin nodded. Good. Aged Hokage turned his eyes to one of the ANBU. Lion, please, escort this young lady to the room 404 at INT department of ANBU. Lion laid his heavy hand on girl's shoulder. Yes, Hokage-sama. And two of them disappeared via Shunshin. 3 days before Kanehagakure no Sato would hold finals of Chunin exams. Early in the morning, people in the village not far from Great Naruto Bridge saw a big gray toad with someone, hidden by the morning mist, on its back approached the coast of the island. Toad leaped on the top of water surface past the village towards a bit isolated house, where Tazuna the bridge builder and his family lived. The toad leaped around small forest and then emerged from the water at the beach just right in front of Tazuna's house. Man that up to now sat on the toad's back jumped onto the ground. Thank you, Gamario. Man said to the toad. You better be, Naruto. Gamario croaked back. You know how much we don't like salty water. Yeah, I know. If you want, there is lake not far from here. Naruto replied. That'd be most helpful now. I suppose I can go now. Toad croaked and, after blonde Jinchuriki nodded to it, leaped away. To business now, I guess. Naruto muttered under his breath. Suddenly, he felt something scaly touch his leg. Looking down, he saw a brown lizard with a message scroll on its back. Oh, Yujito-kun sent me a message? Let's see. Naruto took the scroll and opened it. I'm becoming famous. Young Jinchuriki mused aloud. Yujito was congratulating him on passing first 2 tests of Chunin exams. Naruto quickly composed the reply to his Kumo friend and gave it to the lizard. Reptile nodded and ran away. Okay. Sighing, Naruto walked to the door of Tazuna's house and knocked on the door, hoping that someone was awake. He hears swearing from that side of the door. Yeah, someone was awake. Wants something this fuck. Bridge builder opened the door and stopped in the middle of the sentence. Oh, Naruto-kun, you decided to pay us a visit. Yeah, something like this. Young Jinchuriki replied. Can I come in? Old man nodded. Of course. Do you want something to eat? Tsunami-chan should be finishing the breakfast by now, he said. Naruto shook his head. No, thank you, but I'd like to have some tea. Okay, I go tell Tsunami-chan to make some for you, Tazuna said, before walking to the kitchen. Naruto entered the house, and he could already see Nami no Kuni returning to prosperity in this house, even if it wasn't much time since Gato's death. Oh, Naruto-kun, good morning. Tsunami peeped out of the kitchen. What brings you here? Morning. Blonde shinobi entered the kitchen and sat in the empty chair there. Sorry, but can I trust your hospitality for some more time? He asked. But, Naruto-kun, you are the hero of the wave. Of course you can, Tazuna exclaimed. Thank you. I just have a feeling that something awful will happen soon in Konoha, and Old Sage, the seer from Maboka Mountain, had a similar vision. I wanted to set a beacon seal here, in the wave, just in case I or my friend will need to escape from Leaf. Can I do this? Just for one person. Naruto explained his reason for coming to the Nami no Kuni. Well, the other reason then to see how the country was doing after being freed by his team not a long time ago. Plus, I wanted to see how you all are doing. Thank you, Naruto-kun. After Gato's death, our country is prospering once again. Bridge builder replied. Where do you want to place your seal? I saw a good rock not far from your house on the beach. I think that will be the place. Tazuna nodded. Then I see no problem. Go ahead. Blonde Jinchuriki stood up and bowed. Thank you. Sun was setting down when Naruto finally finished drawing and readying the transportation beacon seal and protective seal over it, so that the main seal won't be damaged by rains or anything like that. Blonde Shinobi looked over his work to make sure he did no mistakes. I finally did this, he said to himself with a sigh. It was already late in the evening, so he decided to spend the night here. But he didn't want to cause any problems to Tazuna's family, so he opted for sleeping under the stars. And a really good place to spend night at just popped into his mind. So young Jinchuriki walked to the hill where graves of Zabuza and Haku were. The graves themselves were the Kubikuri Hocho in stone crust for the swordsman and 3 stone-crossed senbons, with stone garland lying on them where they connected. Naruto bowed to both graves and then summoned Sleeping Bag from one of his scrolls. Zabuza, Haku, good night. Naruto jumped down onto the road from the trees. Gates of Kanehagakure no Sato were not even 300 meters from him. After dusting himself from the long run, he calmly walked towards Gates guard's booth. Halt. State your name and business in Konoha. Izumo called, following the protocol. Naruto Uzumaki, Jinin of Kanehagakure no Sato, returning from training outside village walls. Chunin laughed. Good. You can pass, Naruto-kun. Blonde Jinchuriki nodded and walked into the village. Oh wait. Izumo suddenly called. Hokage-sama wanted to see you as soon as you return to the village. He said, it is something very important. Naruto nodded. Thank you. Then he jumped to the rooftops and ran towards Hokage Tower. Soon, blonde shinobi entered Sarutobi's office through the window. Naruto knew for sure that old man had no visitors at this time and would be glad for some distraction from that damned paperwork. Oh, Naruto-kun, I take it that Izumo passed my message to you. Sandaime Hokage said from behind of paper piles as young Jinchuriki entered his office. True. So, old man, what is that important thing you wanted to talk with me about? Blonde asked. Hokage sighed and moved pile of documents aside. Well, Naruto-kun, while you were training with Fukasaka Dano, several important things happened here, one of them being ex-Sound Ninja asking for a refugee. Blonde Jinchuriki looked at old man curiously. You know her, Tsuchi Kin, ex-genin of Otogakure no Sato. The reason she is the runaway ninja right now is that she overheard Orochimaru's plans. I won't go into the details as they are mostly not for a genin's ears. Anyway, Orochimaru plans to attack Konoha sometime during the finals of Chunin Exams. What I want you is to house Kin until I can find a better place for her. But I live the unsecured apartment house. Almost yelled Naruto. Exactly, Hokage said. This would be the last place one would look for something really important. If you know that your enemy has something extremely important you need to retrieve, where would you look for it in the first place? Of course at the places that you think are the most secure. Naruto nodded, now understanding old man's logic. I see. So it's in a way like hiding something in the plain sight. He mused. Sarutobi nodded. Yeah, in a way. So what do you think about the plan? Young Jinchuriki smiled. Not like I have many choices. Let's go with it. Hokage nodded again and called single A and BU with a flash of chakra. What do you want, Hokage-sama? Badger-masked A and BU asked. Can you bring Tsuchi Kin from room 108 at T&I department of A and BU here? Old man said. Right away. And with a small bow, A and BU left the office in the whirl of wind and leaves. Just a little more than a minute later, Badger returned via Shunshin with Kin. Girl changed a lot since Naruto saw her last time. Her knee-long hair were now made in a single braid. Instead of ninja gear, she was wearing simple black t-shirt and blue skirt. Kin was carrying a bag with, as Naruto assumed, her personal belongings. Good evening, Hokage-sama, Uzumaki-san. Girl said almost emotionlessly. Evening, Kin-kun. Old man greeted in return. Then he turned to the ANBU in the room. You are dismissed, Badger. Man nodded and left Hokage's office. Sarutobi turned his attention back to Kin. I asked to bring you here because you are finally moving into your temporary housing. You will be living with Naruto-kun over there until Orochimaru is dealt with. Do you have any objections? Old man asked. Kin shook her head. No, Hokage-sama. Then you too are dismissed. Oh, just a piece of advice, Kin-kun. No matter how much you do want to see the finals, please stay indoors. We don't want Orochimaru hunting you down, do we? Girl nodded again. Hi, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi nodded and turned to Naruto. Would you mind showing Kin-kun where you live? Blonde Jinchuriki nodded. Follow me, Kin-chan, he said to the girl and started walking out of the office. Kin flushed pink from the friendly way he addressed to her and followed him. Yes, Uzumaki-san. Naruto gave her a smile. You don't have to call me like that. Naruto or Naruto-kun are okay. It was 10 in the morning, 2 hours until finals of the Chunin Exams start. And one Uzumaki Naruto was walking to the stadium at a leisure pace. And why wouldn't he? The morning was great and he wanted to enjoy it for as long as he could. After all, soon he will have to go through brutal fights with other exam participants. And, if old man Hokage was right, forces of snakes in Orochimaru as well. Plus he was now living together with Kin, and to tell the truth, they didn't trust each other that much, which made it not that easy to get along. Number 7. They are here. Young Jinchuriki suddenly heard Kyubi talking to him. Huh. He concentrated a bit and felt that too. Fu and Shichibi were somewhere not far from him. Yeah, you're right, Kyubi-chan, they're here. Blonde replied with his thoughts. Suddenly, he felt a fast movement behind his back. Naruto spun around only to. There you are, Naruto. Only find himself in a friendly hug from Tankunoichi of the hidden waterfall. Well, because Naruto was still shifting into fighting stance, hug went a bit past friendly as Blonde's head found its place at the crook of Fu's neck. One of his palms landed on her waist and their chests were pressed together. Aren't you a little young for this, Naruto? Teal-haired girl whispered in his ear, trying with all her might to suppress her blush and to sound even one bit serious. Wah! Naruto immediately jumped back, blushing crimson. He, being rather cognizant about what boy and girl can do together, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Kyubi-chan to blame, of course, knew what she was implying. But he also understood that Fu was joking. Don't sneak at me from behind like that. Girl pouted. And not even one hello. She smiled then. Well, it's really my fault, I guess. You came to the Konoha to see the finals? Naruto asked her. Oh, and nice to see you again. He added then with a smile. Yeah, Fu replied. Then her face darkened as she continued. Try to fight your best. I don't want the money I paid for the ticket to be wasted. Blonde Shinobi gulped and nodded. I plan on winning the tournament. He exclaimed. That's good to hear. Fu smiled friendly. I knew I could rely on you. She then looked up at the sun. We still have about an hour and 50 minutes before your exam starts. Why don't you show me around the Konoha then? I have never been here before. Naruto nodded. Really, why not? Let's go, then, Fukuen. Midday, 7 Genins were standing in the middle of the arena of the Kanehagakure no Sato Stadium, ready to show everyone gathered there what they can do. The proctor of the third test of Chunin Exams, Shiranui Gunma Shunshined in front of them, facing tribunes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final battles of Chunin selection exam that are held here, in Kanehagakure no Sato, this year. Jounin announced with jutsu amplified voice. Before we start, I'd like to make an important announcement. As Dosu Kinyuta from Hidden Sound Village was found dead several days ago, there are some changes in the fights. The first match will be between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji, both from Hidden Leaf. It will be followed by the fight between Uchiha Sasuke of the Kanehagakure no Sato and Sabaka no Gaara of the Sunagakure no Sato. Third match will be between Sabaka no Kankuro from Hidden Sand and Inazuka Kiba from Hidden Leaf. The final fight of the first round will be between Nara Shikamaru of the Kanehagakure no Sato and Sabaka no Tamari of the Sunagakure no Sato. Gama said, Hey, loser, where is Uchiha Prick anyway? Kiba asked Naruto. Blonde Jinchuriki looked at him with unreadable expression on his face for several seconds before replying. Like I know, dog breath. Kiba glared at him. Make sure to defeat Hyuga, so that I will be able to crush you personally, loser. Naruto said nothing. Now, everyone, please listen. Gama addressed to Genins. The arena may be different, but the rules are the same as in prelims. There are none. The fights will go on until one of you dies, acknowledges defeat, or I stop the match. Is that clear? All 7 Genins nodded. Now, the first fight, Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji. Those two stay here. The rest of you go to the waiting room. As 5 participants of the exam walked away, Neji looked at his opponent. You want to say me something, don't you, Uzumaki? He asked. Like I said during preliminaries, you're going to pay for your cruelty to Hinata. Jounin again performed the jutsu to amplify his voice. The first match between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji will start now. Hajime, he announced, and then Shunshined to the border of the arena. I'd like to see how you will make me pay. From what I observed, you have just Chunin-level taijutsu, 2 types of useless clones, and that weird shuriken of yours. You can't possibly win against me with that. Neji said confidently. Sorry to disappoint you, but my specialization is ninjutsu. Naruto replied, and Hyuga Genius suddenly was not that confident in his easy victory. But the fate was saying that he will win, so he didn't let it bother him. I have heard a lot about Hyuga clan, and this genin is certainly a promising one, but I never heard about anyone named Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage Dano. Man in white and blue Kazakage robes, complete with hat and white facial mask, covering most of his face, asked. Oh, this is rookie genin, who returned to Konoha just a little more than a year ago. No wonder you never heard anything about him, Kazakage Dano. Sarutobi replied. You should watch this fight carefully. This boy may surprise you. Are you Orochimaru in disguise, Kazekage? You aren't exactly the way I remember you. I must stay on alert. Hokage sighed. I wish I were a decade or two younger. I'm getting too old for this job. I will, Hokage Dano. After all, for me this boy is an unknown quantity. Fate has decided that I will win this match. Forfeit if you don't want to be hurt, Uzumaki. Neji said, still confident in his victory. Let me tell you one thing. I spent 11 years living next door with the seer and learnt one important thing. The only fate everyone does share nor can run away for eternity is death. The rest depends on one's own actions. Naruto said, and I also don't feel like giving up. We will fight. So be it. Come at me with all you have and see that your fate is to lose to me. Hyuga Boy replied, getting into his Juken stance and activating Byakugan. As you wish. Naruto replied, sitting on his hunkers and placing his palms on the ground. This is the jutsu friend of mine taught me not long ago. Doton. I wait. Earth style, stone hands, rocks, sand, soil and dust enveloped his hands up to the elbows and then melted into rock-hard gauntlet with big claws on fingertips. Somewhere on the tribunes, Fu smiled. Naruto had the jutsu, she showed him on a good level already. Neji looked at the blonde Jinchuriki skeptically. Even after seeing firsthand what my taijutsu can do, you still want a close-ranged fight. You'll see, Naruto replied, forming a sequence of hand seals. Doton, Daidachi Bakuha. He slammed his hands onto the ground, and entire arena shook. Good part of it turned into barely passable for normal human rocky wasteland. Neji was thrown into the air by the jutsu. And how are you going to make me pay if hadn't even tried to attack me yet? Hyuga Genius asked. You want to know? So be it. Naruto replied with a smirk, pointing his left hand at him. Ukya. About half a dozen stone needles were shot at Neji. Futon Repushu. Blonde thrust his right hand forward, sending wind jutsu to both directly attack Neji and speed up stone arrows. Seeing this combo actually made Neji less sure in his easy victory. He really underestimated his opponent. But the fate was still on his side, he thought, so he had nothing to worry about. Hakushukaten. Neji spun around, expelling chakra from his body and creating a shield around himself, deflecting both attacks, even if barely. That was a good combo, Uzumaki. Hyuga Boy commented when he landed on his feet. But not good enough to even wound me. And then Neji darted towards Naruto. Hack Hazangeki. He delivered chakra hit to the blonde Jinchuriki's stomach. Hade Shiai Jinko. Naruto called at the same time, thrusting his fist into his opponent's upper chest. As the result of this, they both were sent flying in the opposite directions. Naruto, thanks to his unparalleled stamina and helpful demoness sealed in him, was the first one to stand up. This is damn painful attack. He mused aloud. His stone gauntlets were destroyed as he lost the focus needed to keep them. So he summoned a pack of shurikens from the seals near his wrists. Oh shit. Neji was lucky to be ready to fight before shurikens pinned him to the ground and made him unable to move. Hakushukaten. He deflected projectiles, leaving a circular hole in the ground. Oh, how he regretted performing this jutsu with at least 7 of his ribs broken. But he had to show his opponent that if fate said he, Neji Hyuga, will win the match, then he will no matter what. Tell you what, Neji, Hyuga clan branch family aren't the only people in the world that have accursed seals. I may not know much, but there are at least 8 or 9, if Yonde Mizukage is still alive, that had it in one way or another worse than you. Naruto said, reading himself to continue fighting. What do you know? Neji yelled angrily. Believe me, I know. We, 8 or 9, all know. We may have it different. Some are loathed. Others looked at like they are nothing more than a soulless war machines in people's eyes. Somewhere on the tribunes, certain teal-haired Kunoichi shivered from the truth in Naruto's words. Right now it may become better for her, but in the beginning, or some have to constantly fight for every bit of their sanity. Now Neji was looking at Naruto with slight interest. Before you ask me, where do I know all this from? Let me show you. Blonde Jinchuriki lifted his jacket and t-shirt, showing his stomach to Neji. Then he channeled some chakra, and one very complex seal appeared there. What I wanted to say is that despite what was thrown at us, we fight against it to be what real us can be. Naruto fixed his clothes back and got into Toad Taijutsu stance. You, on the other hand, are going adrift with all the crap that life give you, saying that this is your fate. Do you understand me? Judging by the face of Hyuga Genius, which was showing great mental work, Niji understood. But we still have a fight to do, don't we? Yes, we do. Wide-eyed boy replied before darting towards his opponents. This time Naruto, knowing how much damage Hyuga's hit can deal, opted for catching both Niji's hands. But he still did the very same mistake Niji did in the beginning of the fight. He underestimated his opponent, which resulted in him being kneed to his stomach. While the hit was strong, it was nowhere strong enough to give Niji significant advantage in the fight. Naruto was back on his feet and ready to fight before Hyuga Genius could attack him again. And here I thought that Jukin users don't attack with their legs. Naruto muttered under his breath. Still, Niji heard him. As you said, one should fight against what life throws at him. So if you thought that I can attack you with my hands only, then I just have to use something else to gain upper hand in the fight, Niji said with a smirk. Good. Looks like you are finally using your head in a right direction. Blonde Jinchuriki replied with a smile. Now, let's see for real, who of us two is stronger? Hyuga nodded. Futon, Daitapa. Naruto fired his attack from almost point blank. Hakushu Kaiten. Niji again protected himself with his family jutsu. Both of them were sent skidding back from the backlash of the jutsu colliding. Hyuga boy threw 3 shuriken at his opponent, but Naruto easily evaded them, flashing through hand seals for his next jutsu at the same time. Doton, Yomi Numa. As blonde Jinchuriki slammed his hands onto the ground, part of the arena turned into muddy swamp with stones, and one caught off guard Niji Hyuga sinking in it. Dark-haired boy pushed a lot of chakra into his feet to free himself from the swamp. Hey Shiijenko. The fact that he was trying to free himself, however, didn't mean that Naruto would wait until he is done to attack again. As Niji, that was sent flying into the rock, blonde shinobi canceled his swamp of the underworld jutsu and started running through hand seals for another. Doton, Kamaryu no Hitoya. As soon as Naruto finished his jutsu, Niji found himself caught and completely immobilized by the jaws of Stone Dragon Head. He tried to destroy the stone by expelling his chakra, but failed as the dragon was powered by Naruto's chakra and seemed to be indestructible for him. After waiting for 30 seconds, Genma appeared in front of Naruto and Niji. As Hyuga Niji is unable to continue fighting, winner of the first match is Uzumaki Naruto. Senbin Chewing Jounin announced, and tribunes exploded into applause. Naruto released both Doton, Kamari no Hitoya, and Doton, await, and walked up to Hyuga boy. You should go see the doctor. I certainly did quite a damage on you, especially your ribs. Niji nodded, fully agreeing with the blonde. Do you need my help? I can walk on my own, was Niji's reply. Now I can finally understand what you meant, Uzumaki. I hated not what I had a reason to hate, but the one who was just closest to me. I'm sorry, Hinata-sama. I will try to make it up for you for what I did. As you wish, blonde Jinchuriki said back, and then started walking towards the waiting rooms. And to think, I used almost half of my chakra in this fight. I need to be a lot more economic. He mused aloud. Hokage-sama, Sasuke Uchiha hadn't shown up yet. Should we declare a technical defeat for him? Asked a Chunin as he shined into Kage booth. I think this would be. Sarutobi began, but was interrupted by Kazekage's cough. Hokage Dano, I want to ask you a personal favor. I, like many other people here, are to see the fight of the last Uchiha, so I don't think it would be wise to kick him out of the tournament right now. Please, postpone the match. Leader of the Hidden Sand said. Sandaime Hokage sighed tiredly. Though this goes again the exam rule, everyone is equal. I think you are right, Kazekage Dano. We should postpone this match. But if Sasuke Uchiha doesn't show up when the first round of fights is over, he will get technical defeat. Old man said. I think this would be fair, Hokage Dano. Kazekage said with a nod. Hokage turned to the Chunin. Tell Genma-san that match of Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaka no Gaara is postponed. Chunin nodded and left the Kage booth in swirl of wind and leaves. Since the match between Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaka no Gaara is postponed, the next match will be between Sabaka no Kankuro and Inazuka Kiba. Genma announced. Will these two come down to the arena? He asked. Then he heard Sunanin shouting. Proctor, I forfeit. Whistles, hootings, and shoutings were heard from the tribunes. As Sabaku no Kankuro forfeited, winner of the match is Inuzuka Kiba. Next match will be between Sabaku no Temari and Nara Shikamaru. Will these two come down? Gama announced. Temari readily walked down, but Shikamaru seemed to be too lazy. What a drag. Maybe I too should forfeit. Nara boy mused aloud, leaning onto the railing. Too bad for him. Naruto was near. Oh, Shikamaru, be a man. Don't run away. Blonde Jinchuriki said, palming lazy boy to his shoulder. Somehow, this was enough for Shikamaru to lose his balance and fall into the arena. Damn Naruto. Troublesome blondes. He muttered under his breath as he stood up from his fall. Finally decided to come here and fight me, Pineapple Head? Sand Kunoichi asked mockingly. As troublesome as it is, it seems that I'll have to fight you. Shikamaru said. Are you two ready? Gama asked. Both Genins nodded. Hajime. And then he shunshined to the border of the arena. Temari immediately drew her fan from her back and opened it. Remembering what she could do with this thing, Lazy Genius immediately hid behind one of the rocks that were still there after Naruto's match. For next 15 on so minutes, Temari was trying to find her opponent by destroying rock after rock with wind jutsus. Finally, it seemed that Shikamaru had enough and decided to counterattack. He used his family jutsu and tried to catch Temari with his shadow, but Suna Kunoichi just stayed out of his range, or she thought so. What the fuck? She cursed as her body suddenly became paralyzed, even though shadow in front of her couldn't reach her. Kage main, success. Shikamaru said as he stood up from one knee. Let me show you. He turned his head like he wanted to see what was behind him. Temari mirrored his actions, and she saw shadow coming from behind. How? She asked. Nara boy sighed. It was just too troublesome to explain this. Simple. As you had already known, my family has control over shadows. That means I can morph my shadow any way I want, including splitting it in two separate streams. Troublesome. Shikamaru walked forward and Temari, mirroring him, walked towards him. Gama shunshined between them, ready to end this match. Lazy Genius raised his hand, his opponent doing the same. I, Nara Shikamaru. Forfeit. What? Temari shouted. Why? I almost ran out of chakra fighting you. I have, dunno, enough to hold the jutsu for 20 seconds at most now. Yes, it was the real fight. You'd be defeated and, maybe, killed by now. But this is exam and I just have to show how I can fight. +1 match is troublesome enough for me. Shikamaru said, releasing his shadow jutsu. Proctor sighed. As Nara Shikamaru forfeited, winner of the match is Sabaku no Temari. Like before, Chunin of the Hidden Leaf shunshined into the Kage booth. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Sasuke hadn't shown up yet. Should we count this as his technical defeat? He asked. I think we. Old man Hokage started, but again was somewhat interrupted by Kazekage. Can we give him some more time, Hokage Dano? I'm positive people wouldn't be happy if the last Uchiha, whose match against my son they came to see, will be just disqualified. Wind Shadow said. Sarutobi sighed. All right, I will give him 5 more minutes. But if he doesn't show up during this time, he will be disqualified. He already receives too much of special treatment, Kazekage Dano. 5 minutes it is then, Hokage Dano. Old man nodded. Tell Genma-san that Sasuke's match was postponed by 5 minutes. He said to the Chunin, who bowed and left the booth via Shunshin. Genma glanced at his clock. 10 more seconds. 7. Suddenly a whirl of wind and leaves appeared in the middle of the arena, and a moment later Kakashi stepped out of it, accompanied by the one and only Sasuke Uchiha. Are we late? Silver-haired Jounin asked casually. Genma only sighed. No wonder Sasuke was late if was with this man. No, not yet. You had 6 more seconds. Good, Kakashi said, and then looked at young Uchiha. I'll leave you now. Show Gaara what you learned in this month. Sasuke only made HN sound as his sensei left the arena via Shunshin. As Uchiha Sasuke arrived, we will now continue with the postponed match. Genma announced with jutsu-enhanced voice. Will Sabaku no Gaara come to the arena? Moments later, Sunanin appeared near the proctor in a swirl of sand. "Mother wants your blood, Uchiha," he hissed. "Your mother will only taste your own blood today," Sasuke said confidently. "Are you two ready?" Gama asked. Uchiha boy nodded and activated his Sharingan, while Gaara removed the cork from his gourd and smiled maniacally. "Hajime," Senbin chewing Jounin said, and then shunshined to the border of the arena. Sasuke immediately jumped back and threw 4 shuriken at his opponent, trying his defense. Gaara's sand, of course, rose to protect its master, stopping all projectiles. "Katan, Gakakyu," Sasuke called, launching big fireball at Gaara. But Sunanin's sand again acted as a shield, protecting Ichibi Jinchuriki from being harmed. But this was all dark-haired boy needed. He dashed with incredible speed around Gaara to where there was no sand shield and did roundhouse kick on his red-haired opponent, succeeding in penetrating sand shield that rose to stop him, but failing to do more than sending Gaara on the ground and creating crack on his sand armor. Suna Ninja thrust his hand forward and sand, obeying his wish, wrapped itself around Sasuke's leg. Deciding that this prey was too interesting to fight against to kill it right away, Gaara's sand just threw Uchiha across arena. Suna Bunshin. Sunanin summoned single sand clone and sent it to play with Sasuke, who already regained his footing and was ready to counterattack. Using his advantage in speed, young Uchiha ran towards real Gaara, performing hand seals for Katan Ryuka Jutsu. Deciding that his current defense wasn't good enough to let him go through the jutsu of this level unharmed, Jinchuriki of One-Tailed Demon started creating a dome of sand around himself. "Daisen no Mi," he called, creating an sand eye outside his dome. "Shit," Sasuke hissed from pain as his fist connected with the sand dome. Who could have thought that sand can be as hard as granite? Oh fuck, only his Sharingan saved him from being impaled by the spikes that protruded out of the Gaara's dome. Sasuke ran around the dome, trying to find any weakness in it with his eyes, but found none. "Looks like the time to use this jutsu came," Uchiha boy muttered under his breath. He ran to the wall of the stadium and up to the top of it. There he concentrated to gather needed chakra and then did 3 hand seals. "Chidori," he called as lightning lit up in his left hand. As soon as jutsu reached its peak power, Sasuke ran towards Gaara's dome faster than anyone ever saw him, leaving a trench, created by Chidori, after him. As he came near the dome, sand spikes again tried to impale him, but he dodged them all and finally thrust his jutsu into the dome, successfully penetrating Gaara's ultimate defense and managing to wound Suna Ninja. There was blood-freezing yowl coming from inside the dome. Fearing whatever was inside Sand Semi-Sphere, Sasuke tried to pull his hand out, but found out that sand was holding it. Uchiha reactivated Chidori and freed himself, immediately forced to jump back as far as possible to dodge enormous sand-gray monster hand coming from inside the sphere that tried to catch him. As it failed to do so, it retracted back into the dome, which shattered and fell apart, revealing completely crazy Gaara, thankfully barely standing, with deep wound on his left shoulder. "Time to start our little show," certain Snake Sannin thought, giving Soundless the signal to sound, as well as sand forces to start the invasion. Smoke grenade exploded in the Kage booth, and at the same time everyone on the tribunes saw white feathers falling, forcing them to fall asleep. Though most if not all shinobi were able to break the illusion, this took some time from them and gave attacking forces small advantage. Seeing their brother and the ace of the operation hurt, Temari and Kankuro jumped down onto the ground of the arena and ran towards Gaara. No one even attempted to stop them as everyone down there was already busy fighting. "We should take him away from here for some time. He needs to regain his strength to be useful," Suna Kunoichi said, and Puppeteer nodded, picking Gaara up and placing him on his shoulder. Then trio of Sand siblings dashed away from the stadium. Chapter 9. Invasion. 2 Sound Chunin in a heavy armoring watched as teal-haired Kunoichi, with Waterfall Hydeate, dealt with an attacker. "That bitch. She killed Sirisan. I'll rip her apart," one of them shouted, ready to attack the girl. "No, she's too hot to be killed that easy. I say we capture her and have some fun first," another added. The first Odonin stopped and thought for a second. "I like your plan more. Let's go get this bitch for ourselves." and the two dashed forward with kunai in their hands, aiming for the girl's shoulders to render her arms useless. But the kunoichi easily ducked under their attack and planted her fists into men's guts. The Soundines did several clumsy steps back, but that was all Fuz's attack did. You bitch. One of the men tried to attack again, only to have the kunoichi's foot connected with his chin. With a sick, audible crack, his neck was broken. Fu looked at the other man, her eyes becoming even more feral. Dust that was in the air suddenly was pulled towards her outstretched right hand and formed something like a gauntlet with 2-foot-long blades on it. Doton, I wait. The kunoichi whispered in an evil manner, slowly advancing towards her enemy, whom she held frozen in fear with her killing intent. Without even looking, Fu blocked a pair of kunai that came in her direction somewhere from other sections of the stadium. Finally, she was just a step from the Odonin. Fool. Leaf and its allies will never be taken over by scum like you. Next second, 2 dust-made blades went through the man's heart. Fu looked around. This section was clear of any enemies for the time being. But in the next section were 3 Konoha Chunin fighting a losing battle against 4 Tsunejounin. Nodding to herself, the Shichibi Jinchuriki headed there to lend a helping hand. Sasuke Uchiha, I give you an A-rank mission, Ganma said, dodging a kunai from a Tsunejounin named Baki. You are to stop Sabako no Gaara. The dark-haired boy immediately agreed. Finally, he was given a mission an elite like him should be doing. Hi. With that, Sasuke dashed in the same direction where the Sand siblings ran not a minute ago. But a moment later, he was forced to stop as Baki appeared in front of him. You ain't going anywhere, Leaf Boy. But before the man could do anything to Sasuke, Ganma assaulted him with a barrage of shuriken. Run! Nodding to the Jounin, the last Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf continued carrying out his mission. Naruto and Shikamaru quickly ran towards the section where Kakashi was. They found the silver-haired Jounin defending several genins and knocked out by the Genjutsu civilians alongside the Konoha Green Beast Mato guy. What will our mission be? Naruto asked, ignoring Nara Boy's whine of troublesome. Kakashi was ready to send them to help with the evacuation of civilians when he spotted Sasuke running away from the stadium and after the Sand Trio. You too, along with Sakura. The pink-haired kunoichi blushed a bit. We'll do an A-rank mission. You must stop Uchiha Sasuke. The Kopinin turned to Guy and Green Beast nodded. I'll summon Pakin for you to follow Sasuke's trail. Don't, Kakashi-sensei. You'll need all the chakra you have. Naruto stopped him. Sasuke is going after Gaara, isn't he? I have someone who can trail chakra, or Yoki. Signature and Gaara right now is in no form to perform high-level cloning jutsus. Kakashi nodded and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki bit his finger to draw some blood and quickly ran through forehand seals. Kuchios. In a cloud of white smoke gray, a pigeon-sized toad appeared, with a strange metallic device on its back and complex goggles on its forehead. Ah, Naruto-kun. What do you want? The toad asked. Good afternoon, Gamasora. I need you to trail the Ichibi's Yoki. It's very important. The toad moved its goggles onto its eyes, and several seals on them began glowing dim blue. Yeah, I can assay it. Follow me. Gamasora jumped into the air, and 2 bat-like wings appeared from the device on his back. Wind-based chakra flowed into the wings and sustained the toad in the air. Oh, wait a sec. How will I get past those? The toad pointed at the fighting shinobi on the arena floor. The problem was solved a moment later when Guy sent Pora Odonin through the wall. The 3 ninja and the toad exited the stadium through this hole and started carrying out their mission. Before the smoke from the grenade dissipated, the Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato found himself on the roof with a kunai held to his neck by Orochimaru, who was impersonating the Kazekage. Quickly performing seal-less substitution, Sarutobi appeared behind his traitorous student. Just a moment before his throat would have been slitted, Orochimaru looked at the mud that was his sensei moments ago and turned around to face the Hokage, already in his battle robes. Deciding there was no more need for the masquerade, the snake Sannin too threw away his Kage robes. You're still not rusty, Sarutobi-sensei. But it doesn't matter, Konoha will be mine today. Kukuku, you will die by my hand. Orochimaru gave a sign, and 4 Odo Jounin appeared near the edges of the roof. Shishinjin. The 4 formed rectangular barrier of purple fire around the roof, preventing anyone from joining the fight between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moment later, the Sound Four created smaller barriers around themselves so that Hokage won't disrupt their jutsu. Clever. But you forgot one thing, my lost student. Sandaime Hokage said, flashing through hand seals. Doton, Doria Taiga. A river of mud formed in front of him and tried to wash Snake Sannin away into Firewall. Orochimaru, of course, got away from death by Kalinji himself with a roof tile. Sanaijishu, for thick snakes flew from his sleeve intent to kill Old Man Hokage, but Sarutobi, even at his 68 years, was still a Kaga-level ninja. Katan, Karyuden. The snakes were turned into ashes by the violent fire. The traitorous Sannin evaded the flames and tried to perform Futon, Daitapa, but was forced to Kawarimi away from roof tiles turned into shuriken that were sent in his direction. Deciding that he needed to advance to the next level of the fight, Orochimaru bit his finger and spread some blood across the tattoo on his arm. In a cloud of smoke, a 70-foot-long snake appeared. Yes, this will give him enough time to prepare his next attack. Naruto and Sakura were running through the treetops, following Gamasora, trying to reach Sasuke in time. Judging by the sounds they were hearing, he had already engaged Gaara in a battle. Shikamaru was somewhere behind them, hopefully alive, ambushing 6 Otonins that tried to stop them. Finally, the two of them reached the clearing where a partially transformed Gaara tried to kill Sasuke. As his mission was completed, Gamasora unsummoned himself, creating a poof of smoke. This proved to be a distraction for the Ichibi Jinchuriki, and Naruto landed a strong hit on Gaara's side, sending him into a nearby tree. Of course, the sand protected its master from the most of damage. Run! Naruto yelled to Sakura, who landed by Sasuke's side. I will fight him. Stupid dobe, I couldn't land a good hit on him. How can you possibly do anything to him? The Uchiha yelled. And I don't need your help. I can fight. He tried to stand up, but his body had other plans and didn't move quite as well. At this time, Gaara came back into the fight. Suna Shuriken. A hail of sand projectiles was shot from his sand body in the direction of the 3 Konoha Genins. Kage Bushin. Several shadow clones popped into the existence, creating a wall in front of the members of the Team 7. I said run. Naruto yelled. Sakura nodded and picked Sasuke up before disappearing into the canopy. My prey, Gaara shouted in a demonic voice. I will kill you. There was another barrage of sand shuriken aimed at the blonde shinobi, but Naruto Kawarimi'd away from them. I will fucking kill you. The crazy Jinchuriki stretched his sand-made demonic arm and swung it, crushing all nearby trees and barely missing his current target. Naruto reached into his pouch and took out a strange-looking containment seal from it. Then he tied it to a kunai and threw the kunai high into the air. Not too far away, both Sasuke and Sakura, along with Temari, wondered what he was trying to accomplish by this move. Naruto did a single hand sign, and there was a large cloud of smoke in place of that seal with 100 or so kunai falling down, each with a bunch of activated explosive tags attached. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki jumped away from the clearing and watched as the kunai fell down. Aim no sure, he whispered quietly, and in the next moment, whole clearing turned into a giant fireball from the explosive tags. When the wind blew the dirty smoke away, Gaara looked the worse for wear, but was still alive. I will kill you. He roared, and more sand came to him, creating a giant tanuki body, the true form of the Ichibi. I will kill you. The beast roared, sending a wave of sand towards Naruto. Futon Repushu. Naruto blew the offending sand away before jumping further from the mad tanuki demon. Futon Daitapa. The jutsu hit Shikaku square on its stomach, creating a hole through it. But moments later, sand restored the beast to its original form. It hurts. The Gaara Chibi roared, before unleashing more sand shurikens at Naruto, but the blonde skillfully Kawarimi'd away from the attack. What should I do, Kyuubi-chan? Blonde Jinchuriki asked in his mind, not knowing what to do next against the beast. Call me forth. Together we will have enough power to stop Shikaku. Naruto nodded to himself. This sounded like a plan. Okay, get ready. Nei-chan, he flashed through hand seals, some of which weren't from the 12 seals all shinobi are taught. Anapu, Tamashe. He couldn't finish the jutsu as he was forced to evade an incoming futon, Rin couldn't. Even if he dodged the projectile itself, the explosion it caused left him with a few minor wounds. I need Sage Mode, Naruto thought, forming a cross-shaped hand seal. Kagebushin. 24 shadow clones popped into existence, distracting Gaara so that the real Naruto could get away. Why don't you call me forth now? Kyuubi asked her. Container. The blonde shinobi just shook his head and pointed towards his two teammates that were watching the fight from afar. We don't want our little secret to be discovered, do we? The demoness pouted. You're so paying me for this tonight. Naruto didn't answer, instead calling his Sage Mode forth. Unsealing his three-bladed shuriken, he jumped back into the fight, just in time to see his last clone disappear in a cloud of smoke. Clicking it open, he threw the weapon towards Ichibi's arm. Then Naruto sent wind-based chakra through the chakra string into the shuriken, making pale blue blades of 5-meter length each extend the metallic ones. The shuriken successfully severed the beast's arm, but it just grew back seconds later. This is not good, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki thought, summoning his shuriken back into his hands and sealing it into its seal on his wrist. I need the elders. Luckily or unluckily, he had some still fresh blood that came from the wound he received. Flashing through hand seals, Naruto hit the branch he was standing on with his hand. Kuchios. In a big poof of smoke, Fukasaku and Shima appeared. I hope you have a good reason for summoning us, Pa said. Then he heard Ichibi's roar and turned around to face the Bijou. Forget it. What do you plan to do? We are not equals to such a demon. It uses sand to regenerate any damage done to its body. Maybe we should somehow render the sand useless for it. Or better, we should push the beast back into Gaara. Naruto replied. Gaara is the name of Shikaku's container? Shima asked. The blonde shinobi nodded. For how long has he been in this state? The elder toad pointed its sleeping form of Gaara on the top of Ichibi's head. 4 to 6 minutes, Naruto replied. Then if we are lucky, all you need to do is to wake him up. Landing a good hit on him must be enough, Shima said sagely. And I think I have a plan on how to do this. Not very far away from the battlefield of the two Jinchuriki, Sasuke was fuming. Not only does Naruto have something he didn't have, a summoning contract, but he used it to summon to useless, old toads instead of some mighty fighter like the toad boss Gamabunta. If only he had this kind of power, he'd show the dobe how it should be used, Sasuke thought. Sitting by his side, Sakura was thinking along the same line about why Naruto summoned these two toads. But deep inside her rational mind, there was a thought that the blonde had a reason for what he did. Finally, Naruto stopped running circles around Shikaku, winning some time for Shima to explain her plan. Can you distract it for several seconds? I need to re-enter my Sage Mode, the blonde Jinchuriki asked. The toad elders nodded in response and leaped down to the ground, landing just in front of Ichibi. Senpu, Kawazunaki, Fukasaku, and Shima simultaneously sent Sage Chakra empowered sound waves into Shikaku, throwing it backwards a bit, paralyzing it for a brief moment. They needed to get away to return to Naruto, who was already back into his Sage Mode. As soon as all three of them were close enough, they all ran through hand seals. Senpu, Gomen. Naruto exhaled toad oil, Fukasaku produced strong wind, and Shima supplied the attack with fire. Together, it was a river of fire that was quickly advancing towards the slow and clumsy body of Ichibi. The moment the hot burning oil touched its legs, the sand began melting, preventing the Shikaku from moving. Do it now, Naruto, Shima shouted, but the Kyuubi Jinchuriki knew what he needed to do. Again, he unsealed his shuriken and then summoned a single shadow clone. 2 Narutos threw shuriken, with wind chakra blades extended, at the Ichibi's arm, cutting them off again. The beast roared angrily and began regenerating his lost limbs. Naruto, do you still have that seal? Aim no sure, with you? The blonde shinobi nodded. He used only 1 out of 2 he had made. Use it on Ichibi's stomach. Futon, De Tappa. The sage-powered jutsu easily tore a hole through Shikaku's body. Before the sand could heal it, Naruto threw the kunai with the second, aim no sure seal, activating it when it was in the hole. Seconds later, the beast's body was torn in two by a tremendous explosion. It let out another roar of pain before its body started falling apart. This is our chance. But Naruto didn't need to be told this. He was already advancing towards Gaara's body. He needed to reach it before his Sage Mode deactivates, or else, who knows. As he was right in front of Shikaku's Jinchuriki, Naruto hit him. The sand that rose up to protect its master couldn't withstand the power of the sage's attack. The moment his fist connected with Gaara's face, the Sunanin awakened and created sand spikes that went right through Blonde's body, thankfully missing vital organs. "I will have your blood," Gaara roared. But in the next moment, he received 2 sage-powered hits from the Toad Elders, and before he could regain control over his sand to crush Naruto's body, the QB container was gone. "I will kill you," he roared and started looking for his prey. Fukasaku and Shima laid Naruto onto the thick branch of a tree about 100 meters away from the raging Gaara. "You have to retreat, Naruto-kun. Even with the help of your vixen, the wounds you received could prove to be fatal if you don't receive medical help as soon as possible," Pa said, and Ma wholeheartedly agreed with him, which was a rare event. "But who will stop Gaara?" Blonde Shinobi said with a strain. "Everybody else is already busy protecting the village." "I said you must retreat now." For the first time in his life, Naruto saw Fukasaku angry, but he needed to defeat Gaara no matter what. So he reached into his pouch and produced a single dirty green pill in a plastic box. "Wah, you thick-head, stubborn tadpole. Don't even think about using it. You are in." But Naruto already swallowed the pill. No condition to use it. Chakra exploded from Blonde Jinchuriki's heavily damaged body. "Hey, Nachon, I need your help. Heal me, please," Naruto asked in his mind. "I will, but you are paying me trice for it," the vixen responded, making the blonde sigh. "You want to keep me with yourself all the time, don't you? I need to live outside of my mind too, you know." He threw back. "Well, if you don't want." But QB was far from stupid and knew how to get something for herself in any situation. No, it's not like that." As I thought, her red yoki joined with Naruto's chakra, accelerating his regeneration 1,000-fold. Bleeding holes in his body, where the sand spikes hit him, began closing. The blood he lost was replenished, and broken bones were knitted back together. While Gaara now knew where his prey was, thanks to the yoki spike, the Toad Elders kept him away from it, sending him flying away with their Kawazanaki each time he got too close to Naruto. Finally, almost 7 minutes later, a malnourished-looking Naruto sat up weakly. All his injuries were healed, but it left his body incredibly weak. This was the price for regeneration. And immediately the Toad Elders began ranting about how stupid he was. "What were you thinking? You could have died." But the blonde Jinchuriki tuned them out and began collecting natural energy to enter his Sage Mode one more time. When Fukasaku noticed it, it was too late to stop the stubborn blonde. He was already heading towards Gaara. The Ichibi Jinchuriki looked at Naruto, not really understanding how this boy was standing, and even more, how he is ready to engage him in a fight again. "Your blood will be the best proof of my existence, Naruto Uzumaki," Gaara said with his demonic voice. Although he wasn't showing it, he was tired from the fight. If this Uzumaki boy had at least one more ace in his sleeve, he might lose the fight for the first time in his life. He was afraid of the QB Jinchuriki. Naruto looked at him with determination to win, trying to stand levelly on his legs. "I will defeat you." Then the blonde shinobi flashed through hand seals. Futon Repashu. Sand rose up to protect Gaara from the attack, but made him lose Naruto from his sight. And the QB Jinchuriki did disappear from his sight. 1 second, another, and one more. There was neither any sign of the incoming attack nor any sign of the blonde himself. Then suddenly Gaara felt himself pulled under the ground till only his head wasn't below the surface. Several moments later, Naruto rose from the earth like it was water. Concentrating on his prey, Gaara sent his sand towards him, only to receive a yoki and chakra suppression seal on his forehead. Gaara tried to continue fighting, but found he was unable to do so. "Why? Why are you so strong?" He almost yelled at the blonde, who seemed to be standing only by his sheer willpower. "What you fighting for?" Naruto asked back. "I fight and always have fought for myself," Gaara replied in a cold voice, but he was interrupted. "That is the reason. When you fight just for yourself, you have no need to go past your limits. When you fight for something or someone precious to you, You will do anything to protect them. Naruto said, almost falling down. Thankfully, a tree trunk was close to him and he could lean on it. I have nothing precious to me besides myself. The Ichibi Jinchuriki replied, and I have no one to fight for except for but myself. What about your brother and sister? The blonde shinobi countered. Sure, they are afraid of you, but still they see you as their brother. This made Gaara think a bit, but it didn't seem to change his opinion. They hate me, he replied coldly. Are you sure? Maybe you should ask them yourself, Naruto said without looking around. Just a second later, Kankuro and Temari appeared by their brother's side, looking angrily at the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. He looked back at them. Hey, someone needed to put some sense into him. The Sunakunoichi was still glaring at him. If you did something to my Otudo, she began, but Naruto cut her off. He is fine. His sand is the strongest and most annoying defense I ever came across. Thankfully, it doesn't treat suppression seals like a threat. Gaara looked at his sister. You are defending me? Temari smiled warily. Who else is my Otudo there? Naruto used this to prove his position more. See? Just keep your Tanuki at bay, and at least 2 people will love you. You're very lonely, aren't you? Gaara thought for some time. Then he nodded, all the time completely ignoring Kankuro's yells about not adding him to the list of Gaara's friends without his approval. I see. Temari, Kankuro, free me. Then we are heading back to Suna. 3 minutes later, the Sand Trio was ready to go home. I will remember you, Uzumaki. Then Gaara did something that neither of his siblings expected him to do ever again. Gaara said thank you. Still unable to move properly because of chakra and Chidori overuse, Sasuke with a scowl on his face watched as Gaara left the battlefield. He failed his mission. Worse, the Dobe managed to beat this sand guy when he, an elite Uchiha, could barely draw blood from him. And to add to the insult, the blonde idiot allowed Gaara to go free when he could have easily killed this abomination. Sarutobi had just disposed of the snake Orochimaru had summoned. Hell, even with Enma, the king of monkeys, help, fighting such a big snake in a limited area was hard. Edo Tensei, Hokage looked at the coffin that was slowly rising through the roof, and he felt afraid for the first time in this fight. Something extremely strong was in this coffin. You know, Sensei, first I wanted to give you a chance to fight all the previous Hokage. Now Hiruzen was afraid for real. But one of my sacrifices died before I could make any use of it. So I decided to stick with those 2 senseis of yours. I must have been overheard by my other sacrifice. By the way, do you know where Kinchan is? Anyway, with only 1 sacrifice left, I decided to give you a chance to fight the man who can be called a teacher of every shinobi in the world. Isn't it great, Sarutobi-sensei? Coffin opened, and a body that was inside stepped out. It was a large man in dark gray samurai-like clothes. He had rather long, spiky gray hair and wore a necklace of 6'9" on a thin silver chain. In his right hand there was a battle staff and a long katana was strapped to his back. But the most extraordinary thing about this man was his eyes. They lacked iris, instead having 4 black rings around pupil. The man looked around. So, this is what happened to the world. Not exactly what I wanted it to be, but my teachings weren't buried under the sands of time, and it's enough for me. The man said in a sagely voice. Orochimaru. Sarutobi yelled at his traitorous student. You dared to summon him. Snake Sannin only smiled sinisterly. You are right, Sarutobi-sensei. This is the sage of 6 Path, the father of all jutsu. And I gave you a great honor to fight him. Orochimaru turned to the Rikudo Sannin. You are to kill this old fool, but you'd better toy with him first. Sage turned to the snake Sannin and measured him with his eyes. I will not fight him. This made traitorous Sannin lose his cool. I said fight him. Orochimaru yelled, pushing more of his chakra and his will into the mind control seal in Sennin's head. There was a long silence. Yes. The sage of 6 Paths turned towards Sarutobi and outstretched his left hand towards Sandaime Hokage. Shinra Tensei, he said in a calm voice, and moment later invisible force hit Sarutobi hard, almost sending him into the firewall. Regaining his footing, Hokage flashed through hand seals. Katon, Karyuden. Hiruzen exhaled a stream of fire towards the sage, but the man did nothing to evade his attack. When the fires almost hit him, they were simply absorbed, dealing no damage at all. Rikudo Sennin eyed his opponent for a brief moment, before sending another Shinra Tensei towards the man. Though this time Sarutobi was fast enough to create a mud wall to protect himself from the devastating power of the sage's jutsu. Kage Bushin. The Hokage summoned 2 shadow clones, ordering one to attack Orochimaru, while he himself and the other clone will try to fight against the Rikudo Sennin. Shinra Tensei. This time the sage put a little more force behind his attack, and the jutsu had enough power to destroy the shadow clone even after turning the mud wall into dust. Truly, this man was a god. Bansho Tenin. Sarutobi felt himself pulled towards the man. As he was pulled, his shadow clone tried attacking Orochimaru. 2 Hiruzans hit each other, and the clone one was destroyed, but being close to the Sage of Six Path allowed Sandaime to place an explosive tag on the man's stomach. Shinra Tensei. Landing just several feet from the firewall, Sarutobi activated the tag. An explosion completely destroyed the lower part of Rikudo Sennin's body, but just a second later it began restoring itself. So, physical damage will do nothing. Looks like I will be forced to do that jutsu. Before Hiruzan could continue on his train of thoughts, he again felt the pull of Bansho Tenin and used a chain to hold himself in a place. Who knows what the Rikudo Sennin can do? But the sage tripled the force he was using, and Sarutobi's old body couldn't withstand it. The Hokage's left arm was torn away. But something happened to the sage too. Where am I? What is going on? It looked like seeing the blood made Rikudo Sennin overcome the effects of the mind-controlling seal Orochimaru placed in his head. Why did you stop? I ordered you to kill this man. Sennin yelled. Unfortunately for him, the sage didn't want to work with him, but before he could unleash the full power of Shinra Tensei at the snake Sennin, there was explosion in the sage's head. The man's body didn't restore itself this time. Stupid Sennin, Orochimaru cursed the man. Thank God I placed an explosive tag as a safeguard in his head. The traitorous Sennin glared at Hiruzan. Kukuku, you won this round, but what will you do next, now that you have only one arm? Sarutobi sensei. Then Orochimaru proceeded to summon the Kusanagi sword from his stomach. Sandaime Hokage answered by elongating the staff that was a hinged enma. Fu heard the second explosion on the roof behind the firewall. Looking up, she saw the man she hated most for what he did to her village. After all, only Orochimaru was insane enough to create those beasts he unleashed at Hidden Waterfall. And seeing the condition Sandaime Hokage was in, Shichibi Jinchuriki had to admit that the old man was losing the battle. Sarutobi Hiruzan needed help, but that damned firewall prevented anyone from interfering with the battle. Or did it? Fu quickly ran through in her head what was needed to maintain a barrier. First, it needed the source of energy, but as the Sound Four was surrounded by the same firewall, taking them out was not an option. Then a barrier needed to be created on a stable surface. That's it. It was strange that no one had used this weakness of barriers to help Hokage during his fight. I can have my revenge against Orochimaru. Calling upon the power of the Seven Tails, Fu created a protective cloak of Yoki around her right hand and then slammed it into the tower, making it shake. And as the tower shook, at least 2 of Sound Four lost their footing, thus the barrier of purple fire was no more. Fu alongside 2 ANBU squads rushed towards Orochimaru, intending to kill him. But the man was no fool and knew that now if he stayed, his chances to survive will be equal to 0. We are leaving, the snake Sennin ordered. The Jounins of the Sound Four nodded and disappeared via Shunshin. Orochimaru tried this too, but at the last moment dust blades of Fu's gauntlet pierced his liver. The girl tried to petrify Sannin's organ, but succeeded only partially as she was thrown away with a strong hit from the man. Sarutobi Hiruzan looked at the people who came to save him and said, "Thank you," weakly, before collapsing onto the roof unconscious. I suggest you give him medical treatment as soon as possible, Emma said. Sarutobi Dano did receive several wounds from the Kusanagi sword. He very well may be poisoned. As the Yanbiyu nodded, the king of monkeys disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Chapter 10. Go Dame Hokage. Naruto opened his eyes to the reddish light of the evening sun. He was, not surprisingly, in the hospital, though the fact that he didn't remember how he got there made him a little nervous. He looked around and saw Bear-masked A and Bu standing on guard in the corner of the room. A and Bu-san, can you tell me what happened to me? And why are you stationed there? I'm not that important to have guards while at hospital. You were found about an hour after last enemy troops in the village were taken care of on the side of the road in about mile from western gates of the village. You were unconscious for 3 days and suffered both physical and chakra exhaustion. Doctor said it's miracle you were still alive when you were found. Naruto nodded. Looks like it was not the best idea to open fifth gate with chemicals after all. QB Jinchuriki thought. And about my second question? There was a sign of QB's Yoki being used. I'm stationed here in case Demon tries to take over you. I am to be near you all the time until Council decides what to do with you. Naruto immediately got a bad feeling about the whole thing. Good part of the Council had problems with seeing him as a separate being from QB-chan, and all of them saw her as an evil entity instead of a victim of Madara's Tsukiyomi. What happened to Sa? Hokage-sama, Blonde Teen asked. Hokage-sama was severely wounded during his fight with Orochimaru and was unconscious since then. Ambu answered. Even better. Without Old Man Council are free to do anything they want. Let's pray that Sarutobi Gigi will wake up soon. Naruto thought, having all his current questions answered, even if it surprised him that he was given all the information he wanted to know, and seeing that it was already evening, he decided to go back to sleep and allow QB-chan and his own powers continue repairing his body. At the same time, in a dark underground complex on the border between Fire and Rice countries, certain Sannin too had problems. His partially petrified liver wasn't working good enough to keep him alive. He was slowly dying, and neither he himself nor his best medics could do anything with it. Of course, Orochimaru could just take over a new body for himself, but he felt that it was too early to do so. So Snake Sannin was planning to use the help of the best medic in the world of shinobi. Kabuto, he yelled. Moments later, silver-haired teen appeared in his chamber, now wearing Odo Hideate on his forehead. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto said, not bothering to bow even a little. I need to find my old teammate. Prepare for the at least month-long trip. It will be hard to find her if she doesn't want to be found. Teen nodded and disappeared into the shadows of the room. I will be healed. And you, Tsunade, will do it, whether you want it or not. Orochimaru tried to laugh, but his liver again reminded him why he needed medic. By unanimous voting of the Honorable Council of Konohagawara no Sato, Jiraiya of the Sannin will be proposed to take the position of Godame Hokage. Now, to our next question. Elder named Koharu said, I propose promotion of Sasuke Uchiha to the rank of Chunin due to his exceptional performance during invasion. There was a murmur among councilmen. I second, shouted one of the civilian members of the council. I am against promotion of Uchiha Sasuke. Nara Shikaku said lazily. All reports say that Uchiha-san failed to stop Jinchuriki of Ichibi no Shikaku. What was his exceptional performance if he even failed his mission? Nonsense, another civilian councilman yelled. Who else could save us from that monster? Troublesome, muttered Shikaku. He did not want to argue with these fools. Not today. Several next minuted there was loud arguing between members of the council. Order, Koharu said, and in seconds everyone became quiet. Who is placid for the promotion of Sasuke Uchiha to the rank of Chunin? Raise your hand. Both elders, Danzu, entire civilian part of the council, and heads of 2 minor clans raised their hands. And now those who isn't. Only 7 clan heads voted against Sasuke's promotion. By the unanimous voting of the Honorable Council of Konohagawara no Sato, Sasuke Uchiha is promoted to the rank of Chunin. Hamura, second elder of the village, announced. And now our final question for today. You may enter. Doors opened and blonde boy in hospital gown entered the chamber with bare-masked Anbu following him closely behind. Do you know why you are brought in front of the Honorable Council of Konohagawara no Sato? Koharu asked. Naruto shivered, understanding full well what was going on, but decided to play along with them for the time being. Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you. Demonis reassured him. I know, QB-chan. I suppose it has something to do with the events that took place during the invasion? Naruto asked. True, it has. Konoha elders nodded. You are charged with releasing Ichibi no Shikaku upon our village. Also, you are charged with the attempt of releasing Kyubi no Yoko upon our village. Do you have anything to say in your defense? I repudiate your first charge against me as no one. Even those with genetical inclination to control Bijou, like Hashirama Senju, cannot control them when they are sealed in something or someone. And it is officially know that container of Ichibi is Gaara of the Sand. Naruto saw several clan heads nod. I also repudiate your second charge against me as any attempt of releasing Kyubi from the seal, Yondaime Hokage, placed will result in death of both me and the Kyubi. While this wasn't entirely true, as the seal will kill both parties if and only if their intents aren't right, but no one other than Naruto and his demoness knew this, and not needed to know this. But there was a release of Kyubi's Yoki. Care to explain it? Danzu asked. Kyubi is known for incredible regenerative abilities. I used a minuscule part of Kyubi's power along with artificially opening my own fifth gate to heal life-threatening wounds I received during my fight with Sabaku no Gaara. Naruto explained. Now, what should we do with this case? Koharu asked councilmen and councilwomen. Execute it, shouted one of the civilian councilmen. Kill it before it kills us. Several more fools agreed with the speaker. I say you should give him to me. If retrained correctly, he will be the weapon Konoha needs now more than ever. Weapon of the unimaginable power, absolutely loyal to the village. Said Danzu. Small portion of civilian councilmen and one clan head agreed with him. There were rumors about organization of S-rank missing means hunting Jinchuriki down. I say that we banish him from the village and thus kill two birds with one stone. Neither he nor this organization will be threat to Konoha. Added Hamura. Entire civilian part of the council, as well as several heads, were in favor of this. I doubt that this organization isn't going to do something evil, Shikaka said. And if we banish Naruto, we are just handing Kyubi Jinchuriki to them. Heads of major clans and Danzu nodded in agreement. So, let's start voting on this question. Koharu said. Those in favor of execution, raise your hands. Most of the civilian councilmen voted. Now, those in favor of banishment, raise your hands. The rest of civilians and two clan heads raised their hands. Those in favor of turning Kyubi Jinchuriki into living weapon, raise your hands. Danzu, elders, and a head of minor clan raised their hand. Finally, those in favor of releasing all charges and leaving Kyubi Jinchuriki be as he is, raise your hands. Only 8 clan heads raised their hands. By unanimous voting of Honorable Council of Koharu began, but was interrupted as doors were forcefully opened and Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by 8 ANBU, entered the chamber. Sandaime Hokage looked awful. He was sitting in wheelchair, dressed in the hospital gown, left sleeve of which was empty. Sarutobi looked pale and at least decade older than he was. But still, his aura of leader coupled with the killing intent he was releasing was enough to make everyone acknowledge. Despite everything, this man was Hokage. As an acting Hokage, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, veto the decision of the council on this question and release all charges you put against Uzumaki Naruto. But, Hokage-sama, one stupid civilian councilman tried to protest, but small increase in killing intent Sarutobi was releasing was enough to shut him up. Also, this council meeting was conducted without Hokage, even if he was in the village and not unconscious at the moment. I may see this as an act of arbitrariness from your side and arrest you for breaking rules of the village. Unfortunately, we have other matter to worry about right now. But next time something like this happens, you all will be severely punished. Sarutobi growled before adding, "This meeting is adjourned." Naruto walked towards Hokage. "Thank you, you saved my life there." Blonde boy paused for a moment. "But this was the second time this village betrayed my trust in it. When the third time happens, I will leave. And I give you my word as a sage. You won't be able to stop me or bring me back. Remember it." And then he walked out of the council chamber. Next day, Naruto was lying in his bed in hospital when small orange toad leaped onto his chest. "Oi, Naruto, do you have some sweets?" Blonde shinobi looked at the toad. "I'm at hospital. There are no sweets there." Asked Jiraiya for some. "It was him who sent you here, Gamakichi." Toad nodded. "What does he want?" He said. Oh yeah. He is leaving village tomorrow morning for a trip to find someone named Tsunade and asks if you'd like to join him. Naruto thought that this was his change to have some time away from Konoha. Tell him, I'm coming. Gamakichi nodded and leaped away from Naruto. Naruto sneaked out of the hospital early in the morning next day and, after packing the gear he might need during this trip with perverted Toad Sage, he sped towards western gates of Konoha. To his luck, Jiraiya was waiting for him there. Ready to go, Gaki? Yeah, let's go, Naruto replied. And two sages left Konohagakure no Sato. They were a good hour away from the village when Kyubi Jinchuriki suddenly remembered something. Jiraiya Ero-sensei, do you know Hyuga's Kaiten? Sannin ignored his title and nodded. What about it? Well, it was good enough to deflect and damage stone spears. So I thought, if it is possible to shrink it in size, say, make it not bigger than orange and compress the chakra in it, it can become a good offensive move. Small ball of chakra that can do drilling damage. To show what he was talking about, Naruto tried to create small ball of rotating chakra on his palm, but it blew away not a second into its existence. Jiraiya was really surprised. Like father, like son, Minato invented his Rasengan thinking in exactly the same way. White-haired man thought, there is such a jutsu, Naruto, though it was never completed. Your father invented it not long before he became Hokage. This jutsu is named Rasengan. I heard this jutsu name before, but I never found out what this jutsu was, Naruto said, making Jiraiya laugh. Of course, you couldn't find what this jutsu was. Minato though about it as his family technique, though he taught it to me. Kakashi Hatake may also know Rasengan. He might have copied it with his Sharingan eye. Older Toad Sage said, but this is all. Do you want me to teach it to you? Naruto though about it for several seconds. I reinvented the idea, and I'd like to reinvent the jutsu itself. White-haired man nodded. As you wish. But remember, it took your father 3 years to create this technique, and it took me 6 months to learn it from him. He paused. But if you ask nicely, I may give you some pointers. Yeah, thank you, Naruto replied, still intent to recreate Rasengan on his own. Naruto and Jiraiya were traveling for 6 days now, and neither succeeded in his plans. White-haired Toad Sage still found no traces of his teammate, Sannin Tsunade, and Kyubi Jinchuriki still had problems with keeping a tight ball of chakra from exploding in the first second of its existence. It was like centrifugal force had something against Rasengan. Two Sage stopped at local inn, and Jiraiya went to visit some bars to listen to gossips in attempt to learn at least about where Tsunade may be. Naruto stayed in the inn, trying with the help of his Kyubi-chan solve his current problem with recreation of Rasengan. Suddenly blonde Jinchuriki felt someone approaching his room. And that someone was clearly not a friend. I don't like this at all. Without Jiraiya, I can't drive away anyone above A rank. And at least one of those two is S rank. Kyubi agreed with him. Naruto felt the pair stop in front of his door and got ready to attack them and then run. Someone knocked on the door, and in the next moment, it was demolished by something big, wrapped in bandages. In the corridor, there were 2 S-rank missing nins, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, both in black cloaks with red clouds, and both had kasa on their head. They must be from that organization council we're worried about. Good afternoon, Naruto-kun. I'd be glad if you will come with us on. Itachi never got a chance to finish as smoke bomb, thrown by Naruto, exploded under his feet. Kyubi Jinchuriki threw 2 kunai with shock tags, seals that converted stored chakra into electricity and struck anyone in small radius with a powerful discharge of this electricity, towards 2 missing nin, not really caring whether his attack hit them or not, and dashed towards the window. Naruto ran towards the outskirts of the small town, checking his equipment. 2 vacuum seals, 10 explosive tags, 1 more shock tag, 2 kunai in pouch, 7 in seals, 12 shuriken, reel of steel wire, another smoke bomb, my shuriken, 3 soldier pills, and a gate-opening pill. 3 empty scrolls, brush, and inkwell. Nothing much against 2 S-rank missing nins, Naruto had to conclude. I hope I can last long enough for Jiraiya to find me. He, though, stopping in the field where they could fight without fearing to harm civilians. Interesting seals you have there, Naruto-kun, said a voice from behind. Turning around, blonde Jinchuriki saw that Itachi and Kisame already found him. What was that he thinking with? when he hoped to outrun two S-rank ninjas. This Jinchuriki has rather fast legs. I say we cut them. Shark Man named Kisame said, placing his giant sword on his shoulder. Pain-sama said that we are to bring him alive. Itachi said, looking at his partner. But I won't kill him. Just cripple. Kisame responded. Uchiha sighed. It won't be necessary. He looked into Naruto's eyes, and the blonde saw that normal three-tomoed Sharingan Itachi had moments ago transformed into something that looked like black three-bladed shuriken. Tsukiyomi. Naruto saw real world replaced with black and white elusive with only full red moon settled on the sky. For a moment nothing happened. Then avatar of Itachi appeared with long katana in its hands. Giant cross started rising from the ground behind Naruto. But before anything else could happen, spear of fire hit Itachi's avatar's head, destroying it. You are so paying me for saving your pretty ass, said Kyuubi's voice before world Naruto saw return to normal. Nothing changed during the time failed Tsukiyomi was active. Nothing, except for some more blood that was leaking out of Uchiha's left eye. Naruto immediately flashed through hand seals. Kaze no Yaiba. A pale white arc of wind was launched from Blonde's hand towards two missing means. Itachi, even in this close proximity from Naruto, managed to jump away from the jutsu's path. Kisame, on the other hand, just placed his sword in front of him, and it consumed the jutsu, making strange sounds and tumbling after that. From Naruto's point of view, Kisame's sword was a composition of many scales that could somehow absorb chakra. Scales. That's it. If Kisame wasn't after him, he'd thank Sharkman for the idea strange sword gave him. Hey, easy there. If you want to be in one piece after we capture you, you better not throw jutsu like this at us, Kisame said, baring his sharp, pointy teeth. He got his response as Naruto, after dodging low-level Jinjutsu from Itachi, flashed through another sequence of hand seals. Doton, Kamaryu no Hitoya. Kyuubi Jinchuriki said, and a dragon made from really hard stone rose from underneath Kisame, capturing him in its mouth. Naruto saw a man's sword start sucking chakra out of the stone dragon, but it will take some time before the stone will be brittle enough to be broken easily. Katon, Gakakyu. Itachi sent fireball at Naruto, but the teen evaded it, attaching explosive tag to one of his kunai at the same time. The blonde threw kunai with the tag it still captured Kisame, but Uchiha's own kunai saved Sharkman. Another fireball later, Kisame was free. I will kick your ass, brat. Blue-skinned man roared, but before he could do anything, earth shook. Big Toad with some kind of forked weapon and large shield land in the field. Good afternoon, Naruto-kun. I am to protect you from these two, am I? Gamaken asked, readying himself for a battle. Jiraiya on his back too got ready to fight with Itachi and Kisame. Sharkman bared his teeth, too ready to kick some ass, but his partner had another plans. We should fall back now, Kisame, Itachi said. With Jiraiya of the Sannin, there we have no guarantees of our mission being successful. Kisame looked discontent, but agreed with Uchiha, and two missing means left the field via Shunshin. Looks like my service there is not needed anymore, Gamaken said. Have a good day, Jiraiya-kun, Naruto-kun. And he disappeared in a big poof of smoke. Naruto walked towards Jiraiya, who, judging by a lipstick on his left cheek, worked really hard to find traces of Tsunade. You found something? Blonde Jinchuriki asked. Surprisingly, white-haired self-proclaimed super pervert nodded. Tsunade was there about a month ago. She left the town through northern gates, so now she is most probably somewhere in the grass or bird countries. They have best casinos. Then we should go there as fast as possible. Jiraiya had to agree with the teen. Tsunade was hard to track, and if they found her trace, it's better to follow it while it's still relatively fresh. It took Jiraiya almost 2 more weeks to localize his teammate's location. Currently, 2 toad sages were walking through small town, surrounded by rice fields, in the bird country. It was almost noon, and Jiraiya decided to stop in the tavern for lunch. But as soon as he entered the building, he stopped dead on his tracks and started laughing madly. What happened? Naruto asked, and white-haired Sannin pointed at blonde woman with 2 pigtails sitting in the dark corner along with short-haired brunette. After all searches, it took just a bit of luck to find her. Jiraiya finally answered, calming down. He walked towards the table where Tsunade sat and coughed to make her notice him. "Can I sit with these two pretty ladies?" he asked, but that didn't impress female Sannin at all. "What do you want, Jiraiya?" she asked in not exactly friendly tone. Naruto too walked to that table and sat there along three adults. "I'll get straight to the point then. First, Sarutobi-sensei was poisoned by Orochimaru, and we all want you to save him." Tsunade looked rather impassive about this, and Jiraiya noticed it. "Our snake-loving friend already told you about Sensei, didn't he?" White-haired Sannin asked, and his teammate nodded. "He wanted you to heal his liver?" Another nod. "What did he propose to you in return?" This time Tsunade answered nothing. There was a short pause before female Sannin spoke. "And what is the second reason you are here, Jiraiya?" Older one of two Toad sages paled a little. Tsunade might not like this. And if she doesn't like something, things may become really painful. "Well, Council wants you to take position of Godame Hokage." Blonde woman didn't show any reaction at first, which in Jiraiya's opinion was a bad thing. Then the hell broke loose. What sane person would want to be Hokage? Out of 4 of them, 3 died in a battle, and the last one is an old goat who might join them really soon. Before she could continue, Jiraiya and dark-haired apprentice of Tsunade named Shizun had to restrain Naruto as the blonde Jinchuriki looked ready to rip female Sannin into tiny pieces. "What's wrong with you, Blondie?" "I don't know what's wrong with you, woman, but you just said that my father was a fool, as well as your own grandfather, granduncle, and your sensei." Naruto shouted. "They all did their best to protect people they cared about, and say they are fools." Tsunade looked at the boy. "Yes, they were fools, especially your father. He was the biggest fool out of 4. She got what was coming when Naruto's pupils became slitted, and he broke free from Jiraiya and Shizun. Thankfully for Tsunade, her inhuman strength was enough to stop Jinchuriki's fist. "I don't have money to pay for the damage we might do to the bar, so let's settle this outside." Naruto had to agree with her there. If they were to fight, it was better to do outdoors. "So, Blondie, why are you protecting those naive fools called Hokages?" Tsunade asked Naruto as they walked outside of the tavern. "I may understand protecting your father, but the rest?" Hokages were and are the people who live and die in order to protect people of the village. They are heroes. Young Jinchuriki replied. Blonde Sannin sneered. "You words aren't working on me. Maybe your fists will have better effect." With his mind, Naruto understood that he stood no chance against Tsunade as she was one of the Sannin's S-rank ninjas, but he was angry enough to just ignore it and fight. He produced a shock tag out of his pouch and then attached it to the kunai he unsealed from his hand. Seeing knife with unfamiliar seal thrown at her, female Sannin decided that it would be better to get away from it, but her infamous luck, or better, lack of luck, were still with her, and the tag went off before she got out of its range, and she got shocked. Kyuubi Jinchuriki decided to use this moment for as much as possible and launched 6 shuriken at his opponent, but Tsunade wasn't one of the Sannin for nothing and dodged this attack with no problems. Futon Repushu, blonde Kunoichi was forced on defensive again as a dangerous gust of wind fleed past her too close for her comfort. Deciding to end this fight before she was attacked with more nasty jutsu, Tsunade dropped from Naruto's sight, reappearing right in front of him. To her surprise, the boy managed to dodge her punch and caught her wrist. What a mistake. She moved her arm up, sending Kyuubi Jinchuriki soaring into the air. She understood her own mistake. Naruto had wind affinity and now could easily attack her from above. And he did that. Futon, de Tapa. Tsunade jumped out of the jutsu's path and hit the ground, making it split where Naruto would land moments later. "Looks like I win," said female Sannin walking towards Kyuubi Jinchuriki, who struggled to get out of the crack he landed into. "But you are good for Hokage-loving Gaki. Almost made me fight you half seriously," she said. "You gave me some entertainment, so I won't even take your money," Tsunade added, dropping on the ground Naruto's wallet she picked while attempting to punch him. For the past 3 days, Naruto and Jiraiya stayed in this town. Old Pervert did several more attempts to persuade his teammate into becoming Hokage or, at least, into coming to Konoha to heal Sarutobi-sensei. But all his attempts were in vain. Another reason why Jiraiya stayed was the fact Orochimaru will visit Tsunade again. And as his liver was half petrified, he was far from his prime and could be killed. In the morning of the fourth day, everyone minus Tsunade slept in, most likely due to some medicine blonde Sannin added to their food. This all meant that she wanted to deal with Orochimaru on her own. She too was naive after all. Even if it hurt Jiraiya's pride greatly, Snake-loving Freak was the strongest one among 3 Sannin in one-on-one fight. And he, most like, won't be alone too. We need to find Tsunade-sama quickly, Shizen said. Then she turned to Taunton, Pet Pig. Can you trail Tsunade-sama? The pig gave out affirmative grunt and sped into the rice fields, followed closely by 3 shinobi. It took them about 15 minutes to arrive to the battlefield, and when they did arrive, there already was a fight between Tsunade and Orochimaru and his right-hand Kabuto. And female Sannin was losing. Shizun immediately sped towards her master to heal her wounds. Oh, why didn't you say that your sacrifices will arrive on their own? Taunted snake-wielding Sannin. Then he turned to the new arrivals. Nice to see you, Jiraiya, Naruto-kun. White-haired Toad Sage answered him by flashing through hand seals. Kabari Sunban. A hail of hardened hair was sent at Orochimaru, but the man dodged them easily. Looks like I'll have to use it then. He bit his finger to draw some blood and spread it over tattoo on his left hand then. Kabuto, get here at once. There was explosion of white smoke and 2 giant brown snakes appeared. Jiraiya and Naruto nodded to each other. Doton, Yomi Numa. They called simultaneously, creating deep swamp under the snake, which started sinking into the mud. Naruto started another sequence of hand seals while Jiraiya dashed forward. Futon, Daitapa. Blonde Jinchuriki launched his attack, forcing snake-loving Sannin and his henchmen to evade it. Rasengan. White-haired Sannin pushed tight ball of spinning chakra into Kabuto's stomach. One down, heh. But while Jiraiya was busy putting silver-haired teen out of fight, Orochimaru got behind him. Gogyu Fuin. Snake Sannin placed the seal onto Jiraiya's body. Looks like we will fight one-on-one, Naruto-kun. 3 mud clones of the man rose from the ground and immediately attacked young Jinchuriki, who produced several shadow clones to fight them. The real Orochimaru dashed towards Shizun and Tsunade intent to deal with them, while Jiraiya is out and Naruto is busy. Fukumihari. Tsunade's apprentice summoned several poison needles into her mouth and spit them at advancing snake-wielding Sannin. But he dodged them with no problems and summoned Kuzunagi's sword from his stomach. Shizen moved her sleeve up, showing Sinban launcher attached to her hand. She launched 5 poison needles from it, along with another attempt at hitting Orochimaru with Fukumihari. Unfortunately for her, all needles were deflected by Sannin's sword. As he got close enough, dark-haired girl attempted to use another jutsu from her arsenal. Dokukiri. She breathed out dark purple poisonous mist. Futon, Daitapa. But it was easily blown away by Orochimaru's wind jutsu. Snake Sannin raised his sword, ready to stab the girl through her head, but Tsunade pushed her apprentice away and got the sword through her shoulder instead. So, you care for someone still alive after all. Traitorous Sannin said. But you're still out of luck. I see no problem with killing you first. He started the sequence of hand seals when something, Naruto's vacuum seal, pulled him backwards. This provided an opening for Tsunade, and moments later Orochimaru received an incredibly strong punch right into his stomach, sending him flying. Blonde Sannin removed Kuzunagi's sword from her shoulder and threw it after its owner, in the end nailing him to the ground through his liver. Are you okay, Orochimaru-sama? Asked Kabuto, who finally recovered from being hit by Rasengan, appearing by his master's side. It could have been better, replied snake-wielding Sannin, returning Kuzunagi back into his stomach. The battle of this level was taking toll on him. He looked around. Naruto was busy fighting one remaining mud clone, while his Kagebushin tried to remove Gogyu Fuin from Jiraiya's back. Shizen was healing her arm. That was broken when Tsunade saved her life. Blonde Sannin herself was healing the wound on her shoulder. It was a good time for the attack. Futon, Rinkuden. Tsunade could see that she had no chance in dodging this jutsu. It weighed a powerful to do that at such a close range. But before the ball of compressed wind could reach her, Naruto appeared in its way, placing Orochimaru's own mud clone as a shield in front of him. Jutsu exploded at contact with mud clone, sending Kyubi Jinchuriki fly right into Tsunade. Senii Jashu. Snake Sannin called, But Naruto rolled himself and Tsunade away from the advancing snake. He threw a kunai at its head then, killing it. There were no attacks from Orochimaru coming. Something was wrong. Jump! Naruto suddenly yelled as he received a memory from his shadow clone. While smoke from the explosion covered him, Orochimaru summoned Snake Boss Manda and made him to attack from underground. Earth shook moments before giant jaws of the Snake Boss broke through the surface. Tsunade got lucky and was fast enough to get away from Manda's mouth. Naruto was not. Or, Wind Jutsu tore through downside of Snake's snout, and Kyuubi Jinchuriki jumped through the hole. Manda dove back underground, barely evading giant blade of Gamabunta's Dosu. Naruto appeared by Tsunade's side, along with Shizune, just a moment before Blonde Sannin summoned the head of slugs, Katsuyu. Katan, Gameyu, Enden. Jiraiya called, performing fire jutsu of incredible power alongside with Gamabunta, but they again missed Manda as he returned back underground. Suddenly Toad Boss leaped high into the air and threw his Dosu to Tsunade. Just as he landed, Manda attacked him from underground, but Gamabunta caught him. Female Sannin then nailed Snake Boss to the ground through his head with Bunta's Dosu. There was a big explosion of white smoke as Manda unsummoned himself. "You won this time, but Konoha will fall from my hand one day," said Orochimaru, sinking into the ground. Kabuto left the battlefield some time before his master. Gamabunta and Katsuyu disappeared in the giant poofs of white smoke too. Tsunade looked at Naruto then. "Why did you save my life risking your own?" Kyuubi Jinchuriki smiled. "It is my task to protect future Hokage." "I don't know. What makes you think that I will accept the position?" Female Sannin turned her head to her apprentice. "But now I understand what you meant, saying about heroes who protect people they care about. Maybe I am a fool too, but call me Hokage-sama from now on." 8 days later, two Sannin and their apprentices entered Konohagakure no Sato. Next morning, Tsunade visited hospital. There she woke Kakashi and Sasuke from Tsukumi-induced coma. These two too ran into Itachi. Then she visited her sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked awful. He was as pale as a ghost and looked like he was at least 100 years old instead of his 68. "I'm sorry, sensei, but it's too late," Tsunade said after performing diagnostics on Sandaime Hokage. "At this stage, even I can't save you. You have only 6, maybe 7 days left." "I'm sorry, but Sarutobi managed to last 8.5 before leaving this sinful world." On the next day after his funeral, Tsunade was named Godame Hokage, 5th Great Fool, as she called herself jokingly.